Chapter 3. My arrival at Marseille. Madame d'Urf, my niece, is welcomed by Madame Audiobook. Get rid of my brother, and Pisano regeneration departure of Madame d'Urf. Marceline remains constant. My niece, now my mistress, grew more dear to me every day, and I could not help trembling when I reflected that Marseille would be the tomb of our love. Though I could not help arriving there, I prolonged my happiness as long as I could by traveling by short stages. I got to Fréjus in less than 3 hours, and stopped there, and telling Pisano and the abbé to do as they liked during our stay, I ordered a delicate supper and choice wine for myself and my nymphs. Our repast lasted till midnight, then we went to bed, and passed the time in sweet sleep and sweeter pleasures. I made the same arrangements at Lucca, Brignoles, and Aubagne, where I passed the 6th and last night of happiness. As soon as I got to Marseille, I conducted my niece to Madame Audiobook, and sent Pisano and my brother to the Treize Cantons Inn, bidding them observe the strictest silence with regard to me, for Madame d'Urf had been awaiting me for 3 weeks, and I wished to be my own herald to her. It was at Madame Audiobook's that my niece had met Croce. She was a clever woman, and had known the girl from her childhood, and it was through her that my niece hoped to be restored to her father's good graces. We had agreed that I should leave my niece and Marceline in the carriage, and should interview Madame Audiobook, whose acquaintance I had made before, and with whom I could make arrangements for my niece's lodging till some arrangement was come to. Madame Audiobook saw me getting out of my carriage, and as she did not recognize me, her curiosity made her come down and open the door. She soon recognized me, and consented to let me have a private interview with the best grace in the world. I did not lose any time in leading up to the subject, and after I had given her a rapid sketch of the affair, how misfortune had obliged La Croix to abandon M'Deal, Crossan, how I had been able to be of service to her, and finally, how she had had the good luck to meet a wealthy and distinguished person, who would come to Marseille to ask her hand in a fortnight, I concluded by saying that I should have the happiness of restoring to her hands the dear girl whose preserver I had been. "Where is she?" cried Madame Audiobook. "In my carriage. I have lowered the blinds." "Bring her in quick. I will see to everything. Nobody shall know that she is in my house." Happier than a prince, I made one bound to the carriage, and, concealing her face with her cloak and hood, I led my niece to her friend's arms. This was a dramatic scene full of satisfaction for me. Kisses were given and received, tears of happiness and repentance shed. I wept myself from mingled feelings of emotion, happiness, and regret. In the meanwhile, Clermont had brought up my niece's luggage, and I went away promising to return and see her another day. I had another and as important an arrangement to conclude, I mean with respect to Marceline. I told the postilions to take me to the worthy old man, where I had lodged Rosalie so pleasantly. Marceline was weeping at this separation from her friend. I got down at the house and made my bargain hastily. My new mistress was, I said, to be lodged, fed, and attended on as if she had been a princess. He showed me the apartment she was to occupy. It was fit for a young marchioness, and he told me that she should be attended by his own niece, that she should not leave the house, and that nobody but myself should visit her. Having made these arrangements, I made the fair Venetian come in. I gave her the money she had won, which I had converted into gold and made up to 1,000 ducats. "You won't want it here," said I, "so take care of it. At Venice 1,000 ducats will make you somebody. Do not weep, dearest, my heart is with you, and tomorrow evening I will sup with you." The old man gave me the latchkey, and I went off to the Treize Cantons. I was expected, and my rooms were adjacent to those occupied by Madame d'Urf. As soon as I was settled, Bergnol waited on me, and told me her mistress was alone and expecting me impatiently. I shall not trouble my readers with an account of our interview, as it was only composed of Madame d'Urf's mad flights of fancy, and of lies on my part which had not even the merit of probability. A slave to my life of happy profligacy, I profited by her folly. She would have found someone else to deceive her, if I had not done so, for it was really she who deceived herself. I naturally preferred to profit by her rather than that a stranger should do so. She was very rich, and I did myself a great deal of good, without doing anyone any harm. The first thing she asked me was, "Where is Coralinthos?" And she jumped with joy when I told her that he was under the same roof. "'Tis he then, who shall make me young again? So has my genius assured me night after night. Ask Pericles if the presents I have prepared are good enough for Semiramis to present to the head of the fraternity of the Rosy Cross. I did not know what these presents were, and as I could not ask to see them, I answered that, before consulting Pericles, it would be necessary to consecrate the gifts under the planetary hours, and that Corylinthos himself must not see them before the consecration. Thereupon, she took me to her closet, and showed me the 7 packets meant for the Rosicrucian in the form of offerings to the 7 planets. Each packet contained 7 pounds of the metal proper to the planet, and 7 precious stones, also proper to the planets, each being 7 carats in weight. There were diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, chrysolites, topazes, and opals. I made up my mind that nothing of this should pass into the hands of the Genoese, and told the mad woman that we must trust entirely in Pericles for the method of consecration, which must be begun by our placing each packet in a small casket made on purpose. 1 packet, and one only, could be consecrated in a day, and it was necessary to begin with the sun. It was now Friday, and we should have to wait till Sunday, the day of the sun. On Saturday I had a box with 7 niches made for the purpose. For the purposes of consecration I spent 3 hours every day with Madame Durf, and we had not finished till the ensuing Saturday. Throughout this week, I made Pisano and my brother take their meals with us, and as the latter did not understand a word the good lady said, he did not speak a word himself, and might have passed for a mute of the seraglio. Madame Durf pronounced him devoid of sense, and imagined we were going to put the soul of a sylph into his body, that he might engender some being half human, half divine. It was amusing to see my brother's despair and rage at being taken for an idiot, and when he endeavored to say something to show that he was not one, she only thought him more idiotic than ever. I laughed to myself, and thought how ill he would have played the part if I had asked him to do it. All the same, the rascal did not lose anything by his reputation, for Madame Durf clothed him with a decent splendor that would have led one to suppose that the abbé belonged to one of the first families in France. The most uneasy guest at Madame Durf's table was Pisano, who had to reply to questions of the most occult nature, and not knowing anything about the subject, made the most ridiculous mistakes. I brought Madame Durf the box, and having made all the necessary arrangements for the consecrations, I received an order from the oracle to go into the country and sleep there for 7 nights in succession, to abstain from intercourse with all mortal women, and to perform ceremonial worship to the moon every night, at the hour of that planet, in the open fields. This would make me fit to regenerate Madame Durf myself in case Corylinthos, for some mystic reasons, might not be able to do so. Through this order Madame Durf was not only not vexed with me for sleeping away from the hotel, but was grateful for the pains I was taking to ensure the success of the operation. The day after my arrival I called on Madame Audiobook, and had the pleasure of finding my niece well pleased with the efforts her friend was making in her favor. Madame Audiobook had spoken to her father, telling him that his daughter was with her, and that she hoped to obtain his pardon and to return to his house, where she would soon become the bride of a rich Genoese who wished to receive her from her father's hands. The worthy man, glad to find again the lost sheep, said he would come in 2 days and take her to her aunt, who had a house at St. Louis, 2 leagues from the town. She might then quietly await the arrival of her future husband and avoid all occasion of scandal. My niece was surprised that her father had not yet received a letter from the young man, and I could see that she was anxious about it. But I comforted her and assured her that I would not leave Marseille till I had danced at her wedding. I left her to go to Marceline, whom I longed to press to my heart. I found her in an ecstasy of joy, and she said that if she could understand what her maid said, her happiness would be complete. I saw that her situation was a painful one, especially as she was a woman, but for the present I saw no way out of the difficulty. I should have to get an Italian-speaking servant, and this would have been a troublesome task. She wept with joy when I told her that my niece desired to be remembered to her, and that in a day she would be on her father's hearth. Marceline had found out that she was not my real niece when she found her in my arms. The choice supper which the old man had procured us, and which showed he had a good memory for my favorite tastes, made me think of Rosalie. Marceline heard me tell the story with great interest, and said that it seemed to her that I only went about to make unfortunate girls happy, provided I found them pretty. I almost think you are right, said I, and it is certain that I have made many happy and have never brought misfortune to any girl. God will reward you, my dear friend. Possibly I am not worth his taking the trouble. Though the wit and beauty of Marceline had charmed me, her appetite charmed me still more. The reader knows that I have always liked women who eat heartily. And in Marseille, they make an excellent dish of a common fowl, which is often so insipid. Those who like oil will get on capitally in Provence, for it is used in everything, and it must be confessed that if used in moderation, it makes an excellent relish. Marceline was charming in bed. I had not enjoyed the Venetian vices for nearly 8 years, and Marceline was a beauty before whom Praxiteles would have bent the knee. I laughed at my brother for having let such a treasure slip out of his hands, though I quite forgave him for falling in love with her. I myself could not take her about, and as I wanted her to be amused, I begged my kind old landlord to send her to the play every day and to prepare a good supper every evening. I got her some rich dresses that she might cut a good figure, and this attention redoubled her affection for me. The next day, which was the second occasion on which I had visited her, she told me that she had enjoyed the play though she could not understand the dialogues. And the day after she astonished me by saying that my brother had intruded himself into her box, and had said so many impertinent things that if she had been at Venice, she would have boxed his ears. I am afraid, she added, that the rascal has followed me here and will be annoying me. Don't be afraid, I answered. I will see what I can do. When I got to the hotel, I entered the abbé's room, and by Pisano's bed I saw an individual collecting lint and various surgical instruments. What's all this? Are you ill? Yes, I have got something which will teach me to be wiser for the future. It's rather late for this kind of thing at 60. Better late than never. You are an old fool, you stink of mercury. I shall not leave my room. This will harm you with the Marchioness, who believes you to be the greatest of adepts, and consequently above such weaknesses. Damn the Marchioness, let me be. The rascal had never talked in this style before. I thought it best to conceal my anger, and went up to my brother, who was in a corner of the room. What do you mean by pestering Marceline at the theater yesterday? I went to remind her of her duty, and to warn her that I would not be her complacent lover. You have insulted me and her too, fool that you are. You owe all to Marceline, for if it had not been for her, I should never have given you a second glance. And yet you behave in this disgraceful manner. I have ruined myself for her sake, and I can never show my face in Venice again. What right have you to take her from me? The right of love, blockhead, and the right of luck, and the right of the strongest. How is it that she is happy with me and does not wish to leave me? You have dazzled her. Another reason is that, with you, she was dying of misery and hunger. Yes, but the end of it will be that you will abandon her, as you have done with many others, whereas I should have married her. Married her? You renegade, you seem to forget that you are a priest. I do not propose to part with her, but if I do, I will send her away rich. Well, well, do as you please, but still I have the right to speak to her whenever I like. I have forbidden you to do so, and you may trust me when I tell you that you have spoken to her for the last time. So saying, I went out and called on an advocate. I asked him if I could have a foreign abbé who was indebted to me, arrested, although I had no proof of the debt. You can do so, as he is a foreigner, but you will have to pay caution money. You can have him put under arrest at his inn, and you can make him pay unless he is able to prove that he owes you nothing. Is the sum a large one? 12 louis. You must come with me before the magistrate and deposit 12 louis, and from that moment you will be able to have him arrested. Where is he staying? In the same hotel as I am, but I do not wish to have him arrested there, so I will get him to the Sti, bomb, and put him under arrest. Here are the 12 louis caution money, so you can get the magistrate's order, and we will meet again tomorrow. Give me his name, and yours also. I returned in haste to the Trees cantons, and met the abbé, dressed up to the nines, and just about to go out. Follow me, said I. I am going to take you to Marceline, and you shall have an explanation in her presence. With pleasure. He got into a carriage with me, and I told the coachman to take us to the Sti, Bomb Inn, When we got there, I told him to wait for me, that I was going to fetch Marceline, and that I would return with her in a minute. I got into the carriage again and drove to the advocate, who gave the order for arrest to a policeman who was to execute it. I then returned to the tree's cantons and put his belongings into a trunk and had them transported to his new abode. I found him under arrest and talking to the astonished host, who could not understand what it was all about. I told the landlord the mythical history of the abbé debt to me and handed over the trunk, telling him that he had nothing to fear with regard to the bill, as I would take care that he should be well paid. I then began my talk with the abbé, telling him that he must get ready to leave Marseille the next day, and that I would pay for his journey to Paris, but that if he did not like to do so, I should leave him to his fate, and in 3 days he would be expelled from Marseille. The coward began to weep and said he would go to Paris. "You must start for Lyon tomorrow, but you will first write me out an IOU for 12 louis. "Why?" "Because I say so. If you do so, I will give you 12 louis and tear up the document before your face. I have no choice in the matter." "You are right." When he had written the IOU, I went to take a place in the diligence for him, and the next morning I went with the advocate to withdraw the arrest and to take back the 12 louis, which I gave to my brother in the diligence, with a letter to M. Bono, whom I warned not to give him any money, and to send him on to Paris by the same diligence. I then tore up his note of hand and wished him a pleasant journey. Thus I got rid of this foolish fellow, whom I saw again in Paris in a month's time. The day I had my brother arrested, and before I went to dine with Madame Durf, I had an interview with Pisano in the hope of discovering the reason of his ill humor. "The reason is," said he, "that I am sure you are going to lay hands on 20 or 30,000 crowns in gold and diamonds, which the Marchioness meant me to have. That may be, but it is not for you to know anything about it. I may tell you that it rests entirely with me to prevent your getting anything. If you think you can succeed, go to the Marchioness and make your complaints to her. I will do nothing to prevent you." "Then you think I am going to help you in your imposture for nothing? You are very much mistaken. I want 1,000 louis, and I will have it too." "Then get somebody to give it you," said I, and I turned my back on him. I went up to the Marchioness and told her that dinner was ready, and that we should dine alone, as I had been obliged to send the abbé away. He was an idiot, but how about Coralinthos? After dinner Pericles will tell us all about him. I have strong suspicions that there is something to be cleared up. So have I. The man seems changed. Where is he? He is in bed, ill of a disease which I dare not so much as name to you. That is a very extraordinary circumstance. I have never heard of such a thing before. It must be the work of an evil genius. I have never heard of such a thing either, but now let us dine. We shall have to work hard today at the consecration of the tin. All the better. We must offer an expiatory sacrifice to Oromases, for, awful thought, in 3 days he would have to regenerate me, and the operation would be performed in that condition. Let us eat now, I repeated. I fear lest the hour of Jupiter be overpast. Fear nothing, I will see that all goes well. After the consecration of the tin had been performed, I transferred that of Oromases to another day, while I consulted the oracle assiduously, the Marchioness translating the figures into letters. The oracle declared that 7 salamanders had transported the true Coralinthos to the Milky Way, and that the man in the next room was the evil genius, Saint Germain, who had been put in that fearful condition by a female gnome, who had intended to make him the executioner of Semiramis, who was to die of the dreadful malady before her term had expired. The oracle also said that Semiramis should leave to Paelicius Galtonardus, myself, all the charge of getting rid of the evil genius, Saint Germain, and that she was not to doubt concerning her regeneration, since the word would be sent me by the true Coralinthos from the Milky Way on the 7th night of my worship of the moon. Finally, the oracle declared that I was to embrace Semiramis 2 days before the end of the ceremonies, after an Undine had purified us by bathing us in the room where we were. I had thus undertaken to regenerate the worthy Semiramis, and I began to think how I could carry out my undertaking without putting myself to shame. The Marchioness was handsome but old, and I feared lest I should be unable to perform the great act. I was 38, and I began to feel age stealing on me. The Undine, whom I was to obtain of the moon, was none other than Marceline, who was to give me the necessary generative vigor by the sight of her beauty and by the contact of her hands. The reader will see how I made her come down from heaven. I received a note from Madame Audibert, which made me call on her before paying my visit to Marceline. As soon as I came in, she told me joyously that my niece's father had just received a letter from the father of the Genoese, asking the hand of his daughter for his only son, who had been introduced to her by the Chevalier de Seingalt, her uncle, at the Peretti, S. "The worthy man thinks himself under great obligations to you," said Madame Audibert. "He adores his daughter, and he knows you have cared for her like a father. His daughter has drawn your portrait in very favorable colors, and he would be extremely pleased to make your acquaintance. Tell me when you can sup with me. The father will be here to meet you, though unaccompanied by his daughter." I am delighted at what you tell me, for the young man's esteem for his future wife will only be augmented when he finds that I am her father's friend. I cannot come to supper, however. I will be here at 6 and stop till 8. As the lady left the choice of the day with me, I fixed the day after next, and then I repaired to my fair Venetian, to whom I told my news, and how I had managed to get rid of the abbé. On the day after next, just as we were sitting down to dinner, the Marchioness smilingly gave me a letter which Pisano had written her in bad but perfectly intelligible French. He had filled 8 pages in his endeavor to convince her that I was deceiving her, and to make sure he told the whole story without concealing any circumstance to my disadvantage. He added that I had brought 2 girls with me to Marseille, and though he did not know where I had hidden them, he was sure that it was with them that I spent my nights. After I had read the whole letter through, with the utmost coolness I gave it back to her, asking her if she had had the patience to read it through. She replied that she had run through it, but that she could not make it out at all, as the evil genius seemed to write a sort of outlandish dialect, which she did not care to puzzle herself over, as he could only have written down lies calculated to lead her astray at the most important moment of her life. I was much pleased with the Marchioness's prudence, for it was important that she should have no suspicions about the Undine, the sight and the touch of whom were necessary to me in the great work I was about to undertake. After dining, and discharging all the ceremonies and oracles which were necessary to calm the soul of my poor victim, I went to a banker and got a bill of 100 louis on Lyons, to the order of M. Bono, and I advised him of what I had done, requesting him to cash it for Pisano if it were presented on the day named thereon. I then wrote the advice for Pisano to take with him. It ran as follows: M. Bono, pay to M. Pisano on sight to himself, and not to order, the sum of 100 louis if these presents are delivered to you on the 30th day of April, in the year 1763, and after the day aforesaid my order to become null and void. With this letter in my hand, I went to the traitor who had been lanced an hour before. "You're an infamous traitor," I began, but as Madame Derf knows of the disgraceful state you are in, she would not so much as read your letter. I have read it, and by way of reward, I give you 2 alternatives which you must decide on immediately. I am in a hurry. You will either go to the hospital, for we can't have pestiferous fellows like you here, or start for Lyons in an hour. You must not stop on the way, for I have only given you 60 hours, which is ample to do 40 posts in. As soon as you get to Lyons, present this to M. Bono, and he will give you 100 louis. This is a present from me, and afterwards I don't care what you do, as you are no longer in my service. You can have the carriage I bought for you at Antibes, and there is 25 louis for the journey. That is all. Make your choice, but I warn you that if you go to the hospital, I shall only give you a month's wages, as I dismiss you from my service now at this instant." After a moment's reflection, he said he would go to Lyons, though it would be at the risk of his life, for he was very ill. "You must reap the reward of your treachery," said I, "and if you die it will be a good thing for your family, who will come in for what I have given you, but not what I should have given you if you had been a faithful servant." I then left him and told Clermont to pack up his trunk. I warned the innkeeper of his departure and told him to get the post-horses ready as soon as possible. I then gave Clermont the letter to Bono and 25 louis, for him to hand them over to Pisano when he was in the carriage and ready to go off. When I had thus successfully accomplished my designs by means of the all-powerful lever, gold, which I knew how to lavish in time of need, I was once more free for my amours. I wanted to instruct the fair Marceline, with whom I grew more in love every day. She kept telling me that her happiness would be complete if she knew French, and if she had the slightest hope that I would take her to England with me. I had never flattered her that my love would go as far as that, but yet I could not help feeling sad at the thought of parting from a being who seemed made to taste voluptuous pleasures, and to communicate them with tenfold intensity to the man of her choice. She was delighted to hear that I had got rid of my two odious companions, and begged me to take her to the theater. For, said she, everybody is asking who and what I am, and my landlord's niece is quite angry with me because I will not let her tell the truth. I promised I would take her out in the course of the next week, but that for the present I had a most important affair on hand, in which I had need of her assistance. I will do whatever you wish, dearest. Very good, then listen to me. I will get you a disguise which will make you look like a smart footman, and in that costume you will call on the Marchioness with whom I live at the hour I shall name to you, and you will give her a note. Have you sufficient courage for that? Certainly, will you be there? Yes, she will speak, but you must pretend to be dumb, as the note you bring with you will tell us, as also that you have come to wait upon us while we are bathing. She will accept the offer, and when she tells you to undress her from head to foot you will do so. When you have done, undress yourself, and gently rub the Marchioness from the feet to the waist, but not higher. In the meanwhile I shall have taken off my clothes, and while I hold her in a close embrace you must stand so that I can see all your charms. Further, sweetheart, when I leave you must gently wash her generative organs, and afterwards wipe them with a fine towel. Then do the same to me, and try to bring me to life again. I shall proceed to embrace the Marchioness a second time, and when it is over wash her again and embrace her, and then come and embrace me and kiss in your Venetian manner the instrument with which the sacrifice is consummated. I shall then clasp the Marchioness to my arms a third time, and you must caress us till the act is complete. Finally, you will wash us for the third time, then dress, take what she gives you and come here, where I will meet you in the course of an hour. You may reckon on my following all your instructions, but you must see that the task will be rather trying to my feelings. Not more trying than to mine. I could do nothing with the old woman if you were not present. Is she very old? Nearly 70. My poor sweetheart, I do pity you, but after this painful duty is over you must sup here and sleep with me. Certainly. On the day appointed, I had a long and friendly interview with the father of my late niece. I told him all about his daughter, only suppressing the history of our own amours, which were not suitable for a father's ears. The worthy man embraced me again and again, calling me his benefactor, and saying that I had done more for his daughter than he would have done himself, which in a sense was perhaps true. He told me that he had received another letter from the father, and a letter from the young man himself, who wrote in the most tender and respectful manner possible. He doesn't ask anything about the dower, said he, a wonderful thing these days, but I will give her 150,000 francs, for the marriage is an excellent one, above all after my poor simpleton's escape. All Marseille knows the father of her future husband, and tomorrow I mean to tell the whole story to my wife, and I am sure she will forgive the poor girl as I have done. I had to promise to be present at the wedding, which was to be at Madame Audibert's. That lady knowing me to be very fond of play, and there being a good deal of play going on at her house, wondered why she did not see more of me. But I was at Marseille to create and not to destroy. There is a time for everything. I had a green velvet jacket made for Marceline, with breeches of the same and silver lace garters, green silk stockings, and fine leather shoes of the same color. Her fine black hair was confined in a net of green silk, with a silver brooch. In this dress the voluptuous and well-rounded form of Marceline was displayed to so much advantage, that if she had shewn herself in the street all Marseille would have run after her, for, in spite of her man's dress, anybody could see that she was a girl. I took her to my rooms in her ordinary costume, to show her where she would have to hide after the operation was over. By Saturday we had finished all the consecrations, and the oracle fixed the regeneration of Semiramis for the following Tuesday, in the hours of the Sun, Venus, and Mercury, which follow each other in the planetary system of the magicians, as also in Ptolemy S. These hours were in ordinary parlance the 9th, 10th, and 11th of the day, since the day being a Tuesday, the first hour was sacred to Mars. and as at the beginning of May the hours are 65 minutes long, the reader, however little of a magician he may be, will understand that I had to perform the great work on Madame Durf, beginning at 2:30 and ending at 5 minutes to 6. I had taken plenty of time, as I expected I should have great need of it. On the Monday night, at the hour of the moon, I had taken Madame Durf to the seashore, Claremont following behind with the box containing the offerings, which weighed 50 pounds. I was certain that nobody could see us, and I told my companion that the time was come. I told Claremont to put down the box beside us and to go and await us at the carriage. When we were alone, we addressed a solemn prayer to Celanese, and then to the great satisfaction of the Marchioness, the box was consigned to the address. My satisfaction, however, was still greater than hers, for the box contained 50 pounds of lead. The real box, containing the treasure, was comfortably hidden in my room. When we got back to the Trees Cantons, I left Madame Durf alone, telling her that I would return to the hotel when I had performed my conjurations to the moon, at the same hour, and in the same place in which I had performed the 7 consecrations. I spoke the truth. I went to Marceline, and while she was putting on her disguise, I wrote on a sheet of white paper, in large and odd-looking letters, the following sentences, using, instead of ink, rock alum. I am dumb but not deaf. I am come from the Rhone to bathe you. The hour of Oromazes has begun. This is the note you are to give to the Marchioness, I said, when you appear before her. After supper, we walked to the hotel and got in without anyone seeing us. I hid Marceline in a large cupboard, and then putting on my dressing gown, I went to the Marchioness to inform her that Celanese had fixed the next day for the hour of regeneration, and that we must be careful to finish before the hour of the moon began, as otherwise the operation would be annulled or at least greatly enfeebled. You must take care, I added, that the bath be here beside your bed and that Braugnol does not interrupt us. I will tell her to go out, but Celanese promised to send an Undine. True, but I have not yet seen such a being. Ask the oracle. Willingly. She herself asked the question, imploring Pericles not to delay the time of her regeneration, even though the Undine were lacking, since she could very well bathe herself. The commands of Oromazes change not, came the reply, and in that you have doubted them you have sinned. At this the Marchioness arose and performed an expiatory sacrifice, and it appeared, on consulting the oracle, that Oromazes was satisfied. The old lady did not move my pity so much as my laughter. She solemnly embraced me and said, "Tomorrow, Galtonardus, you will be my spouse and my father." When I got back to my room and had shut the door, I drew the Undine out of her place of concealment. She undressed, and as she knew that I should be obliged to husband my forces, she turned her back on me, and we passed the night without giving each other a single kiss, for a spark would have set us all ablaze. Next morning, before summoning Claremont, I gave her her breakfast, and then replaced her in the cupboard. Later on, I gave her her instructions over again, telling her to do everything with calm precision, a cheerful face, and above all, silence. "Don't be afraid," said she, "I will make no mistakes." As we were to dine at noon exactly, I went to look for the Marchioness, but she was not in her room, though the bath was there, and the bed which was to be our altar was prepared. A few moments after, the Marchioness came out of her dressing-room, exquisitely painted, her hair arranged with the choicest lace, and looking radiant. Her breasts, which 40 years before had been the fairest in all France, were covered with a lace shawl. Her dress was of the antique kind, but of extremely rich material. Her earrings were emeralds, and a necklace of 7 aquamarines of the finest water, from which hung an enormous emerald, surrounded by 20 brilliants, each weighing 1.5 carats, completed her costume. She wore on her finger the carbuncle which she thought worth 1,000,000 francs, but which was really only a splendid imitation. Seeing Semiramis thus decked out for the sacrifice, I thought it my bounden duty to offer her my homage. I would have knelt before her and kissed her hand, but she would not let me, and instead opened her arms and strained me to her breast. After telling Braugnol that she could go out till 6 o'clock, we talked over our mysteries till the dinner was brought in. Claremont was the only person privileged to see us at dinner, at which Semiramis would only eat fish. At 1:30, One Eye told Claremont I was not at home to anyone, and giving him a louis I told him to go and amuse himself till the evening. The Marchioness began to be uneasy, and I pretended to be so, too. I looked at my watch, calculated how the planetary hours were proceeding, and said from time to time, "We are still in the hour of Mars, that of the sun has not yet commenced." At last the timepiece struck 2:30, and in 2 minutes afterwards the fair and smiling Undine was seen advancing into the room. She came along with measured steps and knelt before Madame d'Urf and gave her the paper she carried. Seeing that I did not rise, the Marchioness remained seated, but she raised the spirit with a gracious air and took the paper from her. She was surprised, however, to find that it was all white. I hastened to give her a pen to consult the oracle on the subject, and after I had made a pyramid of her question, she interpreted it and found the answer. "That which is written in water must be read in water." "I understand now," said she, and going to the bath she plunged the paper into it and then read in still whiter letters. "I am dumb, but not deaf. I am come from the Rhone to bathe you. The hour of Oromazes has begun." "Then bathe me, divine being," said Semiramis, putting down the paper and sitting on the bed. With perfect exactitude Marceline undressed the Marchioness and delicately placed her feet in the water, and then, in a twinkling she had undressed herself and was in the bath, beside Madame d'Urf. What a contrast there was between the two bodies, but the sight of the one kindled the flame which the other was to quench. As I gazed on the beautiful girl, I, too, undressed, and when I was ready to take off my shirt I spoke as follows. "O divine being, wipe the feet of Semiramis, and be the witness of my union with her, to the glory of the immortal Horomades, king of the salamanders." Scarcely had I uttered my prayer when it was granted, and I consummated my first union with Semiramis, gazing on the charms of Marceline, which I had never seen to such advantage before. Semiramis had been handsome, but she was then what I am now, and without the Undine the operation would have failed. Nevertheless, Semiramis was affectionate, clean, and sweet in every respect, and had nothing disgusting about her, so I succeeded. When the milk had been poured forth upon the altar, I said, "We must now await the hour of Venus." The Undine performed the ablutions, embraced the bride, and came to perform the same office for me. Semiramis was in an ecstasy of happiness, and as she pointed out to me the beauties of the Undine, I was obliged to confess that I had never seen any mortal woman to be compared to her in beauty. Semiramis grew excited by so voluptuous a sight, and when the hour of Venus began I proceeded to the second assault, which would be the severest, as the hour was of 65 minutes. I worked for half an hour, steaming with perspiration and tiring Semiramis without being able to come to the point. Still I was ashamed to trick her. She, the victim, wiped the drops of sweat from my forehead, while the Undine, seeing my exhaustion, kindled anew the flame which the contact of that aged body had destroyed. Towards the end of the hour, as I was exhausted and still unsuccessful, I was obliged to deceive her by making use of those movements which are incidental to success. As I went out of the battle with all the signs of my strength still about me, Semiramis could have no doubts as to the reality of my success, and even the Undine was deceived when she came to wash me. But the third hour had come, and we were obliged to satisfy Mercury. We spent a quarter of the time in the bath, while the Undine delighted Semiramis by caresses which would have delighted the regent of France if he had ever known of them. The good Marchioness, believing these endearments to be peculiar to river spirits, was pleased with everything, and begged the Undine to show me the same kindness. Marceline obeyed, and lavished on me all the resources of the Venetian school of love. She was a perfect lesbian, and her caresses having soon restored me to all my vigor, I was encouraged to undertake to satisfy Mercury. I proceeded to the work, but alas, it was all in vain. I saw how my fruitless efforts vexed the Undine, and perceiving that Madame d'Urf had had enough, I again took the course of deceiving her by pretended ecstasies and movements, followed by complete rest. Semiramis afterwards told me that my exertions showed that I was something more than mortal. I threw myself into the bath and underwent my third ablution, then I dressed. Marceline washed the Marchioness and proceeded to clothe her, and did so with such a graceful charm that Madame d'Urf followed the inspiration of her good genius, and threw her magnificent necklace over the Undine's neck. After a parting Venetian kiss she vanished, and went to her hiding place in the cupboard. Semiramis asked the oracle if the operation had been successful. The answer was that she bore within her the seed of the sun, and that in the beginning of next February, she would be brought to bed of another self of the same sex as the creator. But in order that the evil genie might not be able to do her any harm, she must keep quiet in her bed for 107 hours in succession. The worthy Marchioness was delighted to receive this order, and looked upon it as a good omen, for I had tired her dreadfully. I kissed her, saying that I was going to the country to collect together what remained of the substances that I had used in my ceremonies, but I promised to dine with her on the morrow. I shut myself up in my room with the Undine, and we amused ourselves as best we could till it was night, for she could not go out while it was light in her spiritual costume. I took off my handsome wedding garment, and as soon as it was dusk, we crept out and went away to Marceline's lodging in a hackney coach, carrying with us the planetary offerings which I had gained so cleverly. We were dying of hunger, but the delicious supper which was waiting for us brought us to life again. As soon as we got into the room, Marceline took off her green clothes and put on her woman's dress, saying, "I was not born to wear the breeches. Here, take the beautiful necklace the madwoman gave me. I will sell it, fair Undine, and you shall have the proceeds. Is it worth much? At least 1,000 sequins. By the time you get back to Venice, you will be worth at least 5,000 ducats, and you will be able to get a husband and live with him in a comfortable style. Keep it all, I don't want it, I want you. I will never cease to love you, I will do whatever you tell me, and I promise never to be jealous. I will care for you, yes, as if you were my son. Do not let us say anything more about it, fair Marceline, but let us go to bed, for you have never inspired me with so much ardor as now. But you must be tired." "Yes, but not exhaustion, for I was only able to perform the distillation once. I thought you sacrificed twice on that old altar. Poor old woman, she is still pretty, and I have no doubt that 50 years ago she was one of the first beauties in France. How foolish of her to be thinking of love at that age. You excited me, but she undid your work even more quickly. Are you always obliged to have a girl beside you when you make love to her?" "No, before there was no question of making a son." "What, you are going to make her pregnant? That's ridiculous. Does she imagine that she has conceived?" "Certainly, and the hope makes her happy." "What a mad idea, but why did you try to do it 3 times? "I thought to show my strength, and that if I gazed on you I should not fail, but I was quite mistaken. I pity you for having suffered so much. You will renew my strength. As a matter of fact, I do not know whether to attribute it to the difference between the old and the young, but I spent a most delicious night with the beautiful Venetian night, which I can only compare to those I passed at Parma with Henriette, and at Murin with the beautiful nun. I spent 14 hours in bed, of which 4 at least were devoted to expiating the insult I had offered to love. When I had dressed and taken my chocolate, I told Marceline to dress herself with elegance, and to expect me in the evening just before the play began. I could see that she was intensely delighted with the prospect. I found Madame Durf in bed, dressed with care and in the fashion of a young bride, and with a smile of satisfaction on her face which I had never remarked there before. "To thee, beloved Galtonardus, I owe all my happiness," said she as she embraced me. "I am happy to have contributed to it, divine Semiramis, but you must remember I am only the agent of the genie." Thereupon the Marchioness began to argue in the most sensible manner, but unfortunately the foundation of her argument was wholly chimerical. "Marry me," said she, "you will then be able to be governor of the child, who will be your son. In this manner you will keep all my property for me, including what I shall have from my brother M. de Pontcar, who is old and cannot live much longer. If you do not care for me in February next, when I shall be born again, into what hands shall I fall? I shall be called a bastard, and my income of 24,000 francs will be lost to me. Think over it, dear Galtonardus. I must tell you that I feel already as if I were a man. I confess I am in love with the Undine, and I should like to know whether I shall be able to sleep with her in 14 or 15 years' time. I shall be so if Oromazes will it, and then I shall be happy indeed. What a charming creature she is! Have you ever seen a woman like her? What a pity she is dumb. She, no doubt, has a male water spirit for a lover, but all of them are dumb, since it is impossible to speak in the water. I wonder she is not deaf as well. I can't think why you didn't touch her." The softness of her skin is something wonderful velvet, and satin are not to be compared to it. And then her breath is so sweet. How delighted I should be if I could converse with such an exquisite being. Dear Galtonardus, I beg you will consult the oracle to find out where I am to be brought to bed, and if you won't marry me, I think I had better save all I have, that I may have some provision when I am born again. For when I am born I shall know nothing, and money will be wanted to educate me. By selling the whole, a large sum might be realized which could be put out at interest. Thus the interest would suffice without the capital being touched. The oracle must be our guide, said I. You will be my son, and I will never allow anyone to call you a bastard. The sublime madwoman was quiet by this assurance. Doubtless many a reader will say that if I had been an honest man I should have undeceived her, but I cannot agree with them. It would have been impossible, and I confess that even if it had been possible I would not have done so, for it would only have made me unhappy. I had told Marceline to dress with elegance, and I put on one of my handsomest suits to accompany her to the theater. Chance brought the two sisters Rangoni, daughters of the Roman consul, into our box. As I had made their acquaintance on my first visit to Marseille, I introduced Marceline to them as my niece, who only spoke Italian. As the two young ladies spoke the tongue of Tasso also, Marceline was highly delighted. The younger sister, who was by far the handsomer of the two, afterwards became the wife of Prince Gonzaga Solferino. The prince was a cultured man, and even a genius, but very poor. For all that he was a true son of Gonzaga, being a son of Leopold, who was also poor, and a girl of the Medini family, sister to the Medini who died in prison at London in the year 1787. Babette Rangoni, though poor, deserved to become a princess, for she had all the airs and manners of one. She shines under her name of Rangoni amongst the princess and princesses of the almanacs. Her vain husband is delighted at his wife being thought to belong to the illustrious family of Medinian innocent feeling, which does neither good nor harm. The same publications turn Medini into Medici, which is equally harmless. This species of lie arises from the idiotic pride of the nobles, who think themselves raised above the rest of humanity by their titles which they have often acquired by some act of baseness. It is of no use interfering with them on this point, since all things are finally appreciated at their true value, and the pride of the nobility is easily discounted when one sees them as they really are. Prince Gonzaga Solferino, whom I saw at Venice 18 years ago, lived on a pension allowed him by the Empress. I hope the late emperor did not deprive him of it, as it was well deserved by this genius and his knowledge of literature. At the play, Marceline did nothing but chatter with Babette Rangoni, who wanted me to bring the fair Venetian to see her, but I had my own reasons for not doing so. I was thinking how I could send Madame d'Urf to Lyon, for I had no further use for her at Marseille, and she was often embarrassing. For instance, on the third day after her regeneration, she requested me to ask Pericles where she was to die, that is, to be brought to bed. I made the oracle reply that she must sacrifice to the water spirits on the banks of 2 rivers at the same hour, and that afterwards the question of her lying in would be resolved. The oracle added that I must perform 3 expiatory sacrifices to Saturn, on account of my too harsh treatment of the false Corinthos, and that Semiramis need not take part in these ceremonies, though she herself must perform the sacrifices to the water spirits. As I was pretending to think of a place where 2 rivers were sufficiently near to each other to fulfill the requirements of the oracle, Semiramis herself suggested that Lyon was watered by the Rhone and the Seine, and that it would be an excellent place for the ceremony. As may be imagined, I immediately agreed with her. On asking Pericles if there were any preparations to be made, he replied that it would be necessary to pour a bottle of seawater into each river a fortnight before the sacrifice, and that this ceremony was to be performed by Semiramis in person at the first diurnal hour of the moon. Then, said the Marchioness, the bottles must be filled here, for the other French ports are farther off. I will go as soon as ever I can leave my bed, and will wait for you at Lyon, for as you have to perform expiatory sacrifices to Saturn in this place, you cannot come with me. I assented, pretending sorrow at not being able to accompany her. The next morning I brought her 2 well-sealed bottles of seawater, telling her that she was to pour them out into the 2 rivers on the 15th of May, the current month. We fixed her departure for the 11th, and I promised to rejoin her before the expiration of the fortnight. I gave her the hours of the moon in writing and also directions for the journey. As soon as the Marchioness had gone, I left the Trees cantons and went to live with Marceline, giving her 460 louis, which, with the 140 she had won at Birabai, gave her a total of 600 louis, or 14,400 francs. With this sum, she could look the future in the face fearlessly. The day after Madame d'Urf's departure, the betrothed of M. Deal, Crossan arrived at Marseille with a letter from Rosalie, which he handed to me on the day of his arrival. She begged me in the name of our common honor to introduce the bearer in person to the father of the betrothed. Rosalie was right, but as the lady was not my real niece, there were some difficulties in the way. I welcomed the young man and told him that I would first take him to Madame Audibert, and that we could then go together to his father-in-law in perspective. The young Genoese had gone to the Trees cantons, where he thought I was staying. He was delighted to find himself so near the goal of his desires, and his ecstasy received a new momentum when he saw how cordially Madame Audibert received him. We all got into my carriage and drove to the father's, who gave him an excellent reception, and then presented him to his wife, who was already friendly disposed towards him. I was pleasantly surprised when this good and sensible man introduced me to his wife as his cousin, the Chevalier de Seingalt, who had taken such care of their daughter. The good wife and good mother, her husband's worthy partner, stretched out her hand to me, and all my trouble was over. My new cousin immediately sent an express messenger to his sister, telling her that he and his wife, his future son-in-law, Madame Audibert, and a cousin she had not met before, would come and dine with her on the following day. This done, he invited us, and Madame Audibert said that she would escort us. She told him that I had another niece with me, of whom his daughter was very fond, and would be delighted to see again. The worthy man was overjoyed to be able to increase his daughter's happiness. I, too, was pleased with Madame Audibert's tact and thoughtfulness, and as making Marceline happy was to make me happy also, I expressed my gratitude to her in very warm terms. I took the young Genoese to the play, to Marceline's delight, for she would have liked the French very much if she could have understood them. We had an excellent supper together, in the course of which I told Marceline of the pleasure which awaited her on the morrow. I thought she would have gone wild with joy. The next day we were at Madame Audibert's, as punctually as Achilles on the field of battle. The lady spoke Italian well and was charmed with Marceline, reproaching me for not having introduced her before. At 11 we got to St. Louis, and my eyes were charmed with the dramatic situation. My late niece had an air of dignity which became her to admiration, and received her future husband with great graciousness. And then, after thanking me with a pleasant smile for introducing him to her father, she passed from dignity to gaiety and gave her sweetheart 100 kisses. The dinner was delicious and passed off merrily, but I alone preserved a tender melancholy, though I laughed to myself when they asked me why I was sad. I was thought to be sad because I did not talk in my usual vivacious manner, but far from being really sad, that was one of the happiest moments of my life. My whole being was absorbed in the calm delight which follows a good action. I was the author of the comedy which promised such a happy ending. I was pleased with the thought that my influence in the world was more for good than for ill, and though I was not born a king, yet I contrived to make many people happy. Everyone at table was indebted to me for some part of their happiness, and the father, the mother, and the betrothed pair wholly so. This thought made me feel a peaceful calm, which I could only enjoy in silence. M. Deal, Crossan returned to Marseille with her father, her mother, and her future husband, whom the father wished to take up his abode with them. I went back with Madame Audibert, who made me promise to bring the delightful Marceline to sup with her. The marriage depended on the receipt of a letter from the young man's father, in answer to one from my niece's father. It will be taken for granted that we were all asked to the wedding, and Marceline's affection for me increased every day. When we went to sup with Madame Audibert, we found a rich and witty young wine merchant at her house. He sat beside Marceline, who entertained him with her sallies, and as the young man could speak Italian and even the Venetian dialect, for he had spent a year at Venice, he was much impressed by the charms of my new niece. I have always been jealous of my mistresses, but when a rival promises to marry them and give them a good establishment, jealousy gives way to a more generous feeling. For the moment I satisfied myself by asking Madame Audibert who he was, and I was delighted to hear that he had an excellent reputation, 100,000 crowns, a large business, and complete independence. The next day he came to see us in our box at the theater, and Marceline received him very graciously. Wishing to push the matter on, I asked him to sup with us, and when he came I was well pleased with his manners and his intelligence. To Marceline he was tender but respectful. On his departure, I told him I hoped he would come and see us again, and when we were alone I congratulated Marceline on her conquest, and showed her that she might succeed almost as well as M'Deal. Crossan. But instead of being grateful, she was furiously angry. "If you want to get rid of me," said she, "send me back to Venice, but don't talk to me about marrying." "Calm yourself, my angel, I get rid of you. What an idea! Has my behavior led you to suppose that you are in my way? This handsome, well-educated, and rich young man has come under my notice. I see he loves you and you like him, and as I love you and wish to see you sheltered from the storms of fortune, and as I think this pleasant young Frenchman would make you happy, I have pointed out to you these advantages, but instead of being grateful you scold me. Do not weep, sweetheart, you grieve my very soul. I am weeping because you think that I can love him. It might be so, dearest, and without my honor taking any hurt, but let us say no more about it and get into bed." Marceline's tears changed to smiles and kisses, and we said no more about the young wine merchant. The next day he came to our box again, but the scene had changed. She was polite but reserved, and I dared not ask him to supper as I had done the night before. When we had got home, Marceline thanked me for not doing so, adding that she had been afraid I would. "What you said last night is a sufficient guide for me for the future." In the morning, Madame Audibert called on behalf of the wine merchant to ask us to sup with him. I turned towards the fair Venetian, and guessing my thoughts, she hastened to reply that she would be happy to go anywhere in company with Madame Audibert. That lady came for us in the evening and took us to the young man's house, where we found a magnificent supper, but no other guests awaiting us. The house was luxuriously furnished, it only lacked a mistress. The master divided his attention between the two ladies, and Marceline looked ravishing. Everything convinced me that she had kindled the ardor of the worthy young wine merchant. The next day I received a note from Madame Audibert asking me to call on her. When I went I found she wanted to give my consent to the marriage of Marceline with her friend. "The proposal is a very agreeable one to me," I answered, "and I would willingly give her 30,000 francs as a dowry, but I can have nothing to do with the matter personally. I will send her to you, and if you can win her over you may count on my word, but do not say that you are speaking on my behalf, for that might spoil everything. I will come for her, and if you like she shall dine with me, and you can take her to the play in the evening." Madame Audibert came the following day, and Marceline went to dinner with her. I called for her at 5 o'clock, and finding her looking pleased and happy I did not know what to think. As Madame Audibert did not take me aside I stifled my curiosity and went with Marceline to the theater, without knowing what had passed. On the way Marceline sang the praises of Madame Audibert, but did not say a word of the proposal she must have made to her. About the middle of the piece, however, I thought I saw the explanation of the riddle, for the young man was in the pit, and did not come to our box though there were 2 empty places. We returned home without a word about the merchant or Madame Audibert, but as I knew in my own mind what had happened, I felt disposed to be grateful, and I saw that Marceline was overjoyed to find me more affectionate than ever. At last, amidst our amorous assaults, Marceline, feeling how dearly I loved her, told me what had passed between her and Madame Audibert. "She spoke to me so kindly and so sensibly," said she, "but I contented myself with saying that I would never marry till you told me to do so. All the same, I thank you with all my heart for the 10,000 crowns you are willing to give me. You have tossed the ball to me, and I have sent it back. I will go back to Venice whenever you please if you will not take me to England with you, but I will never marry. I expect we shall see no more of the young gentleman, though if I had never met you, I might have loved him." It was evidently all over, and I liked her for the part she had taken, for a man who knows his own worth is not likely to sigh long at the feet of an obdurate lady. The wedding day of my late niece came round. Marceline was there, without diamonds, but clad in a rich dress which set off her beauty and satisfied my vanity. Chapter 4. I leave Marseille Henriette at Aixarine, at Avignon treachery of Pisano Madame d'Urf, leaves Lyon. The wedding only interested me because of the bride. The plentiful rather than choice repast, the numerous and noisy company, the empty compliments, the silly conversation, the roars of laughter at very poor jokes, all this would have driven me to despair if it had not been for Madame Audibert, whom I did not leave for a moment. Marceline followed the young bride about like a shadow, and the latter, who was going to Genoa in a week, wanted Marceline to come in her train, promising to have her taken to Venice by a person of trust, but my sweetheart would listen to no proposal for separating her from me. "I won't go to Venice," she said, "till you send me there." The splendors of her friend's marriage did not make her experience the least regret at having refused the young wine merchant. The bride beamed with happiness, and on my congratulating her, she confessed her joy to be great, adding that it was increased by the fact that she owed it all to me. She was also very glad to be going to Genoa, where she was sure of finding a true friend in Rosalie, who would sympathize with her, their fortunes having been very similar. The day after the wedding I began to make preparations for my departure. The first thing I disposed of was the box containing the planetary offerings. I kept the diamonds and precious stones, and took all the gold and silver to Rouse de Casse, who still held the sum which Greppi had placed to my credit. I took a bill of exchange on Tourton and Bauer, for I should not be wanting any money at Lyon as Madame d'Urf was there, and consequently the 300 louis I had about me would be ample. I acted differently where Marceline was concerned. I added a sufficient sum to her 600 louis to give her a capital in round numbers of 15,000 francs. I got a bill drawn on Lyon for that amount, for I intended at the first opportunity to send her back to Venice, and with that idea had her trunks packed separately with all the linen and dresses which I had given her in abundance. On the eve of our departure, we took leave of the newly married couple and the whole family at supper, and we parted with tears, promising each other a lifelong friendship. The next day we set out intending to travel all night and not to stop till we got to Avignon, but about 5 o'clock the chain of the carriage broke, and we could go no further until a wheelwright had repaired the damage. We settled ourselves down to wait patiently, and Claremont went to get information at a fine house on our right, which was approached by an alley of trees. As I had only one postilion, I did not allow him to leave his horses for a moment. Before long, we saw Claremont reappear with 2 servants, one of whom invited me, on behalf of his master, to await the arrival of the wheelwright at his house. It would have been churlish to refuse this invitation, which was in the true spirit of French politeness, so leaving Claremont in charge Marceline and I began to wend our way towards the hospitable abode. 3 ladies and 2 gentlemen came to meet us, and one of the gentlemen said they congratulated themselves on my small mishap, since it enabled Madame to offer me her house and hospitality. I turned towards the lady whom the gentleman had indicated, and thanked her, saying that I hoped not to trouble her long, but that I was deeply grateful for her kindness. She made me a graceful curtsy, but I could not make out her features, for a stormy wind was blowing, and she and her 2 friends had drawn their hoods almost entirely over their faces. Marceline's beautiful head was uncovered and her hair streaming in the breeze. She only replied by graceful bows and smiles to the compliments which were addressed to her on all sides. The gentleman who had first accosted me asked me, as he gave her his arm, if she were my daughter. Marceline smiled, and I answered that she was my cousin, and that we were both Venetians. A Frenchman is so bent on flattering a pretty woman that he will always do so, even if it be at the expense of a third party. Nobody could really think that Marceline was my daughter, for though I was 20 years older than she was, I looked 10 years younger than my real age, and so Marceline smiled suggestively. We were just going into the house when a large mastiff ran towards us, chasing a pretty spaniel, and the lady, being afraid of getting bitten, began to run, made a false step, and fell to the ground. We ran to help her, but she said she had sprained her ankle and limped into the house on the arm of one of the gentlemen. Refreshments were brought in, and I saw that Marceline looked uneasy in the company of a lady who was talking to her. I hastened to excuse her, saying that she did not speak French. As a matter of fact, Marceline had begun to talk a sort of French, but the most charming language in the world will not bear being spoken badly, and I had begged her not to speak at all till she had learned to express herself properly. It is better to remain silent than to make strangers laugh by odd expressions and absurd equivocations. The less pretty, or rather the uglier, of the two ladies said that it was astonishing that the education of young ladies was neglected in such a shocking manner at Venice. Fancy not teaching them French. It is certainly very wrong, but in my country young ladies are neither taught foreign languages nor round games. These important branches of education are attended to afterwards. Then you are a Venetian too? Yes, madam. Really, I should not have thought so. I made a bow in return for this compliment, which in reality was only an insult. For if flattering to me, it was insulting to the rest of my fellow countrymen, and Marceline thought as much, for she made a little grimace accompanied by a knowing smile. I see that the young lady understands French, said our flattering friend. She laughs exactly in the right place. Yes, she understands it, and as for her laughter, it was due to the fact that she knows me to be like all other Venetians. Possibly, but it is easy to see that you have lived a long time in France. Yes, madam, said Marceline, and these words in her pretty Venetian accent were a pleasure to hear. The gentleman who had taken the lady to her room said that she found her foot to be rather swollen, and had gone to bed hoping we would all come upstairs. We found her lying in a splendid bed, placed in an alcove which the thick curtains of red satin made still darker. I could not see whether she was young or old, pretty or ugly. I said that I was very sorry to be the indirect cause of her mishap, and she replied in good Italian that it was a matter of no consequence, and that she did not think she could pay too dear for the privilege of entertaining such pleasant guests. Your ladyship must have lived in Venice to speak the language with so much correctness. No, I have never been there, but I have associated a good deal with Venetians. A servant came and told me that the wheelwright had arrived, and that he would take 4 hours to mend my carriage, so I went downstairs. The man lived at a quarter of a league's distance, and by tying the carriage pole with ropes, I could drive to his place and wait there for the carriage to be mended. I was about to do so, when the gentleman who did the honors of the house came and asked me, on behalf of the lady, to sup and pass the night at her house, as to go to the wheelwright's would be out of my way. The man would have to work by night, I should be uncomfortable, and the work would be ill done. I assented to the Countess's proposal, and having agreed with the man to come early the next day and bring his tools with him, I told Clermont to take my belongings into the room which was assigned to me. When I returned to the Countess's room, I found everyone laughing at Marceline's sallies, which the Countess translated. I was not astonished at seeing the way in which my fair Venetian caressed the Countess, but I was enraged at not being able to see her, for I knew Marceline would not treat any woman in that manner unless she were pretty. The table was spread in the bedroom of the Countess, whom I hoped to see at supper time, but I was disappointed, for she declared that she could not take anything, and all supper time she talked to Marceline and myself, showing intelligence, education, and a great knowledge of Italian. She let fall the expression, my late husband, so I knew her for a widow, but as I did not dare to ask any questions, my knowledge ended at that point. When Clermont was undressing me, he told me her married name, but as I knew nothing of the family, that was no addition to my information. When we had finished supper, Marceline took up her old position by the Countess's bed, and they talked so volubly to one another that nobody else could get in a word. When politeness bade me retire, my pretended cousin said she was going to sleep with the Countess. As the latter laughingly assented, I refrained from telling my madcap that she was too forward, and I could see by their mutual embraces that they were agreed in the matter. I satisfied myself with saying that I could not guarantee the sex of the Countess's bedfellow, but she answered, "Never mind, if there be a mistake I shall be the gainer." This struck me as rather free, but I was not the man to be scandalized. I was amused at the tastes of my fair Venetian, and at the manner in which she contrived to gratify them as she had done at Genoa with my last niece. As a rule, the Provençal women are inclined this way, and far from reproaching them, I like them all the better for it. The next day I rose at daybreak to hurry on the wheelwright, and when the work was done I asked if the Countess were visible. Directly after Marceline came out with one of the gentlemen, who begged me to excuse the Countess, as she could not receive me in her present extremely scanty attire. But she hopes that whenever you are in these parts you will honor her and her house by your company, whether you are alone or with friends. This refusal, gilded as it was a bitter pill for me to swallow, but I concealed my disgust, as I could only put it down to Marceline's doings. She seemed in high spirits, and I did not like to mortify her. I thanked the gentleman with effusion, and placing a louis in the hands of all the servants who were present, I took my leave. I kissed Marceline affectionately, so that she should not notice my ill humor, and asked how she and the Countess spent the night. "Capitally," said she. "The Countess is charming, and we amused ourselves all night with the tricks of two amorous women." "Is she pretty or old?" "She is only 33, and, I assure you, she is as pretty as my friend M. Deal. Crossan. I can speak with authority, for we saw each other in a state of nature. You are a singular creature. You were unfaithful to me for a woman, and left me to pass the night by myself. You must forgive me, and I had to sleep with her, as she was the first to declare her love." "Really, how was that?" "When I gave her the first of my kisses, she returned it in the Florentine manner, and our tongues met. After supper, I confess, I was the first to begin the suggestive caresses, but she met me halfway. I could only make her happy by spending the night with her. Look, this will show you how pleased she was." With these words, Marceline drew a superb ring, set with brilliants, from her finger. I was astonished. "Truly," I said, "this woman is fond of pleasure and deserves to have it." I gave my lesbian, who might have vied with Sappho, 100 kisses, and forgave her her infidelity. "But," I remarked, "I can't think why she did not want me to see her. I think she has treated me rather cavalierly." "No, I think the reason was that she was ashamed to be seen by my lover after having made me unfaithful to him. I had to confess that we were lovers." "Maybe, at all events you have been well paid. That ring is worth 200 louis. But I may as well tell you that I was well enough paid for the pleasure I gave by the pleasure I received." "That's right, I am delighted to see you happy. If you want to make me really happy, take me to England with you. My uncle will be there, and I could go back to Venice with him." "What, you have an uncle in England? Do you really mean it? It sounds like a fairy tale. You never told me of it before." "I have never said anything about it up to now, because I have always imagined that this might prevent your accomplishing your desire." "Is your uncle a Venetian? What is he doing in England? Are you sure that he will welcome you?" "Yes." "What is his name, and how are we to find him in a town of more than 1,000,000 inhabitants?" "He is ready found. His name is Matteo Boisi, and he is valet de chamber to M. Querini, the Venetian ambassador sent to England to congratulate the new king. He is accompanied by the procurator Morosini. My uncle is my mother's brother. He is very fond of me, and will forgive my fault, especially when he finds I am rich. When he went to England, he said he would be back in Venice in July, and we shall just catch him on the point of departure." As far as the embassy went, I knew it was all true, from the letters I had received from M. de Bragadin, and as for the rest, Marceline seemed to me to be speaking the truth. I was flattered by her proposal and agreed to take her to England so that I should possess her for 5 or 6 weeks longer without committing myself to anything. We reached Avignon at the close of the day and found ourselves very hungry. I knew that the Saint Omer was an excellent inn, and when I got there I ordered a choice meal and horses for 5 o'clock the next morning. Marceline, who did not like night traveling, was in high glee and threw her arms around my neck, saying, "Are we at Avignon now?" "Yes, dearest." Then I conscientiously discharged the trust which the Countess placed in me when she embraced me for the last time this morning. She made me swear not to say a word about it till we got to Avignon. "All this puzzles me, dearest. Explain yourself." "She gave me a letter for you." "A letter? Will you forgive me for not placing it in your hands sooner?" "Certainly, if you passed your word to the Countess. But where is this letter?" "Wait a minute." She drew a large bundle of papers from her pocket, saying, "This is my certificate of baptism. I see you were born in 1746. This is a certificate of good conduct. Keep it, it may be useful to you. This is my certificate of virginity." "That's no use. Did you get it from a midwife?" "No, from the Patriarch of Venice." "Did he test the matter for himself?" "No, he was too old. He trusted in me." Well, let me see the letter. I hope I haven't lost it." I hope not, to God. Here is your brother's promise of marriage. He wanted to be a Protestant. You may throw that into the fire. What is a Protestant? I will tell you another time. Give me the letter. Praised be God, here it is. That's lucky, but it has no address. My heart beat fast as I opened it, and found instead of an address these words in Italian. To the most honest man of my acquaintance. Could this be meant for me? I turned down the leaf and read one word, Henriette. Nothing else. The rest of the paper was blank. At the sight of that word I was for a moment annihilated. Io non mori, e non rimasi vivo. Henriette, it was her style, eloquent in its brevity. I recollected her last letter from Pontarlier, which I had received at Geneva, and which contained only one word, farewell. Henriette, whom I had loved so well, whom I seemed at that moment to love as well as ever. Cruel Henriette, said I to myself, you saw me and would not let me see you. No doubt you thought your charms would not have their old power, and feared lest I should discover that after all you were but mortal. And yet I love you with all the ardor of my early passion. Why did you not let me learn from your own mouth that you were happy? That is the only question I should have asked you, cruel fair one. I should not have inquired whether you loved me still, for I feel my unworthiness, who have loved other women after loving the most perfect of her sex. Adorable Henriette, I will fly to you tomorrow, since you told me that I should be always welcome. I turned these thoughts over in my own mind and fortified myself in this resolve. But at last I said, no, your behavior proves that you do not wish to see me now, and your wishes shall be respected. But I must see you once before I die. Marceline scarcely dared breathe to see me thus motionless and lost in thought, and I do not know when I should have come to myself if the landlord had not come in saying that he remembered my tastes and had got me a delicious supper. This brought me to my senses, and I made my fair Venetian happy again by embracing her in a sort of ecstasy. Do you know, she said, you quite frightened me. You were as pale and still as a dead man, and remained for a quarter of an hour in a kind of swoon, the like of which I have never seen. What is the reason? I knew that the Countess was acquainted with you, but I should never have thought that her name by itself could have such an astonishing effect. Well, it is strange, but how did you find out that the Countess knew me? She told me as much 20 times over in the night, but she made me promise to say nothing about it till I had given you the letter. What did she say to you about me? She only repeated in different ways what she has written for an address. What a letter it is, her name and nothing more. It is very strange. Yes, but the name tells all. She told me that if I wanted to be happy I should always remain with you. I said I knew that well, but that you wanted to send me back to Venice, though you were very fond of me. I can guess now that you were lovers. How long ago was it? 16 or 17 years. She must have been very young, but she cannot have been prettier than she is now. Be quiet, Marceline. Did your union with her last long? We lived together 4 months in perfect happiness. I shall not be happy for so long as that. Yes, you will, and longer too, but with another man, and one more suitable to you in age. I am going to England to try to get my daughter from her mother. Your daughter? The Countess asked me if you were married, and I said no. You were right, she is my illegitimate daughter. She must be 10 now, and when you see her you will confess that she must belong to me. Just as we were sitting down to table, we heard someone going downstairs to the table d'hôte in the room where I had made Madame Stuart's acquaintance. Our door was open, and we could see the people on the stairs. And one of them, seeing us, gave a cry of joy and came running in, exclaiming, "My dear papa!" I turned to the light and saw Irene, the same whom I had treated so rudely at Genoa after my discussion with her father about Birabai. I embraced her effusively, and the sly little puss, pretending to be surprised to see Marceline, made her a profound bow, which was returned with much grace. Marceline listened attentively to our conversation. What are you doing here, fair Irene? We have been here for the last fortnight. Good heavens, how lucky I am to find you again. I am quite weak. Will you allow me to sit down, madam? Yes, yes, my dear, said I, sit down, and I gave her a glass of wine which restored her. A waiter came up and said they were waiting for her at supper, but she said, I won't take any supper, and Marceline, always desirous of pleasing me, ordered a third place to be laid. I made her happy by giving an approving nod. We sat down to table and ate our meal with great appetite. When we have done, I said to Irene, you must tell us what chance has brought you to Avignon. Marceline, who had not spoken a word hitherto, noticing how hungry Irene was, said pleasantly that it would have been a mistake if she had not taken any supper. Irene was delighted to hear Venetian spoken and thanked her for her kindness, and in 3 or 4 minutes they had kissed and become friends. It amused me to see the way in which Marceline always fell in love with pretty women, just as if she had been a man. In the course of conversation, I found that Irene's father and mother were at the table d'hôte below, and from sundry exclamations, such as, "You have been brought to Avignon out of God's goodness," I learned that they were in distress. In spite of that, Irene's mirthful countenance matched Marceline's sallies, and the latter was delighted to hear that Irene had only called me Papa because her mother had styled her my daughter at Milan. We had only got halfway through our supper when Rinaldi and his wife came in. I asked them to sit down, but if it had not been for Irene, I should have given the old rascal a very warm reception. He began to chide his daughter for troubling me with her presence when I had such fair company already, but Marceline hastened to say that Irene could only have given me pleasure, for in my capacity of her uncle I was always glad when she was able to enjoy the society of a sweet young girl. I hope, she added, that if she doesn't mind she will sleep with me. Yes, yes, resounded on all sides, and though I should have preferred to sleep with Marceline by herself, I laughed and agreed. I have always been able to accommodate myself to circumstances. Irene shared Marceline's desires, for when it was settled that they should sleep together they seemed wild with joy, and I added fuel to the fire by plying them with punch and champagne. Rinaldi and his wife did not leave us till they were quite drunk. When we had got rid of them, Irene told us how a Frenchman had fallen in love with her at Genoa and had persuaded her father to go to Nice where high play was going on, but meeting with no luck there, she had been obliged to sell what she had to pay the innkeeper. Her lover had assured her that he would make it up to her at Aix, where there was some money owing to him, and she persuaded her father to go there. But the persons who owed the money having gone to Avignon, there had to be another sale of goods. When we got here the luck was no better, and the poor young man, whom my father reproached bitterly, would have killed himself if I had not given him the mantle you gave me that he might pawn it and go on his quest. He got 4 louis for it, and sent me the ticket with a very tender letter, in which he assured me that he would find some money at Lyon, and that he would then return and take us to Bordeaux, where we are to find treasures. In the meanwhile, we are penniless, and as we have nothing more to sell, the landlord threatens to turn us out naked. And what does your father mean to do? I don't know. He says Providence will take care of us. What does your mother say? Oh, she was as quiet as usual. How about yourself? Alas, I have to bear 1,000 mortifications every day. They are continually reproaching me with having fallen in love with this Frenchman and bringing them to this dreadful pass. Were you really in love with him? Yes, really. Then you must be very unhappy. Yes, very, but not on account of my love, for I shall get over that in time, but because of that which will happen tomorrow. Can't you make any conquests at the table d'hôte? Some of the men say pretty things to me, but as they all know how poor we are, they are afraid to come to our room. And yet, in spite of all, you keep cheerful. You don't look sad like most of the unhappy. I congratulate you on your good spirits. Irene's tale was like the fair steward's story over again, and Marceline, though she had taken rather too much champagne, was deeply moved at this picture of misery. She kissed the girl, telling her that I would not forsake her, and that in the meanwhile they would spend a pleasant night. Come, let us to bed, said she, and after taking off her clothes, she helped Irene to undress. I had no wish to fight against two, and said that I wanted to rest. The fair Venetian burst out laughing and said, Go to bed and leave us alone. I did so, and amused myself by watching the two Bacchantes. But Irene, who had evidently never engaged in such a combat before, was not nearly so adroit as Marceline. Before long, Marceline brought Irene in her arms to my bedside, and told me to kiss her. Leave me alone, dearest, said I. The punch has got into your head, and you don't know what you're doing. This stung her, and urging Irene to follow her example, she took up a position in my bed by force. And as there was not enough room for 3, Marceline got on top of Irene, calling her wife. I was virtuous enough to remain a wholly passive spectator of the scene, which was always new to me, though I had seen it so often. But at last they flung themselves on me with such violence that I was obliged to give way, and for the most part of the night I performed my share of the work, till they saw that I was completely exhausted. We fell asleep, and I did not wake up till noon, and then I saw my two beauties still asleep, with their limbs interlaced like the branches of a tree. I thought with a sigh of the pleasures of such a sleep, and got out of bed gently for fear of rousing them. I ordered a good dinner to be prepared, and countermanded the horses which had been waiting several hours. The landlord, remembering what I had done for Madame Steward guest, I was going to do the same for the Rinaldis, and left them in peace. When I came back, I found my two lesbians awake, and they gave me such an amorous welcome that I felt inclined to complete the work of the night with a lover's good morning. But I began to feel the need of husbanding my forces, so I did nothing, and bore their sarcasms in silence till 1 o'clock, when I told them to get up, as we ought to have done at 5 o'clock, and here was 2 o'clock and breakfast not done. "We have enjoyed ourselves," said Marceline, "and time that is given to enjoyment is never lost." When they were dressed, I had coffee brought in, and I gave Irene 16 louis, 4 of which were to redeem her cloak. Her father and mother, who had just dined, came in to bid us good day, and Irene proudly gave her father 12 louis, telling him to scold her a little less in future. He laughed, wept, and went out, and then came back and said he found a good way of getting to Antibes at a small cost, but they would have to go directly, as the driver wanted to get to St. Andiol by nightfall. "I am quite ready." "No, dear Irene," said I, "you shall not go, you shall dine with your friend, and your driver can wait. Make him do so, Count Rinaldi, my niece will pay, will you not, Marceline?" "Certainly, I should like to dine here, and still better to put off our departure till the next day." Her wishes were my orders. We had a delicious supper at 5 o'clock, and at 8 we went to bed and spent the night in wantonness, but at 5 in the morning all were ready to start. Irene, who wore her handsome cloak, shed hot tears at parting from Marceline, who also wept with all her heart. Old Rinaldi, who proved himself no prophet, told me that I should make a great fortune in England, and his daughter sighed to be in Marceline's place. We shall hear of Rinaldi later on. We drove on for 15 posts without stopping, and passed the night at Valence. The food was bad, but Marceline forgot her discomfort in talking of Irene. "Do you know," said she, "that if it had been in my power, I should have taken her from her parents. I believe she is your daughter, though she is not like you." "How can she be my daughter, when I have never known her mother?" "She told me that, certainly." "Didn't she tell you anything else?" "Yes, she told me that you lived with her for 3 days, and bought her maidenhead for 1,000 sequins." "Quite so, but did she tell you that I paid the money to her father?" "Yes, the little fool doesn't keep anything for herself. I don't think I should ever be jealous of your mistresses if you let me sleep with them. Is not that a mark of a good disposition? Tell me." "You have, no doubt, a good disposition, but you could be quite as good without your dominant passion." "It is not a passion. I only have desires for those I love." "Who gave you this taste?" "Nature. I began at 7, and in the last 10 years I have certainly had 400 sweethearts." "You begin early, but when did you begin to have male sweethearts?" "At 11. "Tell me all about it." "Father Maleny, a monk, was my confessor, and he expressed a desire to know the girl who was then my sweetheart. It was in the carnival time, and he gave us a moral discourse, telling us that he would take us to the play if we would promise to abstain for a week. We promised to do so, and at the end of the week we went to tell him that we had kept our word faithfully. The next day Father Maleny called on my sweetheart's aunt in a mask, and as she knew him, and as he was a monk and a confessor, we were allowed to go with him. Besides, we were mere children. My sweetheart was only a year older than I. After the play the father took us to an inn and gave us some supper, and when the meal was over he spoke to us of our sin and wanted to see our privates. "It's a great sin between 2 girls," said he, "but between a man and a woman it is a venial matter. Do you know how men are made?" We both knew, but we said no with one consent. "Then would you like to know?" said he. We said we should like to know very much, and he added, "If you will promise to keep it a secret, I may be able to satisfy your curiosity." We gave our promises, and the good father proceeded to gratify us with a sight of the riches which nature had lavished on him, and in the course of an hour he had turned us into women. I must confess that he understood so well how to work on our curiosity that the request came from us. 3 years later, when I was 14, I became the mistress of a young jeweler. Then came your brother, but he got nothing from me, because he began by saying that he could not ask me to give him any favors till we were married. You must have been amused at that. Yes, it did make me laugh, because I did not know that a priest could get married, and he excited my curiosity by telling me that they managed it at Geneva. Curiosity and wantonness made me escape with him. You know the rest. Thus did Marceline amuse me during the evening, and then we went to bed and slept quietly till the morning. We started from Valence at 5, and in the evening we were set down at the Hôtel du Parc at Lyon. As soon as I was settled in the pleasant apartments allotted to me, I went to Madame Durf, who was staying in the Place Bellecour, and said, as usual, that she was sure I was coming on that day. She wanted to know if she had performed the ceremonies correctly, and Pericles, of course, informed her that she had, whereat she was much flattered. The young Aranda was with her, and after I had kissed him affectionately, I told the Marchioness that I would be with her at 10 o'clock the next morning, and so I left her. I kept the appointment, and we spent the whole of the day in close conference, asking of the oracle concerning her being brought to bed, how she was to make her will, and how she should contrive to escape poverty in her regenerated shape. The oracle told her that she must go to Paris for her lying in, and leave all her possessions to her son, who would not be a bastard, as Pericles promised that as soon as I got to London, an English gentleman should be sent over to marry her. Finally, the oracle ordered her to prepare to start in 3 days and to take Aranda with her. I had to take the latter to London and return him to his mother, for his real position in life was no longer a mystery, the little rascal having confessed all. However, I had found a remedy for his indiscretion, as for the treachery of the Corticelli and Pisano. I longed to return him to the keeping of his mother, who constantly wrote me impertinent letters. I also wished to take my daughter, who, according to her mother, had become a prodigy of grace and beauty. After the oracular business had been settled, I returned to the Hôtel du Parc to dine with Marceline. It was very late, and as I could not take my sweetheart to the play, I called on M. Bono to inquire whether he had sent my brother to Paris. He told me that he had gone the day before, and that my great enemy, Pisano, was still in Lyon, and that I would do well to be on my guard as far as he was concerned. I have seen him, said Bono. He looks pale and undone and seems scarcely able to stand. I shall die before long, said he, for that scoundrel Casanova has had me poisoned, but I will make him pay dearly for his crime, and in this very town of Lyon, where I know he will come, sooner or later. In fact, in the course of half an hour, he made some terrible accusations against you, speaking as if he were in a fury. He wants all the world to know that you are the greatest villain unhung, that you are ruining Madame Durf with your impious lies, that you are a sorcerer, a forger, an utter of false moneys, a poisoner, in short, the worst of men. He does not intend to publish a libelous pamphlet upon you, but to accuse you before the courts, alleging that he wants reparation for the wrongs you have done his person, his honor, and his life, for he says you are killing him by a slow poison. He adds that for every article he possesses the strongest proof. I will say nothing about the vague abuse he adds to these formal accusations, but I have felt it my duty to warn you of his treacherous designs that you may be able to defeat them. It's no good saying he is a miserable wretch and that you despise him. You know how strong a thing calumny is. Where does the fellow live? I don't know in the least. How can I find out? I can't say, for if he is hiding himself on purpose, it would be hard to get at him. Nevertheless, Lyon is not so vast a place. Lyon is a perfect maze, and there is no better hiding place, especially to a man with money, and Pisano has money. But what can he do to me? He can institute proceedings against you in the criminal court, which would cause you immense anxiety and bring down your good name to the dust, even though you be the most innocent, the most just of men. It seems to me, then, that the best thing I can do will be to be first in the field. So I think, but even then you cannot avoid publicity. Tell me frankly if you feel disposed to bear witness to what the rascal has said in a court of justice. I will tell all I know with perfect truth. Be kind enough to tell me of a good advocate. I will give you the address of one of the best, but reflect before you do anything. The affair will make a noise. As I don't know where he lives, I have really no choice in the matter. If I had known where he lived, I could have had Pisano expelled from Lyon through the influence of Madame d'Urf, whose relative, M. de la Rochebaron, was the governor. But as it was, I had no other course than the one I took. Although Pisano was a liar and an ungrateful, treacherous hound, yet I could not help being uneasy. I went to my hotel and proceeded to ask for police protection against a man in hiding in Lyon who had designs against my life and honor. The next day M. Bono came to dissuade me from the course I had taken. "For," said he, "the police will begin to search for him, and as soon as he hears of it, he will take proceedings against you in the criminal courts, and then your positions will be changed. It seems to me that if you have no important business at Lyon, you had better hasten your departure." Do you think I would do such a thing for a miserable fellow like Pisano? No, I would despise myself if I did. I would die rather than hasten my departure on account of a rascal whom I loaded with kindnesses, despite his unworthiness. I would give 100 louis to know where he is now. I am delighted to say that I do not know anything about it, for if I did I would tell you, and then God knows what would happen. You won't go any sooner. Well then, begin proceedings, and I will give my evidence by word of mouth or writing whenever you please. I went to the advocate, whom M. Bono had recommended to me, and told him my business. When he heard what I wanted, he said, "I can do nothing for you, sir, as I have undertaken the case of your opponent. You need not be alarmed, however, at having spoken to me, for I assure you that I will make no use whatever of the information. Pisano's plea or accusation will not be drawn up till the day after tomorrow, but I will not tell him to make haste for fear of your anticipating him, as I have only been informed of your intentions by hazard. However, you will find plenty of advocates at Lyon as honest as I am, and more skilled. Could you give me the name of one?" "That would not be etiquette, but M. Bono, who seems to have kindly spoken of me with some esteem, will be able to serve you. Can you tell me where your client lives? Since his chief aim is to remain hidden, and with good cause, you will see that I could not think of doing such a thing." In bidding him farewell, I put a louis on the table, and though I did it with the utmost delicacy, he ran after me and made me take it back. "For once in a way," I said to myself, "here's an honest advocate." As I walked along, I thought of putting a spy on Pisano and finding out his abode, for I felt a strong desire to have him beaten to death. But where was I to find a spy in a town of which I knew nothing? M. Bono gave me the name of another advocate and advised me to make haste. "'Tis in criminal matters," said he, "and in such cases the first comer always has the advantage." I asked him to find me a trusty fellow to track out the rascally Pisano, but the worthy man would not hear of it. He showed me that it would be dishonorable to set a spy on the actions of Pisano's advocate. I knew it myself, but what man is there who has not yielded to the voice of vengeance, the most violent and least reasonable of all the passions? I went to the second advocate, whom I found to be a man venerable not only in years, but in wisdom. I told him all the circumstances of the affair, which he agreed to take up, saying he would present my plea in the course of the day. "That's just what I want you to do," said I, for his own advocate told me that his pleas would be presented the day after tomorrow. "That, sir," said her, "would not induce me to act with any greater promptness, as I could not consent to your abusing the confidence of my colleague. But there is nothing dishonorable in making use of information which one has acquired by chance. That may be a tenable position in some cases, but in the present instance, the nature of the affair justifies prompt action. Prior in tempore, potior in jure, prudence bids us attack our enemy. Be so kind, if you please, to call here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I will not fail to do so, and in the meanwhile here are 6 louis. I will keep account of my expenditure on your behalf. I want you not to spare money. Sir, I shall spend only what is absolutely necessary." I almost believed that probity had chosen a home for herself amongst the Lyon advocates, and here I may say, to the honor of the French bar, that I have never known a more honest body of men than the advocates of France. At 3 o'clock, having seen that the plan was properly drawn up, I went to Madame Durf, and for 4 hours I worked the oracle in a manner that filled her with delight, and in spite of my vexation, I could not help laughing at her insane fancies on the subject of her pregnancy. She was certain of it. She felt all the symptoms. Then she said how sorry she felt that she would not be alive to laugh at all the hypotheses of the Paris doctors as to her being delivered of a child, which would be thought very extraordinary in a woman of her age. When I got back to the inn, I found Marceline very melancholy. She said she had been waiting for me to take her to the play, according to my promise, and that I should not have made her wait in vain. You are right, dearest, but an affair of importance has kept me with the Marchioness. Don't be put out. I had need of some such advice myself, for the legal affair worried me, and I slept very ill. Early the next morning I saw my counsel, who told me that my plea had been laid before the criminal lieutenant. For the present, said he, there is nothing more to be done, for as we don't know where he is, we can't cite him to appear. Could I not set the police on his track? You might, but I don't advise you to do so. Let us consider what the result would be. The accuser, finding himself accused, would have to defend himself and prove the accusation he has made against you. But in the present state of things, if he does not put in an appearance, we will get judgment against him for contempt of court and also for libel. Even his counsel will leave him in the lurch if he persistently refuses to show himself. This quieted my fears a little, and I spent the rest of the day with Madame Durf, who was going to Paris on the morrow. I promised to be with her as soon as I had dealt with certain matters which concerned the honor of the fraternity RC. Her great maxim was always to respect my secrets and never to trouble me with her curiosity. Marceline, who had been pining by herself all day, breathed again when I told her that henceforth I should be all for her. In the morning, M. Bono came to me and begged me to go with him to Pisano's counsel, who wanted to speak to me. The advocate said that his client was a sort of madman who was ready to do anything, as he believed himself to be dying from the effects of a slow poison. He says that even if you are first in the field, he will have you condemned to death. He says he doesn't care if he is sent to prison, as he is certain of coming out in triumph, as he has the proof of all his accusations. He shows 25 louis which you gave him, all of which are clipped, and he exhibits documents dated from Genoa stating that you clipped a number of gold pieces, which were melted by M. Grimaldi in order that the police might not find them in your possession. He has even a letter from your brother, the abbé, deposing against you. He is a madman, a victim to syphilis, who wishes to send you to the other world before himself, if he can. Now my advice to you is to give him some money and get rid of him. He tells me that he is the father of a family, and that if M. Bono would give him 1,000 louis, he would sacrifice vengeance to necessity. He told me to speak to M. Bono about it, and now, sir, what do you say? That which my just indignation inspires me to say regarding a rascal whom I rescued from poverty, and who nevertheless pursues me with atrocious calumnies. He shall not have one single farthing of mine. I then told the Genoa story, putting things in their true light, and adding that I could call M. Grimaldi as a witness if necessary. I have delayed presenting the plea, said the counsel, to see if the scandal could be hushed up in any way, but I warn you that I shall now present it. Do so, I shall be greatly obliged to you. I immediately called on my advocate and told him of the rascal's proposal, and he said I was quite right to refuse to have any dealings with such a fellow. He added that as I had M. Bono as a witness, I ought to make Pisano's advocate present his plea, and I authorized him to take proceedings in my name. A clerk was immediately sent to the criminal lieutenant, praying him to command the advocate to bring before him, in 3 days, the plea of one Anami alias Pagomez alias Pisano, the said plea being against Jacques Casanova, commonly called the Chevalier de Seingalt. This document, to which I affixed my signature, was laid before the criminal lieutenant. I did not care for the 3 days' delay, but my counsel told me it was always given, and that I must make up my mind to submit to all the vexation I should be obliged to undergo, even if we were wholly successful. As Madame Durf had taken her departure in conformity with the orders of Paralis, I dined with Marceline at the inn and tried to raise my spirits by all the means in my power. I took my mistress to the best milliners and dressmakers in the town, and bought her everything she took a fancy to, and then we went to the theater, where she must have been pleased to see all eyes fixed on her. Madame Pernon, who was in the next box to ours, made me introduce Marceline to her. And from the way they embraced each other when the play was over, I saw they were likely to become intimate. The only obstacle to their friendship being that Madame Pernon did not know a word of Italian, and that Marceline did not dare to speak a word of French for fear of making herself ridiculous. When we got back to the inn, Marceline told me that her new friend had given her the Florentine kiss. This is the shibboleth of the sect. The pretty knickknacks I had given her had made her happy. Her ardor was redoubled, and the night passed joyously. I spent the next day in going from shop to shop, making fresh purchases for Marceline, and we supped merrily at Madame Pernon's. The day after, M. Bono came to see me at an early hour with a smile of content on his face. "Let us go and breakfast at a coffee house," said he. "We will have some discussion together." When we were breakfasting, he showed me a letter written by Pisano, in which the rascal said that he was ready to abandon proceedings provided that M. de Seingalt gave him 100 louis, on receipt of which he promised to leave Lyon immediately. "I should be a great fool," said I, "if I gave the knave more money to escape from the hands of justice. Let him go if he likes, I won't prevent him, but he had better not expect me to give him anything. He will have a writ out against him tomorrow. I should like to see him branded by the hangman. He has slandered me, his benefactor, too grievously. Let him prove what he says, or be dishonored before all men." "His abandoning the proceedings," said M. Bono, "would in my opinion amount to the same thing as his failing to prove his charges, and you would do well to prefer it to a trial which would do your reputation no good, even if you were completely successful. And the 100 louis is nothing in comparison with the costs of such a trial. M. Bono, I value your advice very highly, and still more highly the kindly feelings which prompt you, but you must allow me to follow my own opinion in this case." I went to my counsel and told him of the fresh proposal that Pisano had made, and of my refusal to listen to it, begging him to take measures for the arrest of the villain who had vowed my death. The same evening I had Madame Pernon and M. Bono, who was her lover, to sup with me, and as the latter had a good knowledge of Italian, Marceline was able to take part in the merriment of the company. The next day Bono wrote to tell me that Pisano had left Lyon never to return, and that he had signed a full and satisfactory retraction. I was not surprised to hear of his flight, but the other circumstance I could not understand. I therefore hastened to call on Bono, who showed me the document, which was certainly plain enough. "Will that do?" said he. So well that I forgive him, but I wonder he did not insist on the 100 louis. "My dear sir, I gave him the money with pleasure, to prevent a scandalous affair which would have done us all harm in becoming public. If I had told you nothing, you couldn't have taken any steps in the matter, and I felt myself obliged to repair the mischief I had done in this way. You would have known nothing about it if you had said that you were not satisfied. I am only too glad to have been enabled to show my friendship by this trifling service. We will say no more about it." "Very good," said I, embracing him. "We will say no more, but please to receive the assurance of my gratitude." I confess I felt much relieved at being freed from this troublesome business. Episode 22, to London. Chapter 5. I meet the Venetian ambassadors at Lyon, and also Marceline's uncle. I part from Marceline and set out for Paris an amorous journey. Thus freed from the cares which the dreadful slanders of Pisano had caused me, I gave myself up to the enjoyment of my fair Venetian, doing all in my power to increase her happiness, as if I had had a premonition that we should soon be separated from one another. The day after the supper I gave to Madame Pernon and M. Bono, we went to the theatre together, and in the box opposite to us I saw M. Querini, the procurator, Morosini, M. Memo, and Count Stratico, a professor of the University of Padua. I knew all these gentlemen. They had been in London, and were passing through Lyon on their return to Venice. "Farewell, fair Marceline," I said to myself, feeling quite broken-hearted, but I remained calm and said nothing to her. She did not notice them as she was absorbed in her conversation with M. Bono, and besides, she did not know them by sight. I saw that M. Memo had seen me and was telling the procurator of my presence, and as I knew the latter very well I felt bound to pay them my respects then and there. Querini received me very politely for a devotee, as also did Morosini, while Memo seemed moved. But no doubt he remembered that it was chiefly due to his mother that I had been imprisoned 8 years ago. I congratulated the gentlemen on their embassy to England, on their return to their native land, and for form's sake commended myself to their good offices to enable me to return also. M. Morosini, noticing the richness of my dress and my general appearance of prosperity, said that while I had to stay away he had to return, and that he considered me the luckier man. "Your Excellency is well aware," said I, "that nothing is sweeter than forbidden fruit." He smiled and asked me whither I went and whence I came. "I come from Rome," I answered, "where I had some converse with the Holy Father, whom I knew before, and I am going through Paris on my way to London. Call on me here, if you have time. I have a little commission to give you." "I shall always have time to serve your Excellency in. Are you stopping here for long?" "3 or 4 days. When I got back to my box, Marceline asked me who were the gentlemen to whom I had been speaking. I answered coolly and indifferently, but watching her as I spoke, that they were the Venetian ambassadors on their way from London. The flush of her cheek died away and was replaced by pallor. She raised her eyes to heaven, lowered them, and said not a word. My heart was broken. A few minutes afterwards, she asked me which was M. Querini, and after I had pointed him out to her, she watched him furtively for the rest of the evening. The curtain fell, we left our box, and at the door of the theater we found the ambassadors waiting for their carriage. Mine was in the same line as theirs. The ambassador Querini said, "You have a very pretty young lady with you." Marceline stepped forward, seized his hand, and kissed it before I could answer. Querini, who was greatly astonished, thanked her and said, "What have I done to deserve this honor?" "Because," said Marceline, speaking in the Venetian dialect, "I have the honor of knowing His Excellency M. Querini." "What are you doing with M. Casanova?" "He is my uncle." My carriage came up. I made a profound bow to the ambassadors and called out to the coachman, "To the Hôtel du Parc." It was the best hotel in Lyon, and I was not sorry for the Venetians to hear where I was staying. Marceline was in despair, for she saw that the time for parting was near at hand. "We have 3 or 4 days before us," said I, "in which we can contrive how to communicate with your Uncle Matteo. I must commend you highly for kissing M. Querini's hand. That was a masterstroke indeed. All will go off well, but I hope you will be merry, for sadness I abhor." We were still at table when I heard the voice of M. Memo in the antechamber. He was a young man, intelligent and good-natured. I warned Marceline not to say a word about our private affairs, but to display a moderate gaiety. The servant announced the young nobleman, and we rose to welcome him, but he made us sit down again and sat beside us and drank a glass of wine with the utmost cordiality. He told me how he had been supping with the old devotee Querini, who had had his hand kissed by a young and fair Venetian. The ambassadors were much amused at the circumstance, and Querini himself, in spite of his scrupulous conscience, was greatly flattered. "May I ask you, mademoiselle," he added, "how you came to know M. Querini?" "It's a mystery, sir." "A mystery, is it? What fun we shall have tomorrow. I have come," he said, addressing himself to me, "to ask you to dine with us tomorrow, and you must bring your charming niece. Would you like to go, Marceline?" "Con grandissimo piacere. We shall speak Venetian, shall we not?" "Certainly." "E viva, I cannot learn French." "M. Querini is in the same position," said M. Memo. After half an hour's agreeable conversation he left us, and Marceline embraced me with delight at having made such a good impression on these gentlemen. "Put on your best dress tomorrow," said I, "and do not forget your jewels. Be agreeable to everybody, but pretend not to see your Uncle Matteo, who will be sure to wait at table." "You may be sure I shall follow your advice to the letter. And I mean to make the recognition a scene worthy of the drama. I intend that you shall be taken back to Venice by M. Querini himself, while your uncle will take care of you by his special orders. I shall be delighted with this arrangement, provided it succeeds. You may trust to me for that." At 9 o'clock the next day I called on Morosini concerning the commissions he had for me. He gave me a little box and a letter for Lady Harrington, and another letter with the words, "The Procurator Morosini is very sorry not to have been able to take a last leave of M. Deal. Charpelin. Where shall I find her? I really don't know. If you find her, give her the letter. If not, it doesn't matter. That's a dazzling beauty you have with you, Casanova. Well, she has dazzled me. But how did she know Querini? She has seen him at Venice, but she has never spoken to him. I thought so, we have been laughing over it, but Querini is hugely pleased. But how did you get hold of her? She must be very young, as Memo says she cannot speak French. It would be a long story to tell, and after all we met through a mere chance. She is not your niece. Nay, she is my queen. You will have to teach her French, as when you get to London. I am not going to take her there, she wants to return to Venice. I pity you if you are in love with her. I hope she will dine with us. Oh yes, she is delighted with the honor. And we are delighted to have our poor repast animated by such a charming person. You will find her worthy of your company, she is full of wit. When I got back to the inn I told Marceline that if anything was said at dinner about her return to Venice, she was to reply that no one could make her return except M. Querini, but that if she could have his protection she would gladly go back with him. I will draw you out of the difficulty, said I, and she promised to carry out my instructions. Marceline followed my advice with regard to her toilette, and looked brilliant in all respects. And I, wishing to shine in the eyes of the proud Venetian nobles, had dressed myself with the utmost richness. I wore a suit of grey velvet, trimmed with gold and silver lace. My point lace shirt was worth at least 50 louis, and my diamonds, my watches, my chains, my sword of the finest English steel, my snuff-box set with brilliants, my cross set with diamonds, my buckles set with the same stones, were altogether worth more than 50,000 crowns. This ostentation, though puerile in itself, yet had a purpose, for I wished M. de Bragadin to know that I did not cut a bad figure in the world. And I wished the proud magistrates who had made me quit my native land to learn that I had lost nothing, and could laugh at their severity. In this gorgeous style, we drove to the ambassador's dinner at 1:30. All present were Venetians, and they welcomed Marceline enthusiastically. She who was born with the instinct of good manners behaved with the grace of a nymph and the dignity of a French princess. And as soon as she was seated between two grave and reverend signors, she began by saying that she was delighted to find herself the only representative of her sex in this distinguished company, and also that there were no Frenchmen present. Then you don't like the French, said M. Mamo. I like them well enough so far as I know them, but I am only acquainted with their exterior, as I don't speak or understand the language. After this, everybody knew how to take her, and the gaiety became general. She answered all questions to the point, and entertained the company with her remarks on French manners, so different to Venetian customs. In the course of dinner, M. Querini asked how she had known him, and she replied that she had often seen him at divine service, whereat the devotee seemed greatly flattered. M. Morosini, pretending not to know that she was to return to Venice, told her that unless she made haste to acquire French, the universal language, she would find London very tedious, as the Italian language was very little known there. I hope, she replied, that M. de Seingalt will not bring me into the society of people with whom I cannot exchange ideas. I know I shall never be able to learn French. When we had left the table, the ambassadors begged me to tell the story of my escape from the Leads, and I was glad to oblige them. My story lasted for 2 whole hours, and as it was noticed that Marceline's eyes became wet with tears when I came to speak of my great danger. She was rallied upon the circumstance, and told that nieces were not usually so emotional. That may be, gentlemen, she replied, though I do not see why a niece should not love her uncle. But I have never loved anyone else but the hero of the tale, and I cannot see what difference there can be between one kind of love and another. There are 5 kinds of love known to man, said M. Querini. The love of one's neighbor, the love of God, which is beyond compare, the highest of all, love matrimonial, the love of house and home, and the love of self, which ought to come last of all, though many place it in the first rank. The nobleman commented briefly on these diverse kinds of love, but when he came to the love of God he began to soar, and I was greatly astonished to see Marceline shedding tears, which she wiped away hastily as if to hide them from the sight of the worthy old man whom wine had made more theological than usual. Feigning to be enthusiastic, Marceline took his hand and kissed it, while he in his vain exaltation drew her towards him and kissed her on the brow, saying, "Poveretta, you are an angel." At this incident, in which there was more love of our neighbor than love of God, we all bit our lips to prevent ourselves bursting out laughing, and the sly little puss pretended to be extremely moved. I never knew Marceline's capacities till then, for she confessed that her emotion was wholly fictitious and designed to win the old man's good graces, and that if she had followed her own inclinations, she would have laughed heartily. She was designed to act a part either upon the stage or on a throne. Chance had ordained that she should be born of the people, and her education had been neglected, but if she had been properly tutored, she would have been fit for anything. Before returning home, we were warmly invited to dinner the next day. As we wanted to be together, we did not go to the theater that day, and when we got home, I did not wait for Marceline to undress to cover her with kisses. "Dear heart," said I, "you have not shewn me all your perfections till now, when we are about to part. You make me regret you are going back to Venice. Today you won all hearts. Keep me then with you, and I will ever be as I have been today. By the way, did you see my uncle?" "I think so. Was it not he who was in continual attendance?" "Yes, I recognized him by his ring. Did he look at me?" "All the time, and with an air of the greatest astonishment. I avoided catching his eye, which roved from you to me continually. I should like to know what the good man thinks. You will see him again tomorrow. I am sure he will have told him Querini that I am his niece, and consequently not yours." "I expect so too. And if M. Querini says as much to me tomorrow, I expect I shall have to admit the fact. What do you think?" "You must undoubtedly tell him the truth, but frankly and openly, and so as not to let him think that you have need of him to return to Venice. He is not your father, and has no right over your liberty." "Certainly not." "Very good. You must also agree that I am not your uncle, and that the bond between us is of the most tender description. Will there be any difficulty as that?" "How can you ask me such a question? The link between us makes me feel proud, and will ever do so." "Well, well, I say no more. I trust entirely in your tact. Remember that Querini and no other must take you back to Venice. He must treat you as if you were his daughter. If he will not consent, you shall not return at all." Would to God it were so. Early the next morning I got a note from M. Querini requesting me to call on him, as he wanted to speak to me on a matter of importance. "We are getting on," said Marceline. "I am very glad that things have taken this turn, for when you come back you can tell me the whole story, and I can regulate my conduct accordingly." I found Querini and Morosini together. They gave me their hands when I came in, and Querini asked me to sit down, saying that there would be nothing in our discussion which M. Morosini might not hear. "I have a confidence to make to you, M. Casanova," he began, "but first I want you to do me the same favor. I can have no secrets from your Excellency. I am obliged to you, and will try to deserve your good opinion. I beg that you will tell me sincerely whether you know the young person who is with you, for no one believes that she is your niece. It is true that she is not my niece, but not being acquainted with her relations or family, I cannot be said to know her in the sense which your Excellency gives to the word. Nevertheless, I am proud to confess that I love her with an affection which will not end save with my life." "I am delighted to hear you say so. How long have you had her?" "Nearly 2 months." "Very good. How did she fall into your hands?" "That is a point which only concerns her, and you will allow me not to answer that question." "Good, we will go on. Though you are in love with her, it is very possible that you have never made any inquiries respecting her family." "She has told me that she has a father and a mother, poor but honest, but I confess I have never been curious enough to inquire her name. I only know her baptismal name, which is possibly not her true one, but it does quite well for me." "She has given you her true name." "Your Excellency surprises me. You know her then?" "Yes, I did not know her yesterday, but I do now. 2 months, Marceline, yes, it must be she. I am now certain that my man is not mad." "Your man?" "Yes, she is his niece. When we were at London, he heard that she had left the paternal roof about the middle of Lent. Marceline's mother, who is his sister, wrote to him. He was afraid to speak to her yesterday because she looked so grand. He even thought he must be mistaken, and he would have been afraid of offending me by speaking to a grand lady at my table. She must have seen him, too. I don't think so, she has said nothing about it to me. It is true that he was standing behind her all the time, but let us come to the point. Is Marceline your wife, or have you any intention of marrying her? I love her as tenderly as any man can love a woman, but I cannot make her a wife. The reasons are known only to herself and me. I respect your secret, but tell me if you would object to my begging her to return to Venice with her uncle. I think Marceline is happy, but if she has succeeded in gaining the favor of your excellency, she is happier still. And I feel sure that if she were to go back to Venice under the exalted patronage of your excellency, she would efface all stains on her reputation. As to permitting her to go, I can put no stumbling block in the way, for I am not her master. As her lover, I would defend her to the last drop of my blood, but if she wants to leave me, I can only assent, though with sorrow. You speak with much sense, and I hope you will not be displeased at my undertaking this good work. Of course, I shall do nothing without your consent. I respect the decrees of fate when they are promulgated by such a man as you. If your excellency can induce Marceline to leave me, I will make no objection, but I warn you that she must be won mildly. She is intelligent, she loves me, and she knows that she is independent. Besides, she reckons on me, and she has cause to do so. Speak to her today by herself. My presence would only be in your way. Wait till dinner is over. The interview might last some time. My dear Casanova, you are an honest man. I am delighted to have made your acquaintance. You do me too much honor. I may say that Marceline will hear nothing of all this. When I got back to the inn, I gave Marceline an exact account of the whole conversation, warning her that she would be supposed to know nothing about it. You must execute a masterly stroke, dearest, said I, to persuade M. Querini that I did not lie in saying that you had not seen your uncle. As soon as you see him, you must give a shout of surprise, exclaim, "My dear uncle," and rush to his arms. This would be a splendid and dramatic situation, which would do you honor in the eyes of all the company. You may be sure that I shall play the part very well, although my heart be sad. At the time appointed, we waited on the ambassadors and found that all the other guests had assembled. Marceline, as blithe and smiling as before, first accosted M. Querini and then did the polite to all the company. A few minutes before dinner, Matteo brought in his master's spectacles on a silver tray. Marceline, who was sitting next to M. Querini, stopped short in something she was saying, and staring at the man, exclaimed in a questioning voice, "My uncle." "Yes, my dear niece." Marceline flung herself into his arms, and there was a moving scene, which excited the admiration of all. "I knew you had left Venice, dear uncle, but I did not know you were in His Excellency's service. I am so glad to see you again. You will tell my father and mother about me. You see, I am happy. Where were you yesterday?" "Here. And you didn't see me." "Yes, but your uncle there." "Well," said I, laughing, "let us know each other, cousin, and be good friends. Marceline, I congratulate you on having such an honest man for an uncle." "That is really very fine," said M. Querini, and everybody exclaimed, very affecting indeed." The newly found uncle departed, and we sat down to dinner, but in spirits which differed from those of yesterday. Marceline bore traces of those mingled emotions of happiness and regret which move loyal hearts when they call to mind their native land. M. Querini looked at her admiringly and seemed to have all the confidence of success which a good action gives to the mind. M. Morosini sat a pleased spectator. The others were attentive and curious as to what would come next. They listened to what was said and hung on Marceline's lips. After the first course, there was greater unison in the company, and M. Morosini told Marceline that if she would return to Venice, she would be sure of finding a husband worthy of her. "I must be the judge of that," said she. "Yes, but it is a good thing to have recourse to the advice of discreet persons who are interested in the happiness of both parties. Excuse me, but I do not think so. If I ever marry, my husband will have to please me first." "Who has taught you this maxim?" said Querini. "My uncle, Casanova, who has, I verily believe, taught me everything that can be learnt in the 2 months I have been happy enough to live with him. I congratulate the master and the pupil, but you are both too young to have learnt all the range of science. Moral science cannot be learnt in 2 months. What His Excellency has just said," said I, turning to Marceline, "is perfectly correct. In affairs of marriage, both parties should rely to a great extent on the advice of friends, for mere marriages of inclination are often unhappy. That is a really philosophical remark, my dear Marceline, said Querini. But tell me the qualities which in your opinion are desirable in a husband. I should be puzzled to name them, but they would all become manifest in the man that pleased me. And supposing he were a worthless fellow? He would certainly not please me, and that's the reason why I have made up my mind never to marry a man whom I have not studied. Supposing you made a mistake? Then I would weep in secret. How if you were poor? She need never fear poverty, my lord, said I. She has an income of 50 crowns a month for the remainder of her life. Oh, that's a different matter. If that is so, sweetheart, you are privileged. You will be able to live at Venice in perfect independence. I think that to live honorably there I only need the protection of a lord like your excellency. As to that, Marceline, I give you my word that I will do all in my power for you if you come to Venice. But let me ask you one question. How are you sure of your income of 50 crowns a month? You are laughing. I laugh because I am such a silly little thing. I don't have any heed for my own business. My friend there will tell you all about it. You have not been joking, have you? Said the worthy old man to me. Marceline, said I, has not only capital which will produce a larger sum than that which I have named, but she has also valuable possessions. Your excellency will note her wisdom in saying that she would need your lordship's protection at Venice, for she will require someone to look after the investment of her capital. The whole amount is in my hands, and if she likes, Marceline can have it all in less than 2 hours. Very good, then you must start for Venice the day after tomorrow. Matteo is quite ready to receive you. I have the greatest respect and love for my uncle, but it is not to his care that your excellency must commend me if I resolve to go. Then to whom? To your own care, my lord. Your excellency has called me dear daughter 2 or 3 times. Lead me, then, to Venice like a good father, and I will come willingly. Otherwise, I protest, I will not leave the man to whom I owe all I have. I will start for London with him the day after tomorrow. At these words, which delighted me, silence fell on all. They waited for M. Querini to speak, and the general opinion seemed to be that he had gone too far to be able to draw back. Nevertheless, the old man kept silence. Perhaps in his character of devotee, he was afraid of being led into temptation, or of giving occasion to scandal, and the other guests were silent like him, and ate to keep each other in countenance. Matteo's hand trembled as he waited. Marceline alone was calm and collected. Dessert was served, and still no one dared to say a word. All at once this wonderful girl said, in an inspired voice, as if speaking to herself, "We must adore the decrees of divine providence, but after the issue, since mortals are not able to discern the future, whether it be good or whether it be evil." "What does that reflection relate to, my dear daughter?" said M. Querini, "and why do you kiss my hand now?" "I kiss your hand because you have called me your dear daughter for the 4th time." This judicious remark elicited a smile of approval from all and restored the general gaiety. But M. Querini asked Marceline to explain her observation on Providence. It was an inspiration and the result of self-examination. I am well. I have learned something of life. I am only 17, and in the course of 2 months I have become rich by honest means. I am all happy, and yet I owe my happiness to the greatest error a maiden can commit. Thus I humble myself before the decrees of Providence and adore its wisdom. You are right, but none the less you ought to repent of what you have done. That's where I am puzzled, for before I can repent, I must think of it, and when I think of it I find nothing for which to repent. I suppose I shall have to consult some great theologian on the point. That will not be necessary. You are intelligent, and your heart is good, and I will give you the necessary instruction on the way. When one repents, there is no need to think of the pleasure which our sins have given us. In his character of apostle, the good M. Querini was becoming piously amorous of his fair proselyte. He left the table for a few moments, and when he returned he told Marceline that if he had a young lady to take to Venice, he should be obliged to leave her in the care of his housekeeper, Dame Veneranda, in whom he had every confidence. I have just been speaking to her, and if you would like to come, all is arranged. You shall sleep with her and dine with us till we get to Venice, and then I will deliver you into your mother's keeping in the presence of your uncle. What do you say?" "I will come with pleasure." "Come and see Dame Veneranda." "Willingly." "Come with us, Casanova." Dame Veneranda looked a perfect canoness, and I did not think that Marceline would fall in love with her, but she seemed sensible and trustworthy. M. Querini told her in our presence what he had just told Marceline, and the duenna assured him that she would take the utmost care of the young lady. Marceline kissed her and called her mother, thus gaining the old lady's good graces. We rejoined the company, who expressed to Marceline their intense pleasure at having her for a companion on their journey. "I shall have to put my steward in another carriage," said M. Querini, "as the calash only holds two." "That will not be necessary," I remarked, "for Marceline has her carriage, and Mistress Veneranda will find it a very comfortable one. It will hold her luggage as well." "You want to give me your carriage," said Marceline. "You are too good to me." I could make no reply, my emotion was so great. I turned aside and wiped away my tears. Returning to the company, I found that Marceline had vanished, and M. Morosini, who was also much affected, told me she had gone to speak to Mistress Veneranda. Everybody was melancholy, and seeing that I was the cause, I began to talk about England, where I hoped to make my fortune with a project of mine, the success of which only depended on Lord Egremont. M. de Morosini said he would give me a letter for Lord Egremont and another for M. Zaccotta, the Venetian ambassador. "Are you not afraid," said M. Querini, "of getting into trouble with the state inquisitors for recommending M. Casanova?" Morosini replied coldly that as the inquisitors had not told him for what crime I was condemned, he did not feel himself bound to share their judgment. Old Querini, who was extremely particular, shook his head and said nothing. Just then Marceline came back to the room, and everybody could see that she had been weeping. I confess that this mark of her affection was as pleasing to my vanity as to my love, but such is man, and such, doubtless, is the reader who may be censuring my conduct. This charming girl, who still, after all these years, dwells in my old heart, asked me to take her back to the inn, as she wanted to pack up her trunks. We left directly, after having promised to come to dinner on the following day. I wept bitterly when I got to my room. I told Claremont to see that the carriage was in good order, and then, hastily undressing, I flung myself on the bed in my dressing gown, and wept as if some blessing was being taken from me against my will. Marceline, who was much more sensible, did what she could to console me, but I liked to torment myself, and her words did but increase my despair. "Reflect," said she, "that it is not I who am leaving you, but you who are sending me away, that I long to spend the rest of my days with you, and that you have only got to say a word to keep me." I knew that she was right, but still a fatal fear which has always swayed me, the fear of being bound to anyone, and the hypocrisy of a libertine ever longing for change. Both these feelings made me persist in my resolution and my sadness. About 6 o'clock, Morosini and Querini came into the courtyard and looked at the carriage, which was being inspected by the wheelwright. They spoke to Claremont, and then came to see us. "Good heavens," said M. Querini, seeing the numerous boxes which she was going to place on her carriage. And when he had heard that her carriage was the one he had just looked at, he seemed surprised. It was indeed a very good vehicle. M. Morosini told Marceline that if she liked to sell it when she got to Venice, he would give her 1,000 Venetian ducats, or 3,000 francs for it. "You might give her double that amount," said I, "for it is worth 3,000 ducats. "We will arrange all that," said he, and Querini added, "It will be a considerable addition to the capital she proposes to invest." After some agreeable conversation, I told M. Querini that I would give him a bill of exchange for 5,000 ducats, which, with the 3,000 or 4,000 ducats the sale of her jewelry would realize, and the 1,000 for the carriage, would give her a capital of 9,000 or 10,000 ducats, the interest of which would bring her in a handsome income. Next morning, I got M. Bono to give me a bill of exchange on M. Querini's order, and at dinner time, Marceline handed it over to her new protector, who wrote her a formal receipt. M. Morosini gave me the letters he had promised, and their departure was fixed for 11 o'clock the next day. The reader may imagine that our dinner party was not over gay. Marceline was depressed, I as gloomy as a splenetic Englishman, and between us, we made the feast more like a funeral than a meeting of friends. I will not attempt to describe the night I passed with my charmer. She asked me again and again how I could be my own executioner, but I could not answer, for I did not know. But how often have I done things which caused me pain, but to which I was impelled by some occult force it was my whim not to resist. In the morning, when I had put on my boots and spurs, and told Claremont not to be uneasy if I did not return that night, Marceline and I drove to the ambassador's residence. We breakfasted together, silently enough, for Marceline had tears in her eyes, and everyone knowing my noble conduct towards her respected her natural grief. After breakfast we set out, I sitting in the forepart of the carriage, facing Marceline and Dame Veneranda, who would have made me laugh under any other circumstances. Her astonishment at finding herself in a more gorgeous carriage than the ambassador was so great. She expatiated on the elegance and comfort of the equipage, and amused us by saying that her master was quite right in saying that the people would take her for the ambassadress. But in spite of this piece of comedy, Marceline and I were sad all the way. M. Querini, who did not like night traveling, made us stop at Pont-Beauvoisin at 9 o'clock, and after a bad supper, everyone went to bed to be ready to start at daybreak. Marceline was to sleep with Veneranda, so I accompanied her, and the worthy old woman went to bed without any ceremony, lying so close to the wall that there was room for two more. But after Marceline had got into bed, I sat down on a chair, and placing my head beside hers on the pillow, we mingled our sobs and tears all night. When Veneranda, who had slept soundly, awoke, she was much astonished to see me still in the same position. She was a great devotee, but women's piety easily gives place to pity, and she had moved to the furthest extremity of the bed with the intention of giving me another night of love. But my melancholy prevented my profiting by her kindness. I had ordered a saddle horse to be ready for me in the morning. We took a hasty cup of coffee and bade each other mutual farewells. I placed Marceline in the carriage, gave her a last embrace, and waited for the crack of the postillion's whip to gallop back to Lyon. I tore along like a madman, for I felt as if I should like to send the horse to the ground and kill myself. But death never comes to him that desires it, save in the fable of the worthy La Fontaine. In 6 hours, I had accomplished the 18 leagues between Pont-Beauvoisin and Lyon, only stopping to change horses. I tore off my clothes and threw myself on the bed, where 30 hours before I had enjoyed all the delights of love. I hoped that the bliss I had lost would return to me in my dreams. However, I slept profoundly and did not wake till 8 o'clock. I had been asleep about 19 hours. I rang for Claremont and told him to bring up my breakfast, which I devoured eagerly. When my stomach was restored in this manner, I fell asleep again and did not get up till the next morning, feeling quite well and as if I could support life a little longer. 3 days after Marceline's departure, I bought a comfortable 2-wheeled carriage with patent springs and sent my trunks to Paris by the diligence. I kept a portmanteau containing the merest necessaries, for I meant to travel in a dressing gown and nightcap and keep to myself all the way to Paris. I intended this as a sort of homage to Marceline, but I reckoned without my host. I was putting my jewelry together in a casket when Claremont announced a tradesman and his daughter, a pretty girl whom I had remarked at dinner, for since the departure of my fair Venetian I had dined at the table d'hôte by way of distraction. I shut up my jewels and asked them to come in, and the father addressed me politely, saying, "Sir, I have come to ask you to do me a favor which will cost you but little, while it will be of immense service to my daughter and myself. What can I do for you? I am leaving Lyon at daybreak tomorrow." "I know it, for you said so at dinner, but we shall be ready at any hour. Be kind enough to give my daughter a seat in your carriage. I will, of course, pay for a 3rd horse and will ride post. You cannot have seen the carriage." "Excuse me, I have done so. It is, I know, only meant for one, but she could easily squeeze into it. I know I am troubling you, but if you were aware of the convenience it would be to me, I am sure you would not refuse. All the places in the diligence are taken up to next week, and if I don't get to Paris in 6 days, I might as well stay away altogether. If I were a rich man, I would post, but that would cost 400 francs, and I cannot afford to spend so much. The only course open to me is to leave by the diligence tomorrow, and to have myself and my daughter bound to the roof. You see, sir, The idea makes her weep, and I don't like it much better myself. I looked attentively at the girl and found her too pretty for me to keep within bounds if I traveled alone with her. I was sad, and the torment I had endured in parting from Marceline had made me resolve to avoid all occasions which might have similar results. I thought this resolve necessary for my peace of mind. This girl, I said to myself, may be so charming that I should fall in love with her if I yield to the father's request, and I do not wish for any such result. I turned to the father and said, I sympathize with you sincerely, but I really don't see what I can do for you without causing myself the greatest inconvenience. Perhaps you think that I shall not be able to ride so many posts in succession, but you needn't be afraid on that score. The horse might give in, you might have a fall, and I know that I should feel obliged to stop, and I am in a hurry. If that reason does not strike you as a cogent one, I am sorry, for to me it appears unanswerable. Let us run the risk, sir, at all events. There is a still greater risk of which I can tell you nothing. In brief, sir, you ask what is impossible. In heaven's name, sir, said the girl, with a voice and a look that would have pierced a heart of stone, rescue me from that dreadful journey on the roof of the diligence. The very idea makes me shudder. I should be afraid of falling off all the way. Besides, there is something mean in traveling that way. Do but grant me this favor, and I will sit at your feet so as not to discomfort you. This is too much. You do not know me, mademoiselle. I am neither cruel nor impolite, especially where your sex is concerned, though my refusal must make you feel otherwise. If I give way, you may regret it afterwards, and I do not wish that to happen. Then, turning to the father, I said, a post-chaise costs 6 louis. Here they are, take them. I will put off my departure for a few hours, if necessary, to answer for the chaise, supposing you are not known here, and an extra horse will cost 4 louis, take them. As to the rest, you would have spent as much in taking 2 places in the diligence. You are very kind, sir, but I cannot accept your gift. I am not worthy of it, and I should be still less worthy if I accepted the money. Adele, let us go. Forgive us, sir, if we have wasted half an hour of your time. Come, my poor child. Wait a moment, father. Adele begged him to wait, as her sobs almost choked her. I was furious with everything, but having received one look from her beautiful eyes, I could not withstand her sorrow any longer, and said, calm yourself, mademoiselle. It shall never be said that I remained unmoved while beauty wept. I yield to your request, for if I did not, I should not be able to sleep all night. But I accede on one condition, I added, turning to her father, and that is that you sit at the back of the carriage. Certainly, but what is to become of your servant? He will ride on in front. Everything is settled. Go to bed now and be ready to start at 6 o'clock. Certainly, but you will allow me to pay for the extra horse. You shall pay nothing at all. It would be a shame if I received any money from you. You have told me you are poor, and poverty is no dishonor. Well, I may tell you that I am rich, and riches are no honor save when they are used in doing good. Therefore, as I said, I will pay for all. Very good, but I will pay for the extra horse in the carriage. Certainly not, and let us have no bargaining, please. It is time to go to bed. I will put you down at Paris without the journey costing you a farthing, and then if you like you may thank me. These are the only conditions on which I will take you. Look, deal. Adele is laughing, that's reward enough for me. I am laughing for joy at having escaped that dreadful diligence roof. I see, but I hope you will not weep in my carriage, for all sadness is an abomination to me. I went to bed, resolved to struggle against my fate no longer. I saw that I could not withstand the tempting charms of this new beauty, and I determined that everything should be over in a couple of days. Adele had beautiful blue eyes, a complexion wherein were mingled the lily and the rose, a small mouth, excellent teeth, a figure still slender but full of promise. Here, surely, were enough motives for a fresh fall. I fell asleep, thanking my good genius for thus providing me with amusement on the journey. Just before we started, the father came, and asked if it was all the same to me whether we went by Burgundy or the Bourbonnais. Certainly. Do you prefer any particular route? If I went through Nevers, I might be able to collect a small account. Then we will go by the Bourbonnais. Directly after Adele, simply but neatly dressed, came down and wished me good day, telling me that her father was going to put a small trunk containing their belongings at the back of the carriage. Seeing me busy, she asked if she could help me in any way. "No," I replied, "you had better take a seat." She did so, but in a timid manner, which annoyed me, because it seemed to express that she was a dependent of mine. I told her so gently and made her take some coffee with me, and her shyness soon wore off. We were just stepping into the carriage when a man came and told me that the lamps were out of repair and would come off if something were not done to them. He offered to put them into good repair in the course of an hour. I was in a terrible rage and called Claremont and began to scold him, but he said that the lamps were all right a short while ago and that the man must have put them out of order that he might have the task of repairing them. He had hit it off exactly. I had heard of the trick before, and I called out to the man, and on his answering me rather impudently, I began to kick him, with my pistol in my hand. He ran off swearing, and the noise brought up the landlord and 5 or 6 of his people. Everybody said I was in the right, but all the same I had to waste 2 hours as it would not have been prudent to travel without lamps. Another lamp maker was summoned. He looked at the damage and laughed at the rascally trick his fellow tradesmen had played me. "Can I imprison the rascal?" I said to the landlord. "I should like to have the satisfaction of doing so, were it to cost me 2 louis. 2 louis, your honor shall be attended to in a moment." I was in a dreadful rage and did not notice Adele, who was quite afraid of me. A police official came up to take my information and examine witnesses and to draw up the case. "How much is your time worth, sir?" he asked me. 5 louis. With these words, I slid 2 louis into his hand, and he immediately wrote down a fine of 20 louis against the lampmaker, and then went his way, saying, "Your man will be in prison in the next 10 minutes. I breathed again at the prospect of vengeance. I then begged Adele's pardon, who asked mine in her turn, not knowing how I had offended her. This might have led to some affectionate passages, but her father came in saying that the rascal was in prison and that everyone said I was right. "I am perfectly ready to swear that he did the damage," said he. "You saw him, did you?" "No, but that's of no consequence, as everybody is sure he did it." This piece of simplicity restored my good temper completely, and I began to ask Morrow, as he called himself, several questions. He told me he was a widower, that Adele was his only child, that he was going to set up in business at Louvier's, and so on. In the course of an hour, the farce turned into a tragedy, in the following manner. 2 women, one of them with a baby at her breast, and followed by 4 brats, all of whom might have been put under a bushel measure, came before me, and falling on their knees made me guess the reason of this pitiful sight. They were the wife, the mother, and the children of the delinquent. My heart was soon moved with pity for them, for my vengeance had been complete, and I did not harbor resentment. But the wife almost put me in a fury again by saying that her husband was an innocent man, and that they who had accused him were rascals. The mother, seeing the storm ready to burst, attacked me more adroitly, admitting that her son might be guilty, but that he must have been driven to it by misery, as he had got no bread wherewith to feed his children. She added, "My good sir, take pity on us, for he is our only support. Do a good deed and set him free, for he would stay in prison all his days unless we sold our beds to pay you. My worthy woman, I forgive him completely. Hand this document to the police magistrate, and all will be well." At the same time, I gave her a louis and told her to go, not wishing to be troubled with her thanks. A few moments after, the official came to get my signature for the man's release, and I had to pay him the legal costs. My lamps cost 12 francs to mend, and at 9 o'clock I started, having spent 4 or 5 louis for nothing. Adele was obliged to sit between my legs, but she was ill at ease. I told her to sit further back, but as she would have had to lean on me, I did not urge her. It would have been rather a dangerous situation to begin with. Morrow sat at the back of the carriage, Claremont went on in front, and we were thus neck and neck, or rather neck and back, the whole way. We got down to change horses, and as we were getting into the carriage again, Adele had to lift her leg and showed me a pair of black breeches. I have always had a horror of women with breeches, but above all of black breeches. "Sir," said I to her father, "your daughter has shewn me her black breeches. It's uncommonly lucky for her that she didn't show you something else." I liked the reply, but the cursed breeches had so offended me that I became quite sulky. It seemed to me that such clothes were a kind of rampart or outwork, very natural, no doubt, but I thought a young girl should know nothing of the danger, or, at all events, pretend ignorance if she did not possess it. As I could neither scold her nor overcome my bad temper, I contented myself with being polite, but I did not speak again till we got to St. Symphorien, unless it was to ask her to sit more comfortably. When we got to St. Symphorien, I told Claremont to go on in front and order us a good supper at Rhone, and to sleep there. When we were about halfway, Adele told me that she must be a trouble to me, as I was not so gay as I had been. I assured her that it was not so, and that I only kept silence that she might be able to rest. "You are very kind," she answered, "but it is quite a mistake for you to think that you would disturb me by talking. Allow me to tell you that you are concealing the real cause of your silence." "Do you know the real cause?" "Yes, I think I do." "Well, what is it?" "You have changed since you saw my breeches." "You are right, this black attire has clothed my soul with gloom." "I am very sorry, but you must allow that in the first place, I was not to suppose that you were going to see my breeches, and in the second place, that I could not be aware that the color would be distasteful to you." "True again, but as I chanced to see the articles, you must forgive my disgust. This black has filled my soul with funereal images, just as white would have cheered me. Do you always wear those dreadful breeches?" "I am wearing them for the first time today." "Then you must allow that you have committed an unbecoming action." "Unbecoming?" "Yes, what would you have said if I had come down in petticoats this morning? You would have pronounced them unbecoming. You are laughing." "Forgive me, but I never heard anything so amusing. But your comparison will not stand. Everyone would have seen your petticoats, whereas no one has any business to see my breeches." I assented to her logic, delighted to find her capable of tearing my sophism to pieces, but I still preserved silence. At Rhone we had a good enough supper, and Moreau, who knew very well that if it had not been for his daughter there would have been no free journey and free supper for him, was delighted when I told him that she kept me good company. I told him about our discussion on breeches, and he pronounced his daughter to be in the wrong, laughing pleasantly. After supper, I told him that he and his daughter were to sleep in the room in which we were sitting, while I would pass the night in a neighboring closet. Just as we were starting the next morning, Claremont told me that he would go on in front to see that our beds were ready, adding that as we had lost one night, it would not do much harm if we were to lose another. This speech let me know that my faithful Claremont began to feel the need of rest, and his health was dear to me. I told him to stop at Saint Pierre-le-Mortier and to take care that a good supper was ready for us. When we were in the carriage again, Adele thanked me. "Then you don't like night traveling?" I said. "I shouldn't mind it if I were not afraid of going to sleep and falling on you." "Why, I should like it. A pretty girl like you is an agreeable burden." She made no reply, but I saw that she understood. My declaration was made, but something more was wanted before I could rely on her docility. I relapsed into silence again till we got to Varennes, and then I said, "If I thought you could eat a roast fowl with as good an appetite as mine, I would dine here. Try me, I will endeavor to match you." We ate well and drank better, and by the time we started again, we were a little drunk. Adele, who was only accustomed to drink wine 2 or 3 times a year, laughed at not being able to stand upright, but seemed to be afraid that something would happen. I comforted her by saying that the fumes of champagne soon evaporated, but though she strove with all her might to keep awake, nature conquered, and letting her pretty head fall on my breast she fell asleep, and did not rouse herself for 2 hours. I treated her with the greatest respect, though I could not resist ascertaining that the article of clothing which had displeased me so much had entirely disappeared. While she slept, I enjoyed the pleasure of gazing on the swelling curves of her budding breast, but I restrained my ardor, as the disappearance of the black breeches assured me that I should find her perfectly submissive whenever I chose to make the assault. I wished, however, that she should give herself up to me of her own free will, or at any rate come halfway to meet me, and I knew that I had only to smooth the path to make her do so. When she awoke and found that she had been sleeping in my arms, her astonishment was extreme. She apologized and begged me to forgive her, while I thought the best way to put her at ease would be to give her an affectionate kiss. The result was satisfactory, Who does not know the effect of a kiss given at the proper time? As her dress was in some disorder, she tried to adjust it, but we were rather pushed for space, and by an awkward movement she uncovered her knee. I burst out laughing, and she joined me, and had the presence of mind to say, "I hope the black color has given you no funereal thoughts this time. The hue of the rose, dear Adele, can only inspire me with delicious fancies." I saw that she lowered her eyes, but in a manner that showed she was pleased. With this talk and, so to speak, casting oil on the flames, we reached Moulin and got down for a few moments. A crowd of women assailed us with knives and edged tools of all sorts, and I bought the father and daughter whatever they fancied. We went on our way, leaving the women quarreling and fighting because some had sold their wares and others had not. In the evening we reached Saint-Pierre, but during the 4 hours that had elapsed since we left Moulin, we had made way, and Adele had become quite familiar with me. Thanks to Clermont, who had arrived 2 hours before, an excellent supper awaited us. We supped in a large room, where 2 great white beds stood ready to receive us. I told Moreau that he and his daughter should sleep in one bed, and I in the other. But he replied that I and Adele could each have a bed to ourselves, as he wanted to start for Nevers directly after supper, so as to be able to catch his debtor at daybreak, and to rejoin us when we got there the following day. If you had told me before, we would have gone on to Nevers and slept there. You are too kind. I mean to ride the 3.5 stages. The riding will do me good, and I like it. I leave my daughter in your care. She will not be so near you as in the carriage. Oh, we will be very discreet, you may be sure. After his departure, I told Adele to go to bed in her clothes, if she were afraid of me. I shan't be offended, I added. It would be very wrong of me, she answered, to give you such a proof of my want of confidence. She rose, went out a moment, and when she came back she locked the door, and as soon as she was ready to slip off her last article of clothing came and kissed me. I happened to be writing at the time, and as she had come up on tiptoe I was surprised, though in a very agreeable manner. She fled to her bed, saying saucily, "You are frightened of me, I think." "You are wrong, but you surprised me. Come back, I want to see you fall asleep in my arms." "Come and see me sleep." "Will you sleep all the time?" "Of course I shall." "We will see about that." I flung the pen down, and in a moment I held her in my arms, smiling, ardent, submissive to my desires, and only entreating me to spare her. I did my best, and though she helped me to the best of her ability, the first assault was a labor of Hercules. The others were pleasanter, for it is only the first step that is painful, and when the field had been stained with the blood of 3 successive battles, we abandoned ourselves to repose. At 5 o'clock in the morning Clermont knocked, and I told him to get us some coffee. I was obliged to get up without giving fair Adele good day, but I promised that she should have it on the way. When she was dressed, she looked at the altar where she had offered her first sacrifice to love, and viewed the signs of her defeat with a sigh. She was pensive for some time, but when we were in the carriage again her gaiety returned, and in our mutual transports we forgot to grieve over our approaching parting. We found Moreau at Nevers. He was in a great state because he could not get his money before noon. He dared not ask me to wait for him, but I said that we would have a good dinner and start when the money was paid. While dinner was being prepared, we shut ourselves up in a room to avoid the crowd of women who pestered us to buy 1,000 trifles, and at 2 o'clock we started, Moreau having got his money. We got to Cosny at twilight, and though Clermont was waiting for us at Brian, I decided on stopping where I was, and this night proved superior to the first. The next day we made a breakfast of the meal which had been prepared for our supper, and we slept at Fontainebleau, where I enjoyed Adele for the last time. In the morning I promised to come and see her at Louviers, when I returned from England, but I could not keep my word. We took 4 hours to get from Fontainebleau to Paris, but how quickly the time passed. I stopped the carriage near the Pont Saint-Michel, opposite to a clockmaker's shop, and after looking at several watches, I gave one to Adele and then dropped her and her father at the corner of the Rue aux Ours. I got down at the Hôtel de Montmorency, not wanting to stop with Madame Durf, but after dressing, I went to dine with her. Chapter 6. I drive my brother the Abbé from Paris. Madame du Roumain recovers her voice through my Kabbalah. A bad joke. The Cordicelli. Take Duranda to London. My arrival at Calais. As usual, Madame Durf received me with open arms, but I was surprised at hearing her tell Aranda to fetch the sealed letter she had given him in the morning. I opened it, found it was dated the same day, and contained the following. My genius told me at daybreak that Galtonardus was starting from Fontainebleau, and that he will come and dine with me today. She chanced to be right, but I have had many similar experiences in the course of my life experiences which would have turned any other man's head. I confess they have surprised me, but they have never made me lose my reasoning powers. Men make a guess which turns out to be correct, and they immediately claim prophetic power, but they forgot all about the many cases in which they have been mistaken. 6 months ago I was silly enough to bet that a bitch would have a litter of 5 bitch pups on a certain day, and I won. Everyone thought it a marvel except myself, for if I had chanced to lose, I should have been the first to laugh. I naturally expressed my admiration for Madame Durf's genius, and shared her joy in finding herself so well during her pregnancy. The worthy lunatic had given orders that she was not at home to her usual callers, in expectation of my arrival, and so we spent the rest of the day together, consulting how we could make Aranda go to London of his own free will. And as I did not in the least know how it was to be done, the replies of the oracle were very obscure. Madame Durf had such a strong dislike to bidding him go, that I could not presume on her obedience to that extent, and I had to rack my brains to find out some way of making the little man ask to be taken to London as a favor. I went to the Comédie Italienne, where I found Madame du Roumain, who seemed glad to see me back in Paris again. "I want to consult the oracle on a matter of the greatest importance," said she, "and I hope you will come and see me tomorrow." I, of course, promised to do so. I did not care for the performance, and should have left the theater if I had not wanted to see the ballet, though I could not guess the peculiar interest it would have for me. What was my surprise to see the Corticelli amongst the dancers? I thought I would like to speak to her, not for any amorous reasons, but because I felt curious to hear her adventures. As I came out, I met the worthy Balletti, who told me he had left the stage and was living on an annuity. I asked him about the Corticelli, and he gave me her address, telling me that she was in a poor way. I went to sup with my brother and his wife, who were delighted to see me, and told me that I had come just in time to use a little gentle persuasion on our friend the abbé, of whom they had got tired. "Where is he?" "You will see him before long, for it is near supper time, and as eating and drinking are the chief concerns of his life, he will not fail to put in an appearance." "What has he done?" "Everything that a good-for-nothing can do, but I hear him coming, and I will tell you all about it in his presence." The abbé was astonished to see me, and began a polite speech, although I did not favor him with so much as a look. Then he asked me what I had against him. "All that an honest man can have against a monster. I have read the letter you wrote to Pisano, in which I am styled a cheat, a spy, a coiner, and a poisoner. What does the abbé think of that?" He sat down to table without a word, and my brother began as follows. "When this fine gentleman first came here, my wife and I gave him a most cordial welcome. I allowed him a nice room, and told him to look upon my house as his own. Possibly with the idea of interesting us in his favor, he began by saying that you were the greatest rascal in the world. To prove it, he told us how he had carried off a girl from Venice with the idea of marrying her, and went to you at Genoa as he was in great necessity. He confesses that you rescued him from his misery, but he says that you traitorously took possession of the girl, associating her with 2 other mistresses you had at that time. In fine, he says that you lay with her before his eyes, and that you drove him from Marseille that you might be able to enjoy her with greater freedom. He finished his story by saying that as he could not go back to Venice, he needed our help till he could find some means of living on his talents or through his profession as a priest. I asked him what his talents were, and he said he could teach Italian, but as he speaks it vilely and doesn't know a word of French, we laughed at him. We were therefore reduced to seeing what we could do for him in his character of priest, and the very next day my wife spoke to M. de Saussay, the ecclesiastical commissioner, begging him to give my brother an introduction to the Archbishop of Paris, who might give him something that might lead to his obtaining a good benefice. He would have to go to our parish church, and I spoke to the rector of St. Sauveur, who promised to let him say Mass, for which he would receive the usual sum of 12 souls. This was a very good beginning, and might have led to something worth having. But when we told the worthy abbé of our success, he got into a rage, saying that he was not the man to say Mass for 12 souls, nor to toady the archbishop in the hope of being taken into his service. No, he was not going to be in anyone's service. We concealed our indignation, but for the 3 weeks he has been here, he has turned everything upside down. My wife's maid left us yesterday, to our great annoyance, because of him, and the cook says she will go if he remains, as he is always bothering her in the kitchen. We are therefore resolved that he shall go, for his society is intolerable to us. I am delighted to have you here, as I think we ought to be able to drive him away between us, and the sooner the better. Nothing easier, said I. If he likes to stay in Paris, let him do so. You can send off his rags to some furnished apartments and serve him with a police order not to put foot in your house again. On the other hand, if he wants to go away, let him say where, and I will pay his journey money this evening. Nothing could be more generous. What do you say, Abbé? I say that this is the way in which he drove me from Marseille. What intolerable violence! Give God thanks, monster, that instead of thrashing you within an inch of your life as you deserve, I am going to give you some money. You thought you would get me hanged at Lyon, did you? Where is Marceline? What is that to you? Make haste and choose between Rome and Paris, and remember that if you choose Paris, you will have nothing to live on. Then I will go to Rome. Good, the journey only costs 20 louis, but I will give you 25. Hand them over. Patience, give me pens, ink, and paper. What are you going to write? Bills of exchange on Lyon, Turin, Genoa, Florence, and Rome. Your place will be paid as far as Lyon, and there you will be able to get 5 louis, and the same sum in the other towns, but as long as you stay in Paris, not one single farthing will I give you. I am staying at the Hotel Montmorency. That's all you need know about me. I then bade farewell to my brother and his wife, telling them that we should meet again. Checo, as we called my brother, told me he would send on the abbé's trunk the day following, and I bade him do so by all means. The next day trunk and abbé came together. I did not even look at him, but after I had seen that a room had been assigned to him, I called out to the landlord that I would be answerable for the abbé's board and lodging for 3 days, and not a moment more. The abbé tried to speak to me, but I sternly declined to have anything to say to him, strictly forbidding Clermont to admit him to my apartments. When I went to Madame du Roumain, the porter said, "Sir, everybody is still asleep, but who are you? I have instructions." "I am the Chevalier de Seingalt. Kindly come into my lodge and amuse yourself with my niece. I will soon be with you." I went in and found a neatly dressed and charming girl. "Mademoiselle," said I, "your uncle has told me to come and amuse myself with you." "He is a rascal, for he consulted neither of us." "Yes, but he knew well enough that there could be no doubt about my opinion after I had seen you." "You are very flattering, sir, but I know the value of compliments." "Yes, I suppose that you often get them, and you well deserve them all." The conversation, as well as the pretty eyes of the niece, began to interest me, but fortunately the uncle put an end to it by begging me to follow him. He took me to the maid's room, and I found her putting on a petticoat and grumbling the while. "What is the matter, my pretty maid? You don't seem to be in a good humor." "You would have done better to come at noon. It is not 9 o'clock yet, and Madame did not come home till 3 o'clock this morning. I am just going to wake her, and I am sorry for her." I was taken into the room directly, and though her eyes were half closed, she thanked me for awaking her, while I apologized for having disturbed her sleep. "Raton," said she, "give us the writing materials and go away. Don't come till I call you, and if anyone asks for me, I am asleep." "Very good, madam, and I will go to sleep also." "My dear M. Casanova, how is it that the oracle has deceived us? M. du Roumain is still alive, and he ought to have died 6 months ago. It is true that he is not well, but we will not go into all that again. The really important question is this. You know that music is my favorite pursuit, and that my voice is famous for its strength and compass. Well, I have completely lost it. I have not sung a note for 3 months. The doctors have stuffed me with remedies which have had no effect. It makes me very unhappy, for singing was the one thing that made me cling to life. I entreat you to ask the oracle how I can recover my voice. How delighted I should be if I could sing by tomorrow. I have a great many people coming here, and I should enjoy the general astonishment. If the oracle wills it, I am sure that it might be so, for I have a very strong chest. That is my question. It is a long one, but so much the better. The answer will be long too, and I like long answers. I was of the same opinion, for when the question was a long one, I had time to think over the answer as I made the pyramid. Madame Rumin's complaint was evidently something trifling, but I was no physician and knew nothing about medicine. Besides, for the honor of the Kabbalah, the oracle must have nothing to do with mere empiric remedies. I soon made up my mind that a little care in her way of living would soon restore the throat to its normal condition, and any doctor with brains in his head could have told her as much. In the position I was in, I had to make use of the language of a charlatan, so I resolved on prescribing a ceremonial worship to the sun, at an hour which would ensure some regularity in her mode of life. The oracle declared that she would recover her voice in 21 days, reckoning from the new moon, if she worshipped the rising sun every morning, in a room which had at least one window looking to the east. A second reply bade her sleep 7 hours in succession before she sacrificed to the sun, each hour symbolizing one of the 7 planets, and before she went asleep, she was to take a bath in honor of the moon, placing her legs in lukewarm water up to the knees. I then pointed out the psalms which she was to recite to the moon, and those which she was to say in the face of the rising sun, at a closed window. This last direction filled her with admiration, for, said she, the oracle knew that I should catch cold if the window were open. I will do everything the oracle bids me, added the credulous lady, but I hope you will get me everything necessary for the ceremonies. I will not only take care that you have all the requisites, but as a proof of my zeal for you, I will come and do the suffumigations myself, that you may learn how it is done. She seemed deeply moved by this offer, but I expected as much. I knew how the most trifling services are assessed at the highest rates, and herein lies the great secret of success in the world, above all, where ladies of fashion are concerned. As we had to begin the next day, being the new moon, I called on her at 9 o'clock. As she had to sleep for 7 successive hours before performing the ceremonies to the rising sun, she would have to go to bed before 10, and the observance of all these trifles was of importance, as anyone can understand. I was sure that if anything could restore this lady's voice, a careful regimen would do it. I proved to be right, and at London I received a grateful letter announcing the success of my method. Madame du Roumain, whose daughter married the Prince de Polignac, was a lover of pleasure and haunted grand supper parties. She could not expect to enjoy perfect health, and she had lost her voice by the way in which she had abused it. When she had recovered her voice, as she thought, by the influence of the genii, she laughed at anyone who told her that there was no such thing as magic. I found a letter from Therese at Madame d'Urf's, in which she informed me that she would come to Paris and take her son back by force if I did not bring him to London, adding that she wanted a positive reply. I did not ask for anything more, but I thought Therese very insolent. I told Aranda that his mother would be waiting for us at Abbeville in a week's time, and that she wanted to see him. We will both give her the pleasure of seeing us. Certainly, said he, but as you are going on to London, how shall I come back? By yourself, said Madame d'Urf, dressed as a postilion. What shall I ride post? How delightful! You must only cover 8 or 10 posts a day, for you have no need to risk your life by riding all night. Yes, yes, but I am to dress like a postilion, am I not? Yes, I will have a handsome jacket and a pair of leather breeches made for you, and you shall have a flag with the arms of France on it. They will take me for a courier going to London. With the idea that to throw difficulties in the way would confirm him in his desire to go, I said roughly that I could not hear of it, as the horse might fall and break his neck. I had to be begged and entreated for 3 days before I would give in, and I did so on the condition that he should only ride on his way back. As he was certain of returning to Paris, he only took linen sufficient for a very short absence, but as I knew that once at Abbeville he could not escape me, I sent his trunk on to Calais, where we found it on our arrival. However, the worthy Madame d'Urf got him a magnificent postilion suit, not forgetting the top boots. This business, which offered a good many difficulties, was happily arranged by the action of pure chance. And I am glad to confess that often in my life has chance turned the scale in my favor. I called on a banker and got him to give me heavy credits on several of the most important houses in London, where I wished to make numerous acquaintances. While I was crossing the Place des Victoires, I passed by the house where the Corticelli lived, and my curiosity made me enter. She was astonished to see me, and after a long silence she burst into tears and said, "I should never have been unhappy if I had never known you." "Yes, you would, only in some other way. Your misfortunes are the result of your bad conduct. But tell me, what are your misfortunes?" "As I could not stay in Turin after you had dishonored me." "You came to dishonor yourself here, I suppose. Drop that tone, or else I will leave you." She began her wretched tale, which struck me with consternation, for I could not help feeling that I was the first and final cause of this long list of woes. Hence I felt it was my duty to succor her, however ill she had treated me in the past. "Then," said I, "you are at present the victim of a fearful disease, heavily in debt, likely to be turned out of doors and imprisoned by your creditors. What do you propose to do?" "Do? Why, throw myself in the Seine, to be sure. That's all that is left for me to do. I have not a farthing left." "And what would you do if you had some money?" "I would put myself under the doctor's hands, in the first place, and then if any money was left, I would go to Bologna and try to get a living somehow. Perhaps I should have learned a little wisdom by experience. Poor girl, I pity you, and in spite of your bad treatment of me, which has brought you to this pass, I will not abandon you. Here are 4 louis for your present wants, and tomorrow I will tell you where you are to go for your cure. When you have got well again, I will give you enough money for the journey. Dry your tears, repent, amend your ways, and may God have mercy on you." The poor girl threw herself on the ground before me and covered one of my hands with kisses, begging me to forgive her for the ill she had done me. I comforted her and went my way, feeling very sad. I took a coach and drove to the Rue de Seine, where I called on an old surgeon I knew, told him the story, and what I wanted him to do. He told me he could cure her in 6 weeks without anybody hearing about it, but that he must be paid in advance. "Certainly, but the girl is poor, and I am doing it out of charity." The worthy man took a piece of paper and gave me a note addressed to a house in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which ran as follows: "You will take in the person who brings you this note and 300 francs, and in 6 weeks you will send her back cured, if it please God. The person has reasons for not wishing to be known." I was delighted to have managed the matter so speedily and at such a cheap rate, and I went to bed in a calmer state of mind, deferring my interview with my brother till the next day. He came at 8 o'clock, and, constant to his folly, told me he had a plan to which he was sure I could have no objection. "I don't want to hear anything about it. Make your choice, Paris or Rome. Give me the journey money, I will remain at Paris, but I will give a written engagement not to trouble you or your brother again. That should be sufficient. It is not for you to judge of that. Begone, I have neither the time nor the wish to listen to you. Remember, Paris without a farthing or Rome with 25 louis. Thereupon I called Clermont and told him to put the abbé out. I was in a hurry to have done with the Corticelli affair, and went to the house in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, where I found a kindly and intelligent-looking man and woman, and all the arrangements of the house satisfactory and appropriate to the performance of secret cures. I saw the room and the bath destined for the new boarder. Everything was clean and neat, and I gave them 100 crowns, for which they handed me a receipt. I told them that the lady would either come in the course of the day, or on the day following. I went to dine with Madame Durf and the young Count Duranda. After dinner, the worthy Marchioness talked to me for a long time of her pregnancy, dwelling on her symptoms, and on the happiness that would be hers when the babe stirred within her. I had put to a strong restraint upon myself to avoid bursting out laughing. When I had finished with her, I went to the Corticelli, who called me her savior and her guardian angel. I gave her 2 louis to get some linen out of pawn, and promised to come and see her before I left Paris, to give her 100 crowns, which would take her back to Bologna. Then I waited on Madame du Roumain, who had said farewell to society for 3 weeks. This lady had an excellent heart and was pretty as well, but she had so curious a society manner that she often made me laugh most heartily. She talked of the sun and moon as if they were two exalted personages, to whom she was about to be presented. She was once discussing with me the state of the elect in heaven, and said that their greatest happiness was, no doubt, to love God to distraction, for she had no idea of calm and peaceful bliss. I gave her the incense for the fumigation, and told her what psalms to recite, and then we had a delicious supper. She told her chambermaid to escort me at 10 o'clock to a room on the second floor which she had furnished for me with the utmost luxury, adding, "Take care that the Chevalier de Seingalt is able to come into my room at 5 o'clock tomorrow." At 9 o'clock, I placed her legs in a bath of lukewarm water and taught her how to suffumigate. Her legs were molded by the hand of the Graces, and I wiped them amorously, laughing within myself at her expression of gratitude, and I then laid her in bed, contenting myself with a solemn kiss on her pretty forehead. When it was over, I went up to my room, where I was waited on by the pretty maid, who performed her duties with that grace peculiar to the French soubrette, and told me that as I had become her mistress's chambermaid, it was only right that she should be my valet. Her mirth was infectious, and I tried to make her sit down on my knee, but she fled away like a deer, telling me that I ought to take care of myself if I wanted to cut a good figure at 5 o'clock the next day. She was wrong, but appearances were certainly against us, and it is well known that servants do not give their masters and mistresses the benefit of the doubt. At 5 o'clock in the morning I found Madame du Roumain nearly dressed when I went into her room, and we immediately went into another, from which the rising sun might have been seen if the Hôtel de Bouillon had not been in the way. But that, of course, was a matter of no consequence. Madame du Roumain performed the ceremonies with all the dignity of an ancient priestess of Baal. She then sat down to her piano, telling me that to find some occupation for the long morning of 9 hours would prove the hardest of all the rules, for she did not dine till 2, which was then the fashionable hour. We had a meat breakfast without coffee, which I had proscribed, and I left her, promising to call again before I left Paris. When I got back to my inn, I found my brother there looking very uneasy at my absence at such an early hour. When I saw him, I cried, "Rome or Paris, which is it to be?" "Rome," he replied cringingly. "Wait in the antechamber, I will do your business for you." When I had finished, I called him in, and found my other brother and his wife, who said they had come to ask me to give them a dinner. "Welcome," said I, "you are come just in time to see me deal with the abbé, who has resolved at last to go to Rome and to follow my directions." I sent Clermont to the diligence office, and told him to book a place for Lyon, and then I wrote out 5 bills of exchange, of 5 louis each, on Lyon, Turin, Genoa, Florence, and Rome. Who is to assure me that these bills will be honored? I assure you, blockhead, if you do like them, you can leave them. Clermont brought the ticket for the diligence, and I gave it to the abbé, telling him roughly to be gone. "But I may dine with you, surely," said he. "No, I have done with you. Go and dine with Pisano, as you are his accomplice in the horrible attempt he made to murder me. Clermont, show this man out, and never let him set foot here again." No doubt more than one of my readers will pronounce my treatment of the abbé to have been barbarous. But putting aside the fact that I owe no man an account of my thoughts, deeds, and words, nature had implanted in me a strong dislike to this brother of mine, and his conduct as a man and a priest, and above all, his connivance with Pisano, had made him so hateful to me that I should have watched him being hanged with the utmost indifference, not to say with the greatest pleasure. Let everyone have his own principles and his own passions, and my favorite passion has always been vengeance. "What did you do with the girl he eloped with?" said my sister-in-law. "I sent her back to Venice with the ambassadors the better by 30,000 francs, some fine jewels, and a perfect outfit of clothes. She traveled in a carriage I gave her, which was worth more than 200 louis. That's all very fine, but you must make some allowance for the abbé's grief and rage at seeing you sleep with her. Fools, my dear sister, are made to suffer such grief, and many others besides. Did he tell you that she would not let him have anything to do with her, and that she used to box his ears? On the contrary, he was always talking of her love for him. He made himself a fine fellow, I have no doubt, but the truth is, it was a very ugly business. After several hours of pleasant conversation, my brother left, and I took my sister-in-law to the opera. As soon as we were alone, this poor sister of mine began to make the most bitter complaints of my brother. "I am no more his wife now," said she, "than I was the night before our marriage." "What, still a maid?" "As much a maid as at the moment I was born. They tell me I could easily obtain a dissolution of the marriage, but besides the scandal that would arise, I unhappily love him, and I should not like to do anything that would give him pain." "You are a wonderful woman, but why do you not provide a substitute for him?" "I know I might do so, without having to endure much remorse, but I prefer to bear it." "You are very praiseworthy, but in the other ways you are happy." "He is overwhelmed with debt, and if I liked to call upon him to give me back my dowry, he would not have a shirt to his back. Why did he marry me? He must have known his impotence. It was a dreadful thing to do." "Yes, but you must forgive him for it." She had cause for complaint, for marriage without enjoyment is a thorn without roses. She was passionate, but her principles were stronger than her passions, or else she would have sought for what she wanted elsewhere. My impotent brother excused himself by saying that he loved her so well that he thought cohabitation with her would restore the missing faculty. He deceived himself and her at the same time. In time she died, and he married another woman with the same idea, but this time passion was stronger than virtue, and his new wife drove him away from Paris. I shall say more of him in 20 years' time. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the abbé went off in the diligence, and I did not see him for 6 years. I spent the day with Madame Durf, and I agreed, outwardly, that young Duranda should return to Paris as a postilion. I fixed our departure for the day after next. The following day, after dining with Madame Durf, who continued to revel in the joys of her regeneration, I paid a visit to the Corticelli in her asylum. I found her sad and suffering, but content, and well pleased with the gentleness of the surgeon and his wife, who told me they would effect a radical cure. I gave her 12 louis, promising to send her 12 more as soon as I had received a letter from her written at Bologna. She promised she would write to me, but the poor unfortunate was never able to keep her word, for she succumbed to the treatment, as the old surgeon wrote to me, when I was at London. He asked what he should do with the 12 louis which she had left to one Madame Laura, who was perhaps known to me. I sent him her address, and the honest surgeon hastened to fulfill the last wishes of the deceased. All the persons who helped me in my magical operations with Madame Durf betrayed me, Marceline excepted, and all save the fair Venetian died miserably. Later on the reader will hear more of Pisano and Costa. The day before I left for London I supped with Madame du Roumain, who told me that her voice was already beginning to return. She added a sage reflection which pleased me highly. "I should think," she observed, "that the careful living prescribed by the Kabbalah must have a good effect on my health." "Most certainly," said I, "and if you continue to observe the rules you will keep both your health and your voice." I knew that it is often necessary to deceive before one can instruct. The shadows must come before the dawn. I took leave of my worthy Madame Durf with an emotion which I had never experienced before. It must have been a warning that I should never see her again. I assured her that I would faithfully observe all my promises, and she replied that her happiness was complete, and that she knew she owed it all to me. In fine, I took Duranda and his top boots, which he was continually admiring, to my inn, whence we started in the evening, as he had begged me to travel by night. He was ashamed to be seen in a carriage, dressed as a courier. When we reached Abbeville, he asked me where his mother was. "We will see about it after dinner." "But you can find out in a moment whether she is here or not." "Yes, but there is no hurry." "And what will you do if she is not here?" "We will go on till we meet her on the way. In the meanwhile, let us go and see the famous manufactory of M. Verobes before dinner." "Go by yourself. I am tired, and I will sleep till you come back." "Very good." I spent 2 hours in going over the magnificent establishment, the owner himself showing it me, and then I went back to dinner and called for my young gentleman. "He started for Paris riding post," replied the innkeeper, who was also the postmaster, 5 minutes after you left. "He said he was going after some dispatches you had left at Paris. If you don't get him back, I will ruin you with lawsuits. You had no business to let him have a horse without my orders." "I will capture the little rascal, sir, before he has got to Amiens." He called a smart-looking postilion, who laughed when he heard what was wanted. "I would catch him up," said he, "even if he had 4 hours' start. You shall have him here at 6 o'clock. I will give you 2 louis. I would catch him for that, though he were a very lark. He was in the saddle in 5 minutes, and by the rate at which he started I did not doubt his success. Nevertheless, I could not enjoy my dinner. I felt so ashamed to have been taken in by a lad without any knowledge of the world. I lay down on a bed and slept till the postilion aroused me by coming in with the runaway, who looked half dead. I said nothing to him, but gave orders that he should be locked up in a good room, with a good bed to sleep on, and a good supper. And I told the landlord that I should hold him answerable for the lad as long as I was in his inn. The postilion had caught him up at the 5th post, just before Amiens, and as he was already quite tired out, the little man surrendered like a lamb. At daybreak I summoned him before me, and asked him if he would come to London of his own free will, or bound hand and foot. "I will come with you, I give you my word of honor, but you must let me ride on before you. Otherwise, with this dress of mine, I should be ashamed to go. I don't want it to be thought that you had to give chase to me as if I had robbed you. I accept your word of honor, but be careful to keep it. Embrace me and order another saddle horse." He mounted his horse in high spirits and rode in front of the carriage with Clermont. He was quite astonished to find his trunk at Calais, which he reached 2 hours before me. Chapter 7. My arrival in London. Madame Cornélie's I am presented at Courtrai, rent a furnished house I, make a large circle of acquaintance manners of the English. When I got to Calais, I consigned my postchaise to the care of the landlord of the inn and hired a packet. There was only one available for a private party, there being another for public use at 6 francs apiece. I paid 6 guineas in advance, taking care to get a proper receipt, for I knew that at Calais a man finds himself in an awkward position if he is unable to support his claim by documents. Before the tide was out, Clermont got all my belongings on board, and I ordered my supper. The landlord told me that louis were not current in England, and offered to give me guineas in exchange for mine. But I was surprised when I found he gave me the same number of guineas as I had given him of louis. I wanted him to take the difference per cent, but he refused, saying that he did not allow anything when the English gave him guineas for louis. I do not know whether he found his system a profitable one on the whole, but it was certainly so for me. The young Count Duranda, to whom I had restored his humble name of Trenty, was quite resigned, but proud of having given me a specimen of his knowingness by writing post. We were just going to sit down at table, well pleased with one another, when I heard a loud conversation in English going on near my door, and mine host came in to tell me what it was about. "It's the courier of the Duke of Bedford, the English ambassador," said he. "He announces the approach of his master, and is disputing with the captain of the packet. He says he hired the boat by letter, and that the captain had no right to let it to you. The master maintains that he has received no such letter, and no one can prove that he is telling a lie." I congratulated myself on having taken the packet and paid the earnest money, and went to bed. At daybreak, the landlord said that the ambassador had arrived at midnight, and that his man wanted to see me. He came in and told me that the nobleman, his master, was in a great hurry to get to London, and that I should oblige him very much by yielding the boat to him. I did not answer a word, but wrote a note which ran as follows: "My Lord Duke may dispose of the whole of the packet, with the exception of the space necessary for my own accommodation, that of 2 other persons, and my luggage. I am delighted to have the opportunity of obliging the English ambassador." The valet took the note, and returned to thank me on behalf of his master, who stipulated, however, that he should be allowed to pay for the packet. "Tell him that it is out of the question, as the boat is paid for already. He will give you the 6 guineas. Tell your master that I cannot allow him to pay. I do not buy to sell again." The Duke called on me in the course of half an hour, and said that we were both of us in the right. "However," he added, "there is a middle course, let us adopt it, and I shall be just as much indebted to you." "What is that, my lord?" "We will each pay half." "My desire to oblige you, my lord, will not allow me to refuse, but it is I who will be indebted to you for the honor your lordship does me. We will start as soon as you like, and I can make my arrangements accordingly." He shook my hand and left the room, and when he had gone I found 3 guineas on the table. He had placed them there without my noticing them. An hour afterwards I returned his call, and then told the master to take the Duke and his carriages on board. We took 2 hours and a half in crossing the channel. The wind was strong, but we made a good passage. The stranger who sets his foot on English soil has need of a good deal of patience. The custom-house officials made a minute, vexatious, and even an impertinent perquisition, but as the Duke and ambassador had to submit, I thought it best to follow his example. Besides, resistance would be useless. The Englishman, who prides himself on his strict adherence to the law of the land, is curt and rude in his manner, and the English officials cannot be compared to the French, who know how to combine politeness with the exercise of their rights. English is different in every respect from the rest of Europe. Even the country has a different aspect, and the water of the Thames has a taste peculiar to itself. Everything has its own characteristics, and the fish, cattle, horses, men, and women are of a type not found in any other land. Their manner of living is wholly different from that of other countries, especially their cookery. The most striking feature in their character is their national pride. They exalt themselves above all other nations. My attention was attracted by the universal cleanliness, the beauty of the country, the goodness of the roads, the reasonable charges for posting, the quickness of the horses, although they never go beyond a trot. And lastly, the construction of the towns on the Dover road. Canterbury and Rochester, for instance, though large and populous, are like long passages. They are all length and no breadth. We got to London in the evening and stopped at the house of Madame Cornelis, as Therese called herself. She was originally married to an actor named Emer, then to the dancer Pompidi, who committed suicide at Venice by ripping up his stomach with a razor. In Holland she had been known as Madame Trenti, but at London she had taken the name of her lover Cornelius Rygerboos, whom she had contrived to ruin. She lived in Soho Square, almost facing the house of the Venetian ambassador. When I arrived, I followed the instructions I had received in her last letter. I left her son in the carriage and sent up my name, expecting she would fly to meet me, but the porter told me to wait, and in a few minutes a servant in grand livery brought me a note in which Madame Cornelis asked me to get down at the house to which her servant would conduct me. I thought this rather strange behavior, but still she might have her reasons for acting in this manner, so I did not let my indignation appear. When we got to the house, a fat woman named Ranker and 2 servants welcomed us, or rather welcomed my young friend. For the lady embraced him, told him how glad she was to see him, and did not appear to be aware of my existence. Our trunks were taken in, and Madame Ranker, having ascertained which belonged to Cornelis, had them placed in a fine suite of 3 rooms, and said, pointing out to him the apartment and the 2 servants, "This apartment and the 2 servants are for you, and I, too, am your most humble servant." Claremont told me that he had put my things in a room which communicated with Cornelis's. I went to inspect it, and saw directly that I was being treated as if I were a person of no consequence. The storm of anger was gathering, but wonderful to relate, I subdued myself and did not say a word. "Where is your room?" I said to Claremont. "Near the roof, and I am to share it with one of those 2 louts you saw." The worthy Claremont, who knew my disposition, was surprised at the calm with which I said, "Take your trunk there." "Shall I open yours?" "No, we will see what can be done tomorrow." I still kept on my mask, and returned to the room of the young gentleman who seemed to be considered as my master. I found him listening with a foolish stare to Madame Ranker, who was telling him of the splendid position his mother occupied, her great enterprise, her immense credit, the splendid house she had built, her 33 servants, her 2 secretaries, her 6 horses, her country house, etc., etc. "How is my sister Sophie?" said the young gentleman. "Her name is Sophie, is it? She is only known as Miss Cornelis. She is a beauty, a perfect prodigy. She plays at sight on several instruments, dances like terpsichore, speaks English, French, and Italian equally well in a word. She is really wonderful. She has a governess and a maid. Unfortunately, she is rather short for her age. She is 8. She was 10, but as Madame Ranker was not speaking to me, I refrained from interrupting her. My Lord Cornelis, who felt very tired, asked at what hour they were to sup. "At 10 o'clock and not before," said the duenna, "for Madame Cornelis is always engaged till then. She is always with her lawyer, on account of an important lawsuit she has against Sir Frederick Fermor. I could see that I should learn nothing worth learning by listening to the woman's gossip, so I took my hat and cane and went for a walk in the immense city, taking care not to lose my way. It was 7 o'clock when I went out, and a quarter of an hour after, seeing a number of people in a coffee house, I entered it. It was the most notorious place in London, the resort of all the rascally Italians in town. I had heard of it at Lyon, and had taken a firm resolve never to set foot in it, but almighty chance made me go there unknown to myself. But it was my only visit. I sat down by myself and called for a glass of lemonade, and before long a man came and sat by me to profit by the light. He had a printed paper in his hand, and I could see that the words were Italian. He had a pencil with which he scratched out some words and letters, writing the corrections in the margin. Idle curiosity made me follow him in his work, and I noticed him correcting the word ancora, putting in an H in the margin. I was irritated by this barbarous spelling, and told him that for 4 centuries, ancora had been spelt without an H. Quite so, said he, but I am quoting from Boccaccio, and one should be exact in quotations. I apologize, sir. I see you are a man of letters. Well, in a small way. My name is Martinelli. Then you are in a great way indeed. I know you by repute, and if I am not mistaken, you are a relation of Calsabigi, who has spoken of you to me. I have read some of your satires. May I ask to whom I have the honor of speaking? My name is Seingalt. Have you finished your edition of the Decameron? I am still at work on it, and trying to increase the number of my subscribers. If you will be so kind, I should be glad to be of the number. You do me honor. He gave me a ticket, and seeing that it was only for a guinea, I took 4, and telling him I hoped to see him again at the same coffee house, the name of which I asked him, he told it me, evidently astonished at my ignorance. But his surprise vanished when I informed him that I had only been in London for an hour, and that it was my first visit to the great city. You will experience some trouble in finding your way back, said he. Allow me to accompany you. When we had got out, he gave me to understand that chance had led me to the Orange Coffee House, the most disreputable house in London. But you go there? Yes, but I can say with Juvenal, Cantabit vacus coram latron viator. The rogues can't hurt me. I know them and they know me. We never trouble each other. You have been a long time in London, I suppose. 5 years. I presume you know a good many people. Yes, but I seldom wait on anyone but Lord Spencer. I am occupied with literary work and live all by myself. I don't make much, but enough to live on. I live in furnished apartments and have 12 shirts and the clothes you see on my back, and that is enough for my happiness. Nec ultra Dios le cesso. I was pleased with this honest man, who spoke Italian with the most exquisite correctness. On the way back, I asked him what I had better do to get a comfortable lodging. When he heard the style in which I wished to live and the time I proposed to spend in London, he advised me to take a house completely furnished. You will be given an inventory of the goods, said he, and as soon as you get a surety, your house will be your castle. I like the idea, I answered, but how shall I find such a house? That is easily done. He went into a shop, begged the mistress to lend him the advertiser, noted down several advertisements, and said, That's all we have to do. The nearest house was in Pall Mall, and we went to see it. An old woman opened the door to us and showed us the ground floor and the 3 floors above. Each floor contained 2 rooms and a closet. Everything shone with cleanliness: linen, furniture, carpets, mirrors, and china, and even the bells and the bolts on the doors. The necessary linen was kept in a large press, and in another was the silver plate and several sets of china. The arrangements in the kitchen were excellent, and in a word, nothing was lacking in the way of comfort. The rent was 20 guineas a week, and not stopping to bargain, which is never of any use in London, I told Martinelli that I would take it on the spot. Martinelli translated what I said to the old woman, who told me that if I liked to keep her on as housekeeper, I need not have a surety, and that it would only be necessary for me to pay for each week in advance. I answered that I would do so, but that she must get me a servant who could speak French or Italian as well as English. She promised to get one in a day's time, and I paid her for 4 weeks, rent on the spot, for which she gave me a receipt under the name of the Chevalier de Seingalt. This was the name by which I was known during the whole of my stay in London. Thus, in less than 2 hours I was comfortably settled in a town which is sometimes described as a chaos, especially for a stranger. But in London, everything is easy to him who has money and is not afraid of spending it. I was delighted to be able to escape so soon from a house where I was welcomed so ill, though I had a right to the best reception. But I was still more pleased at the chance which had made me acquainted with Martinelli, whom I had known by repute for 6 years. When I got back, Madame Cornelius had not yet arrived, though 10 o'clock had struck. Young Cornelius was asleep on the sofa. I was enraged at the way the woman treated me, but I resolved to put a good face on it. Before long, 3 loud knocks announced the arrival of Madame Cornelius in a sedan chair, and I heard her ascending the stairs. She came in and seemed glad to see me, but did not come and give me those caresses which I had a right to expect. She ran to her son and took him on her knee, but the sleepy boy did not respond to her kisses with any great warmth. "He is very tired, like myself," said I, "and considering that we are travelers in need of rest, you have kept us waiting a long time." I do not know whether she would have answered at all, or, if so, what her answer would have been, for just at that moment a servant came in and said that supper was ready. She rose and did me the honor to take my arm, and we went into another room which I had not seen. The table was laid for 4, and I was curious enough to inquire who was the 4th person. It was to have been my daughter, but I left her behind, as when I told her that you and her brother had arrived, she asked me if you were well. "And you have punished her for doing so?" "Certainly, for in my opinion she ought to have asked for her brother first and then for you. Don't you think I was right?" "Poor Sophie, I am sorry for her. Gratitude has evidently more influence over her than blood relationship. It is not a question of sentiment, but of teaching young persons to think with propriety. Propriety is often far from proper." The woman told her son that she was working hard to leave him a fortune when she died, and that she had been obliged to summon him to England as he was old enough to help her in her business. "And how am I to help you, my dear mother?" "I give 12 balls and 12 suppers to the nobility, and the same number to the middle classes in the year. I have often as many as 600 guests at 2 guineas a head. The expenses are enormous, and alone as I am I must be robbed, for I can't be in 2 places at once. Now that you are here you can keep everything under lock and key, keep the books, pay and receive accounts, and see that everyone is properly attended to at the assemblies. In fine, you will perform the duties of the master. And do you think that I can do all that? You will easily learn it. I think it will be very difficult. One of my secretaries will come and live with you and instruct you in everything. During the first year, you will only have to acquire the English language and to be present at my assemblies, that I may introduce you to the most distinguished people in London. You will get quite English before long. I would rather remain French. That's mere prejudice, my dear. You will like the sound of Mr. Cornelius by and by." "Cornelius?" "Yes, that is your name. It's a very funny one. I will write it down so that you may not forget it." Thinking that her dear son was joking, Madame Cornelius looked at me in some astonishment and told him to go to bed, which he did instantly. When we were alone, she said he struck her as badly educated and too small for his age. "I am very much afraid," said she, "that we shall have to begin his education all over again. What has he learnt in the last 6 years? He might have learnt a great deal, for he went to the best boarding school in Paris, but he only learnt what he liked, and what he liked was not much. He can play the flute, ride, fence, dance a minuet, change his shirt every day, answer politely, make a graceful bow, talk elegant trifles, and dress well. As he never had any application, he doesn't know anything about literature. He can scarcely write, his spelling is abominable, his arithmetic limited, and I doubt whether he knows in what continent England is situated. He has used the 6 years well, certainly. Say, rather, he has wasted them, but he will waste many more. My daughter will laugh at him, but then it is I who have had the care of her education. He will be ashamed when he finds her so well instructed, though she is only 8. He will never see her at 8 if I know anything of reckoning. She is fully 10. I think I ought to know the age of my own daughter. She knows geography, history, languages, and music. She argues correctly and behaves in a manner which is surprising in so young a child. All the ladies are in love with her. I keep her at a school of design all day. She shows a great taste for drawing. She dines with me on Sundays, and if you would care to come to dinner next Sunday, you will confess that I have not exaggerated her capacities. It was Monday. I said nothing, but I thought it strange that she did not seem to consider that I was impatient to see my daughter. She should have asked me to meet her at supper the following evening. "You are just in time," said she, "to witness the last assembly of the year, for in a few weeks all the nobility will leave town in order to pass the summer in the country. I can't give you a ticket, as they are only issued to the nobility, but you can come as my friend and keep close to me. You will see everything. If I am asked who you are, I will say that you have superintended the education of my son in Paris and have brought him back to me. You do me too much honor." We continued talking till 2 o'clock in the morning, and she told me all about the suit she had with Sir Frederick Fermor. He maintained that the house she had built at a cost of 10,000 guineas belonged to him as he had furnished the money. In equity he was right, but according to English law wrong, for it was she who had paid the workmen, the contractors, and the architect. It was she that had given and received receipts and signed all documents. The house, therefore, belonged to her, and Fermor admitted as much. But he claimed the sum he had furnished, and here was the kernel of the whole case, for she had defied him to produce a single acknowledgment of money received. "I confess," said this honest woman, "that you have often given me £1,000 at a time, but that was a friendly gift, and nothing to be wondered at in a rich Englishman, considering that we were lovers and lived together." She had won her suit 4 times over in 2 years, but Fermor took advantage of the intricacies of English law to appeal again and again, and now he had gone to the House of Lords, the appeal to which might last 15 years. "This suit," said the honest lady, "dishonors Fermor." "I should think it did, but you surely don't think it honors you." "Certainly I do." "I don't quite understand how you make that out." "I will explain it all to you. We will talk it over again." In the 3 hours for which we talked together, this woman did not once ask me how I was, whether I was comfortable, how long I intended to stay in London, or whether I had made much money. In short, she made no inquiries whatever about me, only saying with a smile, but not heedlessly, "I never have a penny to spare." Her receipts amounted to more than £24,000 per annum, but her expenses were enormous, and she had debts. I avenged myself on her indifference by not saying a word about myself. I was dressed simply but neatly, and had not any jewelry or diamonds about my person. I went to bed annoyed with her, but glad to have discovered the badness of her heart. In spite of my longing to see my daughter, I determined not to take any steps to meet her till the ensuing Sunday, when I was invited to dinner. Early next morning, I told Claremont to pull all my goods and chattels in a carriage, and when all was ready I went to take leave of young Cornelis, telling him I was going to live in Pall Mall and leaving him my address. "You are not going to stay with me then?" said he. "No, your mother doesn't know how to welcome or to treat me." "I think you are right. I shall go back to Paris." "Don't do anything so silly. Remember that here you are at home, and that in Paris you might not find a roof to shelter you. Farewell, I shall see you on Sunday." I was soon settled in my new house, and I went out to call on M. Zaccato, the Venetian ambassador. I gave him M. Morosini's letter, and he said coldly that he was glad to make my acquaintance. When I asked him to present me at court, the insolent fool only replied with a smile, which might fairly be described as contemptuous. It was the aristocratic pride coming out, so I returned his smile with a cold bow and never set foot in his house again. On leaving Zaccato, I called on Lord Egremont, and finding him ill, left my letter with the porter. He died a few days after, so M. Morosini's letters were both useless through no fault of his. We shall learn presently what was the result of the little note. I then went to the Comte de Guerchy, the French ambassador, with a letter from the Marquis Chauvelin, and I received a warm welcome. This nobleman asked me to dine with him the following day, and told me that if I liked he would present me at court after chapel on Sunday. It was at that ambassador's table that I made the acquaintance of the Chevalier Dion, the secretary of the embassy, who afterwards became famous. This Chevalier Dion was a handsome woman who had been an advocate and a captain of dragoons before entering the diplomatic service. She served Louis Roman XV as a valiant soldier and a diplomatist of consummate skill. In spite of her manly ways, I soon recognized her as a woman. Her voice was not that of a castrato, and her shape was too rounded to be a man's. I say nothing of the absence of hair on her face, as that might be an accident. In the first days of my stay in London, I made the acquaintance of my bankers, who held at least 300,000 francs of my money. They all honored my drafts and offered their services to me, but I did not make use of their good offices. I visited the theaters of Covent Garden and Drury Lane, but I could not extract much enjoyment out of the performances as I did not know a word of English. I dined at all the taverns, high and low, to get some insight into the peculiar manners of the English. In the morning, I went on 'Change, where I made some friends. It was there that a merchant to whom I spoke got me a Negro servant who spoke English, French, and Italian with equal facility, and the same individual procured me a cook who spoke French. I also visited the bagnios where a rich man can sup, bathe, and sleep with a fashionable courtesan, of which species there are many in London. It makes a magnificent debauch and only costs 6 guineas. The expense may be reduced to 100 francs, but economy and pleasure is not to my taste. On Sunday, I made an elegant toilette and went to court about 11, and met the Comte de Guerchy as we had arranged. He introduced me to George Roman III, who spoke to me, but in such a low voice that I could not understand him and had to reply by a bow. The Queen made up for the King, however, and I was delighted to observe that the proud ambassador from my beloved Venice was also present. When M. de Guerchy introduced me under the name of the Chevalier de Seingalt, Zaccato looked astonished, for Mr. Morosini had called me Casanova in his letter. The Queen asked me from what part of France I came, and understanding from my answer that I was from Venice, she looked at the Venetian ambassador, who bowed as if to say that he had no objection to make. Her Majesty then asked me if I knew the ambassadors extraordinary, who had been sent to congratulate the King, and I replied that I had the pleasure of knowing them intimately, and that I had spent 3 days in their society at Lyons, where M. Morosini gave me letters for my Lord d'Egremont and M. Zaccato. M. Querini amused me extremely, said the Queen. He called me a little devil. He meant to say that your Highness is as witty as an angel. I longed for the Queen to ask me why I had not been presented by M. Zaccato, for I had a reply on the tip of my tongue that would have deprived the ambassador of his sleep for a week, while I should have slept soundly. For vengeance is a divine pleasure, especially when it is taken on the proud and foolish. But the whole conversation was a compound of nothings, as is usual in courts. After my interview was over, I got into my sedan chair and went to Soho Square. A man in court dress cannot walk the streets of London without being pelted with mud by the mob, while the gentlemen look on and laugh. All customs must be respected. They are all at once worthy and absurd. When I got to the house of Madame Cornélie's, I and my Negro Jarb were shewn upstairs, and conducted through a suite of gorgeous apartments to a room where the lady of the house was sitting with 2 English ladies and 2 English gentlemen. She received me with familiar politeness, made me sit down in an armchair beside her, and then continued the conversation in English without introducing me. When her steward told her that dinner was ready, she gave orders for the children to be brought down. I had long desired this meeting, and when I saw Sophie, I ran to meet her. But she, who had profited by her mother's instructions, drew back with profound courtesy and a compliment learnt by heart. I did not say anything for fear I should embarrass her, but I felt grieved to the heart. Madame Cornélie's then brought forward her son, telling the company that I had brought him to England after superintending his education for 6 years. She spoke in French, so I was glad to see that her friends understood that language. We sat down to table, Madame Cornélie's between her 2 children, and I between the 2 Englishwomen, one of whom delighted me by her pleasant wit. I attached myself to her as soon as I noticed that the mistress of the house only spoke to me by chance, and that Sophie did not look at me. She was so like me that no mistake was possible. I could see that she had been carefully tutored by her mother to behave in this manner, and I felt this treatment to be both absurd and impertinent. I did not want to let anyone see that I was angry, so I began to discourse in a pleasant strain on the peculiarities of English manners, taking care, however, not to say anything which might wound the insular pride of the English guests. My idea was to make them laugh and to make myself agreeable, and I succeeded, but not a word did I speak to Madame Cornélise. I did not so much as look at her. The lady next to me, after admiring the beauty of my lace, asked me what was the news at court. It was all news to me, said I, for I went there today for the first time. Have you seen the king? Said Sir Joseph Cornélise. My dear, you should not ask such questions, said his mother. Why not? Because the gentleman may not wish to answer them. On the contrary, madam, I like being questioned. I have been teaching your son for the last 6 years to be always asking something, for that is the way to acquire knowledge. He who asks nothing knows nothing. I had touched her to the quick, and she fell into a sulky silence. You have not told me yet, said the lad, whether you saw the king. Yes, my man, I saw the king and the queen, and both their majesties did me the honor to speak to me. Who introduced you? The French ambassador. I think you will agree with me, said the mother, that last question was a little too much. Certainly it would be if it were addressed to a stranger, but not to me who am his friend. You will notice that the reply he extracted from me did me honor. If I had not wished it to be known that I had been at court, I should not have come here in this dress. Very good, but as you like to be questioned, may I ask you why you were not presented by your own ambassador? Because the Venetian ambassador would not present me, knowing that his government have a bone to pick with me. By this time, we had come to the dessert, and poor Sophie had not uttered a syllable. Say something to M. de Seingalt, said her mother. I don't know what to say, she answered. Tell M. de Seingalt to ask me some questions, and I will answer to the best of my ability. Well, Sophie, tell me in what studies you are engaged at the present time. I am learning drawing. If you like, I will show you some of my work. I will look at it with pleasure, but tell me how you think you have offended me. You have a guilty air. Sir, I do not think I have done anything amiss. Nor do I, my dear, but as you do not look at me when you speak, I thought you must be ashamed of something. Are you ashamed of your fine eyes? You blush. What have you done? You are embarrassing her, said the mother. Tell him, my dear, that you have done nothing, but that a feeling of modesty and respect prevents you from gazing at the persons you address. Yes, said I, but if modesty bids young ladies lower their eyes, politeness should make them raise them now and again. No one replied to this objection, which was a sharp cut for the absurd woman. But after an interval of silence, we rose from the table, and Sophie went to fetch her drawings. I won't look at anything, Sophie, unless you will look at me. Come, said her mother, look at the gentleman. She obeyed as quickly as lightning, and I saw the prettiest eyes imaginable. Now, said I know you again, and perhaps you may remember having seen me. Yes, although it is 6 years ago since we met, I recognized you directly. And yet you did not look me in the face. If you knew how impolite it was to lower your eyes when you are addressing anyone, you would not do it. Who can have given you such a bad lesson? The child glanced towards her mother, who was standing by a window, and I saw who was her preceptress. I felt that I had taken sufficient vengeance, and began to examine her drawings, to praise them in detail, and to congratulate her on her talents. I told her that she ought to be thankful to have a mother who had given her so good an education. This indirect compliment pleased Madame Cornélise, and Sophie, now free from all restraint, gazed at me with an expression of childlike affection which ravished me. Her features bore the imprint of a noble soul within, and I pitied her for having to grow up under the authority of a foolish mother. Sophie went to the piano, played with feeling, and then sang some Italian airs, to the accompaniment of the guitar, too well for her age. She was too precocious, and wanted much more discretion in her education than Madame Cornélise was able to give her. When her singing had been applauded by the company, her mother told her to dance a minuet with her brother, who had learnt in Paris, but danced badly for want of a good carriage. His sister told him so with a kiss, and then asked me to dance with her, which I did very readily. Her mother, who thought she had danced exquisitely, as was indeed the case, told her that she must give me a kiss. She came up to me, and drawing her on my knee, I covered her face with kisses, which she returned with the greatest affection. Her mother laughed with all her heart, and then Sophie, beginning to be doubtful again, went up to her and asked if she were angry. Her mother comforted her with a kiss. After we had taken coffee, which was served in the French fashion, Madame Cornelius showed me a magnificent hall which she had built, in which she could give supper to 400 persons seated at one table. She told me, and I could easily believe her, that there was not such another in all London. The last assembly was given before the prorogation of Parliament. It was to take place in 4 or 5 days. She had a score of pretty girls in her service and a dozen footmen all in full livery. "They all rob me," said she, "but I have to put up with it. What I want is a sharp man to help me and watch over my interests. If I had such an one, I should make an immense fortune in a comparatively short time. For when it is a question of pleasure, the English do not care what they spend." I told her I hoped she would find such man and make the fortune, and then I left her, admiring her enterprise. When I left Soho Square, I went to St. James's Park to see Lady Harrington, for whom I bore a letter, as I have mentioned. This lady lived in the precincts of the court and received company every Sunday. It was allowable to play in her house, as the park is under the jurisdiction of the Crown. In any other place, there is no playing cards or singing on Sundays. The town abounds in spies, and if they have reason to suppose that there is any gaming or music going on, they watch for their opportunity, slip into the house, and arrest all the bad Christians, who are diverting themselves in a manner which is thought innocent enough in any other country. But to make up for this severity, the Englishman may go in perfect liberty to the tavern or the brothel, and sanctify the Sabbath as he pleases. I called on Lady Harrington, and having sent up my letter, she summoned me into her presence. I found her in the midst of about 30 persons, but the hostess was easily distinguished by the air of welcome she had for me. After I had made my bow, she told me she had seen me at court in the morning, and that without knowing who I was she had been desirous of making my acquaintance. Our conversation lasted 3/4 of an hour, and was composed of those frivolous observations and idle questions which are commonly addressed to a traveler. The lady was 40, but she was still handsome. She was well known for her gallantries and her influence at court. She introduced me to her husband and her 4 daughters, charming girls of a marriageable age. She asked me why I had come to London when everybody was on the point of going out of town. I told her that as I always obeyed the impulse of the moment, I should find it difficult to answer her question. Besides, I intended staying for a year, so that the pleasure would be deferred but not lost. My reply seemed to please her by its character of English independence, and she offered with exquisite grace to do all in her power for me. "In the meanwhile," said she, "we will begin by letting you see all the nobility at Madame Cornelius's on Thursday next. I can give you a ticket to admit to ball and supper. It is 2 guineas. I gave her the money, and she took the ticket again, writing on it, "Paid Harrington." "Is this formality necessary, my lady?" "Yes, or else they would ask you for the money at the doors." I did not think it necessary to say anything about my connection with the lady of Soho Square. While Lady Harrington was making up a rubber at whist, she asked me if I had any other letters for ladies. "Yes," said I have one which I intend to present tomorrow. It is a singular letter, being merely a portrait." "Have you got it about you?" "Yes, my lady." "May I see it?" "Certainly, here it is." "It is the Duchess of Northumberland. We will go and give it her." "With pleasure. Just wait till they have marked the game." Lord Percy had given me this portrait as a letter of introduction to his mother. "My dear Duchess," said Lady Harrington, "here is a letter of introduction which this gentleman begs to present to you. I know it is M. de Seingalt. My son has written to me about him. I am delighted to see you, Chevalier, and I hope you will come and see me. I receive thrice a week. Will your ladyship allow me to present my valuable letter in person?" "Certainly, you are right." I played a rubber of whist for very small stakes, and lost 15 guineas, which I paid on the spot. Directly afterwards Lady Harrington took me apart, and gave me a lesson which I deem worthy of record. "You paid in gold," said she. "I suppose you had no banknotes about you?" "Yes, my lady, I have notes for 50 and 100 pounds. "Then you must change one of them, or wait till another time to play. For in England to pay in gold is a solecism only pardonable in a stranger." Perhaps you noticed that the lady smiled. "Yes, who is she?" Lady Coventry, sister of the Duchess of Hamilton. Ought I to apologize? Not at all. The offense is not one of those which require an apology. She must have been more surprised than offended, for she made 15 shillings by your paying her in gold. I was vexed by this small mischance, for Lady Coventry was an exquisitely beautiful brunette. I comforted myself, however, without much trouble. The same day I made the acquaintance of Lord Hervey, the nobleman who conquered Havana, a pleasant and intelligent person. He had married Miss Chudleigh, but the marriage was annulled. This celebrated Miss Chudleigh was maid of honor to the Princess Dowager of Wales and afterwards became Duchess of Kingston. As her history is well known, I shall say something more of her in due course. I went home well enough pleased with my day's work. The next day I began dining at home and found my cook very satisfactory. For, besides the usual English dishes, he was acquainted with the French system of cooking, and did fricandeaux, cutlets, ragouts, and above all, the excellent French soup, which is one of the principal glories of France. My table and my house were not enough for my happiness. I was alone, and the reader will understand by this that nature had not meant me for a hermit. I had neither a mistress nor a friend, and at London one may invite a man to dinner at a tavern where he pays for himself, but not to one's own table. One day I was invited by a younger son of the Duke of Bedford to eat oysters and drink a bottle of champagne. I accepted the invitation, and he ordered the oysters and the champagne, but we drank 2 bottles, and he made me pay half the price of the second bottle. Such are manners on the other side of the channel. People laughed in my face when I said that I did not care to dine at a tavern as I could not get any soup. "Are you ill?" they said. "Soup is only fit for invalids." The Englishman is entirely carnivorous. He eats very little bread and calls himself economical because he spares himself the expense of soup and dessert, which circumstance made me remark that an English dinner is like eternity. It has no beginning and no end. Soup is considered very extravagant, as the very servants refuse to eat the meat from which it has been made. They say it is only fit to give to dogs. The salt beef which they use is certainly excellent. I cannot say the same for their beer, which was so bitter that I could not drink it. However, I could not be expected to like beer after the excellent French wines with which the wine merchant supplied me, certainly at a very heavy cost. I had been a week in my new home without seeing Martinelli. He came on a Monday morning, and I asked him to dine with me. He told me that he had to go to the museum, and my curiosity to see the famous collection, which is such an honor to England, made me accompany him. It was there that I made the acquaintance of Dr. Matty, of whom I shall speak in due course. At dinner, Martinelli made himself extremely pleasant. He had a profound knowledge of the English manners and customs which it behoved me to know if I wished to get on. I happened to speak of the impoliteness of which I had been guilty in paying a gaming debt in gold instead of paper, and on this text he preached me a sermon on the national prosperity, demonstrating that the preference given to paper shows the confidence which is felt in the bank, which may or may not be misplaced, but which is certainly a source of wealth. This confidence might be destroyed by a too large issue of paper money, and if that ever took place by reason of a protracted or unfortunate war, bankruptcy would be inevitable, and no one could calculate the final results. After a long discussion on politics, national manners, literature, in which subjects Martinelli shone, we went to Drury Lane Theatre, where I had a specimen of the rough insular manners. By some accident or other, the company could not give the piece that had been announced, and the audience were in a tumult. Garrick, the celebrated actor who was buried 20 years later in Westminster Abbey, came forward and tried in vain to restore order. He was obliged to retire behind the curtain. Then the king, the queen, and all the fashionables left the theatre, and in less than an hour the theatre was gutted, till nothing but the bare walls were left. After this destruction, which went on without any authority interposing, the mad populace rushed to the taverns to consume gin and beer. In a fortnight the theatre was refitted and the piece announced again, and when Garrick appeared before the curtain to implore the indulgence of the house, a voice from the pit shouted, "On your knees." 1,000 voices took up the cry, "On your knees," and the English Roscius was obliged to kneel down and beg forgiveness. Then came a thunder of applause, and everything was over. Such are the English, and above all, the Londoners. They hoot the king and the royal family when they appear in public, and the consequence is that they are never seen, save on great occasions, when order is kept by hundreds of constables. One day, as I was walking by myself, I saw Sir Augustus Hervey, whose acquaintance I had made, speaking to a gentleman whom he left to come to me. I asked him whom he had been speaking to. "That's the brother of Earl Ferrers," said he, "who was hanged a couple of months ago for murdering one of his people." "And you speak to his brother? Why shouldn't I? Is he not dishonored by the execution of his relative?" "Dishonored? Certainly not. Even his brother was not dishonored. He broke the law, but he paid for it with his life and owed society nothing more. He's a man of honor who played high and lost, that's all. I don't know that there is any penalty in the statute book which dishonors the culprit. That would be tyrannical, and we would not bear it. I may break any law I like, so long as I am willing to pay the penalty. It is only a dishonor when the criminal tries to escape punishment by base or cowardly actions." "How do you mean?" "To ask for the royal mercy, to beg forgiveness of the people, and the like." "How about escaping from justice?" "That is no dishonor, for to fly is an act of courage. It continues the defiance of the law, and if the law cannot exact obedience, so much the worse for it. It is an honor for you to have escaped from the tyranny of your magistrates. Your flight from the leads was a virtuous action. In such cases, man fights with death and flees from it. Ver fugiens de nuo pugnabit." "What do you think of highway robbers, then?" "I detest them as wretches dangerous to society, but I pity them when I reflect that they are always riding towards the gallows. You go out in a coach to pay a visit to a friend 3 or 4 miles out of London. A determined and agile-looking fellow springs upon you with his pistol in his hand and says, 'Your money or your life.' What would you do in such a case?" "If I had a pistol handy, I would blow out his brains, and if not, I would give him my purse and call him a scoundrelly assassin." "You would be wrong in both cases. If you killed him, you would be hanged, for you have no right to take the law into your own hands. And if you called him an assassin, he would tell you that he was no assassin, as he attacked you openly and gave you a free choice. Nay, he is generous, for he might kill you and take your money as well. You might, indeed, tell him he has an evil trade, and he would tell you that you were right, and that he would try to avoid the gallows as long as possible. He would then thank you and advise you never to drive out of London without being accompanied by a mounted servant, as then no robber would dare to attack you. We English always carry 2 purses on our journeys, a small one for the robbers and a large one for ourselves." What answer could I make to such arguments, based as they were on the national manners? England is a rich sea, but strewn with reefs, and those who voyage there would do well to take precautions. Sir Augustus Hervey's discourse gave me great pleasure. Going from one topic to another, as is always the way with a desultory conversation, Sir Augustus deplored the fate of an unhappy Englishman who had absconded to France with £70,000, and had been brought back to London, and was to be hanged. "How could that be?" I asked. "The Crown asked the Duc de Nivernois to extradite him, and Louis Roman XV granted the request to make England assent to some articles of the peace. It was an act unworthy of a king, for it violates the right of nations. It is true that the man is a wretch, but that has nothing to do with the principle of the thing. Of course, they have got back the £70,000. Not a shilling of it." "How was that?" "Because no money was found on him. He has most likely left his little fortune to his wife, who can marry again as she is still young and pretty. I wonder the police have not been after her. Such a thing is never thought of. What could they do? It's not likely that she would confess that her husband left her the stolen money. The law says robbers shall be hanged, but it says nothing about what they have stolen, as they are supposed to have made away with it. Then, if we had to take into account the thieves who had kept their theft and thieves who had spent it, we should have to make 2 sets of laws and make all manner of allowances. The end of it would be inextricable confusion. It seems to us Englishmen that it would not be just to ordain 2 punishments for theft. The robber becomes the owner of what he has stolen. True, he got it by violence, but it is nonetheless his, for he can do what he likes with it. That being the case, everyone should be careful to keep what he has, since he knows that once stolen he will never see it again. I have taken Havana from Spain. This was robbery on a large scale." He talked at once like a philosopher and a faithful subject of his king. Engaged in this discussion, we walked towards the Duchess of Northumberland's, where I made the acquaintance of Lady Rochefort, whose husband had just been appointed Spanish ambassador. This lady's gallantries were innumerable and furnished a fresh topic of conversation every day. The day before the assembly at Soho Square, Martinelli dined with me and told me that Madame Cornelis was heavily in debt and dared not go out except on Sundays, when debtors are privileged. "The enormous and unnecessary expense which she puts herself to," said he, "will soon bring her to ruin. She owes 4 times the amount of her assets, even counting in the house, which is a doubtful item as it is the subject of litigation." This news only distressed me for her children's sake, for I thought that she herself well deserved such a fate. Chapter 8. The Assembly Adventure at Ranelagh the English Courtesans, Pollen. I went in due time to the assembly, and the secretary at the door wrote down my name as I handed in my ticket. When Madame Cornelis saw me, she said she was delighted I had come in by ticket, and that she had had some doubts as to whether I would come. "You might have spared yourself the trouble of doubting," said I, "for after hearing that I had been to court you might have guessed that a matter of 2 guineas would not have kept me away. I am sorry for our old friendship's sake that I did not pay the money to you, for you might have known that I would not condescend to be present in the modest manner you indicated." This address, delivered with an ironical accent, embarrassed Madame Cornelis, but Lady Harrington, a great supporter of hers, came to her rescue. "I have a number of guineas to hand over to you, my dear Cornelis, and amongst others 2 from M. de Seingalt, who, I fancy, is an old friend of yours. Nevertheless, I did not dare to tell him so," she added, with a sly glance in my direction. "Why not, my lady? I have known Madame Cornelis for many years." "I should think you have," she answered, laughing, "and I congratulate you both. I suppose you know the delightful Miss Sophie too, Chevalier." "Certainly, my lady, who so knows the mother knows the daughter." "Quite so, quite so." Sophie was standing by, and after kissing her fondly, Lady Harrington said, "If you love yourself, you ought to love her, for she is the image of you." "Yes, it is a freak of nature." "I think there is something more than a freak in this instance." With these words, the lady took Sophie's hand, and leaning on my arm, she led us through the crowd, and I had to bear in silence the remarks of everyone. "There is Madame Cornelis's husband. That must be M. Cornelis. Oh, there can be no doubt about it." "No, no," said Lady Harrington, "you are all quite wrong." I got tired of these remarks, which were all founded on the remarkable likeness between myself and Sophie. I wanted Lady Harrington to let the child go, but she was too much amused to do so. "Stay by me," she said, "if you want to know the names of the guests." She sat down, making me sit on one side and Sophie on the other. Madame Cornelis then made her appearance, and everyone asked her the same questions and made the same remarks about me. She said bravely that I was her best and her oldest friend, and that the likeness between me and her daughter might possibly be capable of explanation. Everyone laughed and said it was very natural that it should be so. To change the subject, Madame Cornelis remarked that Sophie had learnt the minuet and danced it admirably. "Then fetch a violin player," said Lady Harrington, "that we may have the pleasure of witnessing the young artist's performance." The ball had not yet begun, and as soon as the violinist appeared, I stepped forward and danced with Sophie, to the delight of the select circle of spectators. The ball lasted all night without ceasing, as the company ate by relays and at all times and hours. The waste and prodigality were worthy of a prince's palace. I made the acquaintance of all the nobility and the royal family, for they were all there, with the exception of the King and Queen and the Prince of Wales. Madame Cornelis must have received more than 1,200 guineas, but the outlay was enormous, without any control or safeguard against the thefts, which must have been perpetrated on all sides. She tried to introduce her son to everybody, but the poor lad looked like a victim and did nothing but make profound bows. I pitied him from my heart. As soon as I got home, I went to bed and spent the whole of the next day there. The day after, I went to the Staven Tavern, as I had been told that the prettiest girls in London resorted to it. Lord Pembroke gave me this piece of information. He went there very frequently himself. When I got to the tavern, I asked for a private room, and the landlord, perceiving that I did not know English, accosted me in French and came to keep me company. I was astonished at his grave and reverend manner of speaking, and did not like to tell him that I wanted to dine with a pretty Englishwoman. At last, however, I summoned up courage to say, with a great deal of circumlocution, that I did not know whether Lord Pembroke had deceived me in informing me that I should find the prettiest girls in London at his house. "No, sir," said he, "my lord has not deceived you, and you can have as many as you like." "That's what I came for." He called out some name, and a tidy-looking lad making his appearance, he told him to get me a wench just as though he were ordering a bottle of champagne. The lad went out, and presently a girl of Herculean proportions entered. "Sir," said I don't like the looks of this girl. Give her a shilling and send her away. We don't trouble ourselves about ceremonies in London." This put me at my ease, so I paid my shilling and called for a prettier wench. The second was worse than the first, and I sent her away, and 10 others after her, while I could see that my fastidiousness amused the landlord immensely. "I'll see no more girls," said I at last. "Let me have a good dinner. I think the procurer must have been making game of me for the sake of the shillings." "It's very likely. Indeed, it often happens so when a gentleman does not give the name and address of the wench he wants." In the evening, as I was walking in St. James's Park, I remembered it was a rainlog evening, and wishing to see the place I took a coach and drove there, intending to amuse myself till midnight, and to find a beauty to my taste. I was pleased with the rotunda. I had some tea, I danced some minuets, but I made no acquaintances, and although I saw several pretty women, I did not dare to attack any of them. I got tired, and as it was near midnight I went out thinking to find my coach, for which I had not paid, still there, but it was gone, and I did not know what to do. An extremely pretty woman who was waiting for her carriage in the doorway noticed my distress and said that if I lived anywhere near Whitehall, she could take me home. I thanked her gratefully and told her where I lived. Her carriage came up, her man opened the door, and she stepped in on my arm, telling me to sit beside her, and to stop the carriage when it got to my house. As soon as we were in the carriage, I burst out into expressions of gratitude. And after telling her my name, I expressed my regret at not having seen her at Soho Square. "I was not in London," she replied. "I returned from Bath today." I apostrophized my happiness in having met her. I covered her hands with kisses and dared to kiss her on the cheek, and finding that she smiled graciously, I fastened my lips on hers, and before long had given her an unequivocal mark of the ardor with which she had inspired me. She took my attentions so easily that I flattered myself I had not displeased her, and I begged her to tell me where I could call on her and pay my court while I remained in London, but she replied, "We shall see each other again, we must be careful." I swore secrecy and urged her no more. Directly after the carriage stopped, I kissed her hand and was set down at my door, well pleased with the ride home. For a fortnight I saw nothing of her, but I met her again in a house where Lady Harrington had told me to present myself, giving her name. It was Lady Betty Jermyn's, and I found her out, but was asked to sit down and wait as she would be in soon. I was pleasantly surprised to find my fair friend of Rainlog in the room, reading a newspaper. I conceived the idea of asking her to introduce me to Lady Betty, so I went up to her and proffered my request, but she replied politely that she could not do so, not having the honor to know my name. "I have told you my name, madam. Do you not remember me?" "I remember you perfectly, but a piece of folly is not a title of acquaintance." I was dumbfounded at the extraordinary reply, while the lady calmly returned to her newspaper, and did not speak another word till the arrival of Lady Betty. The fair philosopher talked for 2 hours without giving the least sign of knowing who I was, although she answered me with great politeness whenever I ventured to address her. She turned out to be a lady of high birth and of great reputation. Happening to call on Martinelli, I asked him who was the pretty girl who was kissing her hands to me from the house opposite. I was pleasantly surprised to hear that she was a dancer named by Nettie. 4 years ago she had done me a great service at Stuttgart, but I did not know she was in London. I took leave of Martinelli to go and see her, and did so all the more eagerly when I heard that she had parted from her husband, though they were obliged to dance together at the Haymarket. She received me with open arms, telling me that she had recognized me directly. "I am surprised, my dear elder," said she, "to see you in London." She called me elder because I was the oldest of her friends. Nor did I know that you were here. I came to town after the close of the opera. How is it that you are not living with your husband? Because he games, loses, and despoils me of all I possess. Besides, a woman of my condition, if she be married, cannot hope that a rich lover will come and see her, while if she be alone she can receive visits without any constraint. I shouldn't have thought they would be afraid of Binetti. He used to be far from jealous. Nor is he jealous now, but you must know that there is an English law which allows the husband to arrest his wife and her lover if he finds them in flagrante delicto. He only wants 2 witnesses, and it is enough that they are sitting together on a bed. The lover is forced to pay to the husband the half of all he possesses. Several rich Englishmen have been caught in this way, and now they are very shy of visiting married women, especially Italians. So you have much to be thankful for. You enjoy perfect liberty, can receive any visitors you like, and are in a fair way to make a fortune. Alas, my dear friend, you do not know all. When he has information from his spies that I have had a visitor, he comes to me in a sedan chair at night and threatens to turn me out into the street if I do not give him all the money I have. He is a terrible rascal. I left the poor woman, after giving her my address, and telling her to come and dine with me whenever she liked. She had given me a lesson on the subject of visiting ladies. England has very good laws, but most of them are capable of abuse. The oath which jurymen have to take to execute them to the letter has caused several to be interpreted in a manner absolutely contrary to the intention of the legislators, thus placing the judges in a difficult predicament. Thus new laws have constantly to be made, and new glosses to explain the old ones. My Lord Pembroke, seeing me at my window, came in, and after examining my house, including the kitchen, where the cook was at work, told me that there was not a nobleman in town who had such a well-furnished and comfortable house. He made a calculation, and told me that if I wanted to entertain my friends, I should require £300 a month. You can't live here, said he, without a pretty girl, and those who know that you keep Bachelor's Hall are of opinion that you are very wise, and will save a great deal of useless expense. Do you keep a girl, my lord? No, for I am unfortunate enough to be disgusted with a woman after I have had her for a day. Then you require a fresh one every day. Yes, and without being as comfortable as you I spend 4 times as much. You must know that I live in London like a stranger. I never dine at my own house. I wonder at your dining alone. I can't speak English. I like soup and good wine, and that is enough to keep me from your taverns. I expect so, with your French tastes. You will confess that they are not bad tastes. You are right, for, good Englishman as I am, I get on very well in Paris. He burst out laughing when I told him how I had dispatched a score of wenches at the Staven Tavern, and that my disappointment was due to him. I did not tell you what names to send for, and I was wrong. Yes, you ought to have told me. But even if I did, they wouldn't have come, for they are not at the orders of the procurers. If you will promise to pay them as I do, I will give you some tickets which will make them come. Can I have them here? Just as you like. That will be most convenient for me. Write out the tickets and let them know French if you can. That's the difficulty. The prettiest only speak English. Never mind, we shall understand each other well enough for the purpose, I dare say. He wrote several tickets for 4 and 6 guineas each, but one was marked 12 guineas. She is doubly pretty, is she? Said I. Not exactly, but she has cuckolded a Duke of Great Britain who keeps her, and only uses her once or twice a month. Would you do me the honor of testing the skill of my cook? Certainly, but I can't make an appointment. And supposing I am out? I'll go to the tavern. Having nothing better to do, I sent Jarb to one of the 4-guinea wenches, telling him to advise her that she would dine with me. She came. She did not attract me sufficiently to make me attempt more than some slight toying. She went away well pleased with her 4 guineas, which she had done nothing to earn. Another wench, also at 4 guineas, supped with me the following evening. She had been very pretty, and, indeed, was so still, but she was too melancholy and quiet for my taste, and I could not make up my mind to tell her to undress. The 3rd day, not feeling inclined to try another ticket, I went to Covent Garden, and on meeting an attractive young person I accosted her in French, and asked her if she would sup with me. How much will you give me at dessert? 3 guineas. Come along. After the play, I ordered a good supper for two, and she displayed an appetite after mine own heart. When we had supped, I asked for her name and address, and I was astonished to find that she was one of the girls whom Lord Pembroke had assessed at 6 guineas. I concluded that it was best to do one's own business, or, at any rate, not to employ noblemen as agents. As to the other tickets, they procured me but little pleasure. The 12-guinea one, which I had reserved for the last, as a choice morsel, pleased me the least of all, and I did not care to cuckold the noble duke who kept her. Lord Pembroke was young, handsome, rich, and full of wit. I went to see him one day and found him just getting out of bed. He said he would walk with me and told his valet to shave him. "But," said I, "there's not a trace of beard on your face." "There never is," said he. "I get myself shaved 3 times a day." 3 times? "Yes, when I change my shirt, I wash my hands. When I wash my hands, I have to wash my face, and the proper way to wash a man's face is with a razor." "When do you make these 3 ablutions?" "When I get up, when I dress for dinner, and when I go to bed, for I should not like the woman who is sleeping with me to feel my beard." We had a short walk together, and then I left him as I had some writing to do. As we parted, he asked me if I dined at home. I replied in the affirmative, and foreseeing that he intended dining with me, I warned my cook to serve us well, though I did not let him know that I expected a nobleman to dinner. Vanity has more than one string to its bow. I had scarcely got home when Madame Binetti came in, and said that if she were not in the way, she would be glad to dine with me. I gave her a warm welcome, and she said I was really doing her a great service, as her husband would suffer the torments of hell in trying to find out with whom she had dined. This woman still pleased me, and though she was 35, nobody would have taken her for more than 25. Her appearance was in every way pleasing. Her lips were of the hue of the rose, disclosing 2 exquisite rows of teeth. A fine complexion, splendid eyes, and a forehead where innocence might have been well enthroned. All this made an exquisite picture. If you add to this that her breast was of the rarest proportions, you will understand that more fastidious tastes than mine would have been satisfied with her. She had not been in my house for half an hour when Lord Pembroke came in. They both uttered an exclamation, and the nobleman told me that he had been in love with her for the last 6 months, that he had written ardent letters to her of which she had taken no notice. "I never would have anything to do with him," said she, "because he is the greatest profligate in all England, and it's a pity," she added, "because he is a kind-hearted nobleman." This explanation was followed by a score of kisses, and I saw that they were agreed. We had a choice dinner in the French style, and Lord Pembroke swore he had not eaten so good a dinner for the last year. "I am sorry for you," he said, "when I think of you being alone every day." Madame Binetti was as much a gourmet as the Englishman, and when we rose from table, we felt inclined to pass from the worship of Camus to that of Venus. But the lady was too experienced to give the Englishman anything more than a few trifling kisses. I busied myself in turning over the leaves of some books I had bought the day before, and left them to talk together to their heart's content. But to prevent their asking me to give them another dinner, I said that I hoped chance would bring about such another meeting on another occasion. At 6 o'clock, after my guests had left me, I dressed and went to Vauxhall, where I met a French officer named Meilingen, to whom I had given some money at Aix-la-Chapelle. He said he would like to speak to me, so I gave him my name and address. I also met a well-known character, the Chevalier Gaudar, who talked to me about gaming and women. Meilingen introduced me to an individual who he said might be very useful to me in London. He was a man of 40, and styled himself son of the late Theodore, the pretender to the throne of Corsica, who had died miserably in London 14 years before, after having been imprisoned for debt for 7 years. I should have done better if I had never gone to Vauxhall that evening. The entrance fee at Vauxhall was half the sum charged at Ranelagh, but in spite of that the amusements were of the most varied kinds. There was good fare, music, walks in solitary alleys, thousands of lamps, and a crowd of London beauties, both high and low. In the midst of all these pleasures, I was dull, because I had no girl to share my abode or my good table and make it dear to me. I had been in London for 6 weeks, and in no other place had I been alone for so long. My house seemed intended for keeping a mistress with all decency, and as I had the virtue of constancy, a mistress was all I wanted to make me happy. But how was I to find a woman who should be the equal of those women I had loved before? I had already seen 100 of girls, whom the town pronounced to be pretty, and who did not strike me as even passable. I thought the matter over continually, and at last an odd idea struck me. I called the old housekeeper, and told her by the servant, who acted as my interpreter, that I wanted to let the second or third floor for the sake of company, and although I was at perfect liberty to do what I liked with the house, I would give her half a guinea a week extra. Forthwith I ordered her to affix the following bill to the window: second or third floor to be let, furnished, to a young lady speaking English and French, who receives no visitors, either by day or night. The old Englishwoman, who had seen something of the world, began to laugh so violently when the document was translated to her that I thought she would have choked. "What are you laughing at, my worthy woman?" "Because this notice is a laughing matter. I suppose you think I shall have no applications." "Not at all, the doorstep will be crowded from morn to night, but I shall leave it all to Fanny. Only tell me how much to ask. I will arrange about the rent in my interview with the young lady. I don't think I shall have so many inquiries, for the young lady is to speak French and English, and also to be respectable. She must not receive any visits, not even from her father and mother, if she has them. But there will be a mob in front of the house, reading the notice. All the better, nothing is the worse for being a little odd." It happened just as the old woman had foretold. As soon as the notice was up, everybody stopped to read it, made various comments, and passed on. On the second day after it was up, my Negro told me that my notice was printed in full in the St. James's Chronicle, with some amusing remarks. I had the paper brought up to me, and Fanny translated it. It ran as follows: "The landlord of the second and third floors probably occupies the first floor himself. He must be a man of the world and of good taste, for he wants a young and pretty lodger. And as he forbids her to receive visits, he will have to keep her company himself." He added, "The landlord should take care lest he become his own dupe, for it is very likely that the pretty lodger would only take the room to sleep in, and possibly only to sleep in now and then. And if she chose, she would have a perfect right to refuse to receive the proprietor's visits." These sensible remarks delighted me, for after reading them I felt forewarned. Such matters as these give their chief interest to the English newspapers. They are allowed to gossip about everything, and the writers have the knack of making the merest trifles seem amusing. Happy is the nation where anything may be written and anything said. Lord Pembroke was the first to come and congratulate me on my idea, and he was succeeded by Martinelli, but he expressed some fears as to the possible consequences. "For," said he, "there are plenty of women in London who would come and lodge with you to be your ruin." "In that case," I answered, "it would be a case of Greek meeting Greek. However, we shall see. If I am taken in, people will have the fullest right to laugh at me, for I have been warned. I will not trouble my readers with an account of the 100 women who came in the first 10 days, when I refused on one pretext or another, though some of them were not wanting in grace and beauty. But one day, when I was at dinner, I received a visit from a girl of from 20 to 24 years, simply but elegantly dressed. Her features were sweet and gracious, though somewhat grave, her complexion pale, and her hair black. She gave me a bow which I had to rise to return, and as I remained standing, she politely begged me not to put myself out, but to continue my dinner. I begged her to be seated and to take dessert, but she refused with an air of modesty which delighted me. This fair lady said, not in French, but in Italian worthy of a Sienese, its purity was so perfect, that she hoped I would let her have a room on the third floor, and that she would gladly submit to all my conditions. "You may only make use of one room if you like, but all the floor will belong to you. Although the notice says the rooms will be let cheaply, I shall not be able to afford more than one room. 2 shillings a week is all I can spend. That's exactly what I want for the whole suite of rooms, so you see you can use them all. My maid will wait on you, get you whatever food you may require, and wash your linen as well. You can also employ her to do your commissions, so that you need not go out for trifles. Then I will dismiss my maid," she said. "She robs me of little, it is true, but still too much for my small means. I will tell your maid what food to buy for me every day, and she shall have 6 sols a week for her pains. That will be ample. I should advise you to apply to my cook's wife, who will get your dinner and supper for you as cheaply as you could buy it. I hardly think so, for I am ashamed to tell you how little I spend. Even if you only spend 2 sols a day, she will give you 2 sols worth. All the same, I advise you to be content with what you get from the kitchen, without troubling about the price, for I usually have provision made for 4, though I dine alone, and the rest is the cook's perquisite. I merely advise you to the best of my ability, and I hope you will not be offended at my interest in your welfare. Really, sir, you are too generous. Wait a moment, and you will see how everything will be settled comfortably. I told Claremont to order up the maid and the cook's wife, and I said to the latter, "For how much could you provide dinner and supper for this young lady who is not rich, and only wants to eat to live?" "I can do it very cheaply, for you usually eat alone and have enough for 4. "Very good, then I hope you will treat her very well for the sum she gives you." "I can only afford 5 sols a day." "That will do nicely." I gave orders that the bill should be taken down directly, and that the young lady's room should be made comfortable. When the maid and the cook's wife had left the room, the young lady told me that she should only go out on Sundays to hear Mass at the Bavarian ambassador's chapel, and once a month to a person who gave her 3 guineas to support her. "You can go out when you like," said I, "and without rendering an account to anybody of your movements." She begged me not to introduce anyone to her, and to tell the porter to deny her to anyone who might come to the door to make inquiries. I promised that her wishes should be respected, and she went away saying that she was going for her trunk. I immediately ordered my household to treat her with the utmost respect. The old housekeeper told me that she had paid the first week in advance, taking a receipt, and had gone, as she had come, in a sedan chair. Then the worthy old woman made free to tell me to be on my guard. "Against what? If I fall in love with her, so much the better, that is just what I want. What name did she give you?" "Mistress Pauline. She was quite pale when she came, and she went away covered with blushes." I was delighted to hear it. I did not want a woman merely to satisfy my natural desires, for such can be found easily enough. I wished for someone whom I could love. I expected beauty, both of the body and the soul, and my love increased with the difficulties and obstacles I saw before me. As to failure, I confess I did not give it a moment's thought, for there is not a woman in the world who can resist constant and loving attentions, especially when her lover is ready to make great sacrifices. When I got back from the theater in the evening, the maid told me that the lady had chosen a modest closet at the back, which was only suitable for a servant. She had had a moderate supper, only drinking water, and had begged the cook's wife only to send her up soup and 1 dish, to which the woman had replied that she must take what was served, and what she did not eat would do for the servant. When she finished, she shut herself up to write, and wished me good evening with much politeness. "What is she going to take in the morning?" I asked her, and she said she would only take a little bread. "Then you had better tell her that it is the custom of the house for the cook to serve everybody with coffee, chocolate, or tea, according to taste, in the morning, and that I shall be pained if she refuses to fare like the rest of us. But don't tell her I said so. Here's a crown for you, and you shall have one every week if you will wait upon and care for her properly." Before going to bed, I wrote her a polite note, begging her to leave the closet. She did so, but she went into another back room and consented to take coffee for her breakfast. Wishing to make her dine and sup with me, I was dressing myself and preparing to proffer my request in such a way as to make a refusal impossible when young Cornelis was announced. I received him smilingly and thanked him for the first visit he had paid me in the course of 6 weeks. "Mama hasn't allowed me to come. I have tried to do so a score of times without her leave. Read this letter, and you will find something which will surprise you." I opened the letter and read as follows. "Yesterday a bailiff waited for my door to be opened and slipped in and arrested me. I was obliged to go with him, and I am now in the sponging house, and if I can't get bail by today, he will take me to King's Bench prison. The bail I require is to the amount of £200, to pay a bill which has fallen due. Dear friend, come and succor me, or else my other creditors will get wind of my imprisonment, and I shall be ruined." You surely will not allow that to happen, if not for my sake, at least for the sake of my innocent children. You cannot bail me yourself, but you can easily get a householder to do so. If you have the time, come and call on me, and I will show you that I could not help doing the bill. Otherwise, I could not have given my last ball, as the whole of my plate and china was pledged. I felt angry with the impudent woman who had hitherto paid me so little attention, and I wrote that I could only pity her, and that I had no time to go and see her, and that I should be ashamed to ask anyone to bail her out. When young Cornelius had gone away in a melancholy mood, I told Claremont to ask Pauline if she would allow me to bid her a good day. She sent word that I was at liberty to do so, and on going upstairs to her room, I found her sitting at a table on which were several books. Some linen on a chest of drawers did not give me the idea that she was very poor. "I am immensely obliged," said she, "for all your goodness to me." "Say nothing of that, madam. It is I who have need of your goodness. What can I do to show my gratitude? Could you trouble yourself to take your meals with me? When I am alone, I eat like an ogre, and my health suffers. If you do not feel inclined to grant me that favor, do not hesitate to refuse, and I assure you you shall fare just as well as if you had acceded to my request. I shall be delighted to dine and sup with you, sir, whenever you are alone and you like to send for me. Nevertheless, I am not sure that my society will amuse you." "Very good, I am grateful to you, and I promise you shall never repent of your kindness. I will do my best to amuse you, and I hope I shall succeed, for you have inspired me with the liveliest interest. We will dine at 1 today." I did not sit down or look at her books, or even ask her if she had spent a good night. The only thing I noted was that she had looked pale and careworn when I came in, and when I went out her cheeks were the color of the rose. I went for a walk in the park, feeling quite taken with this charming woman, and resolved to make her love me, for I did not want to owe anything to gratitude. I felt curious to know where she came from, and suspected she was an Italian, but I determined to ask her no questions for fear of offending her. When I got home, Pauline came down of her own free will, and I was delighted with this, which I took for a good omen. As we had half an hour before us, I asked her how she found her health. "Nature," she replied, "has favored me with such a good constitution that I have never had the least sickness in my life, except on the sea." "You have made a voyage, then?" "I must have done so to come to England." "You might be an Englishwoman." "Yes, for the English language has been familiar to me from my childhood." We were seated on a sofa, and on the table in front of us was a chessboard. Pauline toyed with the pawns, and I asked her if she could play chess. "Yes, and pretty well too, from what they tell me." "Then we will have a game together. My blunders will amuse you." We began, and in 4 moves I was checkmated. She laughed, and I admired her play. We began again, and I was checkmated in 5 moves. My agreeable guest laughed heartily, and while she laughed I became intoxicated with love, watching the play of her features, her exquisite teeth, and her happy expression. We began another game. Pauline played carelessly, and I placed her in a difficult position. "I think you may conquer me," said she. "What happiness for me." The servant came in to tell us that dinner was ready. "Interruptions are often extremely inconvenient," said I, as I offered her my arm, feeling quite sure that she had not lost the significance of my last words, for women find a meaning for everything. We were just sitting down to table when Claremont announced my daughter and Madame Ranker. "Tell them that I am at dinner, and that I shall not be disengaged till 3 o'clock." Just as my man was leaving the room to carry back my answer, Sophie rushed in and knelt before me, choking with sobs. This was too much for me, and raising her I took her on my knees, saying I knew what she had come for, and that for love of her I would do it. Passing from grief to joy, the dear child kissed me, calling me her father, and at last made me weep myself. "Dine with us, dear Sophie," said I. "I shall be the more likely to do what you wish." She ran from my arms to embrace Pauline, who was weeping out of sympathy, and we all dined happily together. Sophie begged me to give Madame Ranker some dinner. "It shall be so, if you please, but only for your sake, for that woman Ranker deserves that I should leave her standing at the door to punish her for her impertinence to me when I came to London." The child amused us in an astonishing way all dinner time. Pauline keeping her ears open and not saying a word. So surprised was she to hear a child of her age talk in a way that would have excited attention in a woman of 20. Although perfectly respectful, she condemned her mother's conduct and said that she was unfortunate in being obliged to give her a blind obedience. I would wager that you don't love her much. I respect, but I cannot love her, for I am always afraid. I never see her without fearing her. Why do you weep then at her fate? I pity her and her family still more, and the expressions she used in sending me to you were very affecting. What were these expressions? Go, said she, kneel before him, for you and you alone can soften his heart. Then you knelt before me, because your mother told you to do so. Yes, for if I had followed my own inclination, I should have rushed to your arms. You answer well, but are you sure of persuading me? No, for one can never be sure of anything, but I have good hopes of success, remembering what you told me at The Hague. My mother told me that I was only 3 then, but I know I was 5. She it was who told me not to look at you when I spoke to you, but fortunately you made her remove her prohibition. Everybody says that you are my father, and at The Hague she told me so herself, but here she is always dinning it into my ears that I am the daughter of M. de Montparnasse. But, Sophie dear, your mother does wrong in making you a bastard when you are the legitimate daughter of the dancer Pompidi, who killed himself at Vienna. Then I am not your daughter. Clearly, for you cannot have 2 fathers, can you? But how is it that I am your image? It's a mere chance. You deprive me of a dream which has made me happy. Pauline said nothing, but covered her with kisses, which Sophie returned effusively. She asked me if the lady was my wife, and on my replying in the affirmative she called Pauline her dear mamma, which made dear mamma laugh merrily. When the dessert was served, I drew 4 50-pound notes out of my pocketbook, and giving them to Sophie told her that she might hand them over to her mother if she liked, but that the present was for her and not for her mother. If you give her the money, I said, she will be able to sleep tonight in the fine house where she gave me such a poor reception. It makes me unhappy to think of it, but you must forgive her. Yes, Sophie, but out of love for you. Write to her to the effect that it is to me you give the money, not to her. I dare not tell her so myself. I could not do that, my dear. It would be insulting her in her affliction. Do you understand that? Yes, quite well. You may tell her that whenever she sends you to dine or sup with me, she will please me very much. But you can write that down without wounding her, can you not? Do so, I entreat you. Dear mamma, said she, addressing Pauline, ask papa to do so, and then I will come and dine with you sometimes. Pauline laughed with all her heart as she addressed me as husband, and begged me to write the desired epistle. The effect on the mother could only let her know how much I loved her daughter, and would consequently increase her love for her child. I gave in, saying that I could not refuse anything to the adorable woman who had honored me with the name of husband. Sophie kissed us, and went away in a happy mood. It's a long time since I have laughed so much, said Pauline, and I don't think I have ever had such an agreeable meal. That child is a perfect treasure. She is unhappy, poor little girl, but she would not be so if I were her mother. I then told her of the true relationship between Sophie and myself, and the reasons I had for despising her mother. I wonder what she will say when Sophie tells her that she found you at table with your wife. She won't believe it, as she knows my horror for the sacrament of matrimony. How is that? I hate it because it is the grave of love. Not always. As she said this, Pauline sighed, and lowering her eyes changed the conversation. She asked me how long I intended to stay in London, and when I had replied, 9 or 10 months, I felt myself entitled to ask her the same question. I really can't say, she answered. My return to my country depends on my getting a letter. May I ask you what country you come from? I see I shall soon have no secrets from you, but let me have a little time. I have only made your acquaintance today, and in a manner which makes me have a very high opinion of you. I shall try my best to deserve the good opinions you have conceived of my character. You have shewn yourself to me in a thoroughly estimable light. Give me your esteem, I desire it earnestly, but don't say anything of respect, for that seems to shut out friendship. I aspire to yours, and I warn you that I shall do my best to gain it. I have no doubt you are very clever in that way, but you are generous too, and I hope you will spare me. If the friendship between us became too ardent, a parting would be dreadful, and we may be parted at any moment. Indeed, I ought to be looking forward to it." Our dialogue was getting rather sentimental, and with that ease which is only acquired in the best society, Pauline turned it to other topics, and soon asked me to allow her to go upstairs. I would have gladly spent the whole day with her, for I have never met a woman whose manners were so distinguished and at the same time so pleasant. When she left me, I felt a sort of void, and went to see Madame Binetti, who asked me for news of Pembroke. She was in a rage with him. "He is a detestable fellow," said she. "He would like to have a fresh wife every day. What do you think of such conduct?" "I envy him his happiness. He enjoys it because all women are such fools. He caught me through meeting me at your house. He would never have done so otherwise. What are you laughing at?" "Because if he has caught you, you have also caught him. You are therefore quits." "You don't know what you are talking about." I came home at 8 o'clock, and as soon as Fanny had told Pauline that I had returned, she came downstairs. I fancied she was trying to captivate me by her attentions, and as the prospect was quite agreeable to me, I thought we should come to an understanding before very long. Supper was brought in, and we stayed at table till midnight, talking about trifles, but so pleasantly that the time passed away very quickly. When she left me, she wished me good night, and said my conversation had made her forget her sorrows. Pembroke came next morning to ask me to give him breakfast, and congratulated me on the disappearance of the bill from my window. "I should very much like to see your boarder," said he. "I dare say, my lord, but I can't gratify your curiosity just now, for the lady likes to be alone, and only puts up with my company because she can't help it." He did not insist, and to turn the conversation I told him that Madame Binetti was furious with him for his inconstancy, which was a testimony to his merits. That made him laugh, and without giving me any answer, he asked me if I dined at home that day. "No, my lord, not today." "I understand. Well, it's very natural. Bring the affair to a happy conclusion." "I will do my best." Martinelli had found 2 or 3 parodies of my notice in the Advertiser, and came and read them to me. I was much amused with them. They were mostly indecent, for the liberty of the press is much abused in London. As for Martinelli, he was too discreet and delicate a man to ask me about my new boarder. As it was Sunday, I begged him to take me to Mass at the Bavarian Ambassador's Chapel, and here I must confess that I was not moved by any feelings of devotion, but by the hope of seeing Pauline. I had my trouble for nothing, for, as I heard afterwards, she sat in a dark corner where no one could see her. The chapel was full, and Martinelli pointed out several lords and ladies who were Catholics, and did not conceal their religion. When I got home, I received a note from Madame Cornélie's, saying that as it was Sunday and she could go out freely, she hoped I would let her come to dinner. I showed the letter to Pauline, not knowing whether she would object to dining with her, and she said she would be happy to do so, provided there were no men. I wrote in answer to Madame Cornélie's that I should be glad to see her and her charming daughter at dinner. She came, and Sophie did not leave my side for a moment. Madame Cornélie's, who was constrained in Pauline's presence, took me aside to express her gratitude and to communicate to me some chimerical schemes of hers which were soon to make her rich. Sophie was the life and soul of the party, but as I happened to tell her mother that Pauline was a lady who was lodging in my house, she said, "Then she is not your wife." "No, such happiness is not for me. It was a joke of mine, and the lady amused herself at the expense of your credulity." "Well, I should like to sleep with her." "Really, when?" "Whenever Mamma will let me." "We must first ascertain," said the mother, "what the lady thinks of the arrangement." "She needn't fear a refusal," said Pauline, giving the child a kiss. "Then you shall have her with pleasure, madam. I will get her governess to fetch her away tomorrow." "At 3 o'clock," said I, "for she must dine with us." Sophie, taking her mother's silence for consent, went up to her and kissed her, but these attentions were but coldly received. She unfortunately did not know how to inspire love. After Madame Cornélie's had gone, I asked Pauline if she would like to take a walk with Sophie and myself in the suburbs, where nobody would know her. "In prudence," said she, "I cannot go out unless I am alone." "Then shall we stay here?" We could not do better. Pauline and Sophie sang Italian, French, and English duets, and the concert of their voices seemed to me ravishing. We supped gaily, and at midnight I escorted them to the third floor, telling Sophie that I would come and breakfast with her in the morning, but that I should expect to find her in bed. I wanted to see if her body was as beautiful as her face. I would gladly have asked Pauline to grant me the same favor, but I did not think things had advanced far enough for that. In the morning, I found Pauline up and dressed. When Sophie saw me, she laughed and hid her head under the sheets, but as soon as she felt me near her, she soon let me see her pretty little face, which I covered with kisses. When she had got up, we breakfasted together, and the time went by as pleasantly as possible, till Madame Ranker came for her little charge, who went away with a sad heart. Thus, I was left alone with my Pauline, who began to inspire me with such ardent desires that I dreaded an explosion every moment. And yet I had not so much as kissed her hand. When Sophie had gone, I made her sit beside me, and taking her hand, I kissed it rapturously, saying, "Are you married, Pauline?" "Yes." "Do you know what it is to be a mother?" "No, but I can partly imagine what happiness it must be." "Are you separated from your husband?" "Yes, by circumstances and against our will. We were separated before we had cohabited together." "Is he at London?" "No, he is far away, but please don't say anything more about it. Only tell me whether my loss will be his gain." "Yes, and I promise not to leave you till I have to leave England, that is. Unless you dismiss me, and I shall leave this happy island to be happy with the husband of my choice." "But I, dear Pauline, will be left unhappy, for I love you with all my heart, and am afraid to give you any proof of my love. Be generous and spare me, for I am not my own mistress, and have no right to give myself to you. And perhaps, if you were so ungenerous as to attack me, I should not have the strength to resist. I will obey, but I shall still languish. I cannot be unhappy unless I forfeit your favor. I have duties to perform, my dear friend, and I cannot neglect them without becoming contemptible in my own eyes and yours too. I should deem myself the most miserable of men if I despised a woman for making me happy. Well, I like you too well to think you capable of such conduct, but let us be moderate, for we may have to part tomorrow. You must confess that if we yielded to desire, this parting would be all the more bitter. If you are of another opinion, that only shows that your ideas of love and mine are different. Then tell me, of what sort of love is that, with which I am happy enough to have inspired you? It is of such a kind that enjoyment would only increase it, and yet enjoyment seems to me a mere accident. Then what is its essence? To live together in perfect unity. That's a blessing we can enjoy from morning to eve, but why should we not add the harmless accident which would take so short a time, and give us such peace and tranquility? You must confess, Pauline, that the essence cannot exist long without the accident. Yes, but you in your turn, you will agree that the food often proves in time to be deadly. No, not when one loves truly, as I do. Do you think that you will not love me so well after having possessed me? No, it's because I think quite otherwise, that I dread to make the moment of parting so bitter. I see I must yield to your logic. I should like to see the food on which you feed your brain, otherwise your books. Will you let me come upstairs? Certainly, but you will be caught. How? Come and see. We went to her room, and I found that all her books were Portuguese, with the exception of Milton, in English, Ariosto, in Italian, and Labruyère's Characters, in French. Your selection gives me a high idea of your mental qualities, said I, but tell me, why do you give such a preference to Camões and all these Portuguese authors? For a very good reason. I am Portuguese myself. You Portuguese? I thought you were Italian, and so you already know 5 languages, for you doubtless know Spanish. Yes, although Spanish is not absolutely necessary. What an education you have had. I am 22 now, but I knew all these languages at 18. Tell me who you are, tell me all about yourself. I am worthy of your confidence. I think so too, and to give you a proof of my trust in you, I am going to tell you my history. For since you love me, you can only wish to do me good. What are all these manuscripts? My history, which I have written down myself. Let us sit down. Chapter 9. Pauline's story. I am happy Pauline leaves me. I am the only daughter of the unfortunate Count XO, whom Carvalho Uiras killed in prison on suspicion of being concerned in the attempt on the king's life, in which the Jesuits were supposed to have had a hand. I do not know whether my father was innocent or guilty, but I do know that the tyrannical minister did not dare to have him tried, or to confiscate the estates, which remain in my possession, though I can only enjoy them by returning to my native land. My mother had me brought up in a convent where her sister was abbess. I had all kinds of masters, especially an Italian from Leghorn, who in 6 years taught me all that he thought proper for me to know. He would answer any questions I chose to put him, save on religious matters, but I must confess that his reserve made me all the fonder of him, for in leaving me to reflect on certain subjects by myself, he did a great deal to form my judgment. I was 18 when my grandfather removed me from the convent, although I protested that I would gladly stay there till I got married. I was fondly attached to my aunt, who did all in her power after my mother's death to make me forget the double loss I had sustained. My leaving the convent altered the whole course of my existence, and as it was not a voluntary action, I have nothing to repent of. My grandfather placed me with his sister-in-law, the Marchioness Exo, who gave me up half her house. I had a governess, a companion, maids, pages, and footmen, all of whom, though in my service, were under the orders of my governess, a well-born lady who was happily honest and trustworthy. A year after I had left the convent, my grandfather came and told me in the presence of my governess that Count FL had asked my hand for his son, who was coming from Madrid and would arrive that day. What answer did you give him, dear grandfather? That the marriage would be acceptable to the whole of the nobility, and also to the king and royal family. But are you quite sure that the young count will like me, and that I shall like the count? That, my dear daughter, is a matter of course, and there need be no discussion on the subject. But it is a question in which I am strongly interested, and I should like to consider it very carefully. We shall see how matters arrange themselves. You can see each other before deciding, but you must decide all the same. I hope so, but let us not be too certain. We shall see. Soon as my grandfather had gone, I told my governess that I had made up my mind never to give my hand save where I had given my heart, and that I should only marry a man whose character and tastes I had carefully studied. My governess gave me no answer, and on my pressing her to give me her opinion, she replied that she thought her best course would be to keep silence on such a delicate question. This was as much as to tell me that she thought I was right. At least I persuaded myself that it was so. The next day I went to the convent and told the story to my aunt, the abbess, who listened to me kindly, and said it was to be hoped that I should fall in love with him and he with me, but that even if it were otherwise, she was of opinion that the marriage would take place, as she had reasons for believing that the scheme came from the Princess of Brazil, who favored Count FL. Though this information grieved me, I was still glad to hear it, and my resolution never to marry save for love was all the more strongly confirmed. In the course of a fortnight the Count arrived, and my grandfather presented him to me, several ladies being in the company. Nothing was said about marrying, but there was a deal of talk about the strange lands and peoples the new arrival had seen. I listened with the greatest attention, not opening my mouth the whole time. I had very little knowledge of the world, so I could not make any comparisons between my suitor and other men, but my conclusion was that he could never hope to please any woman, and that he would certainly never be mine. He had an unpleasant sneering manner, joked in bad taste, was stupid, and a devotee, or rather a fanatic. Furthermore, he was ugly and ill-shapen, and so great a fop that he was not ashamed to relate the story of his conquests in France and Italy. I went home hoping with all my heart that he had taken a dislike to me, and a week which passed away without my hearing anything on the subject confirmed me in this belief, but I was doomed to be disappointed. My great-aunt asked me to dinner, and when I went I found the foolish young man and his father present, together with my grandfather, who formally introduced him to me as my future husband and begged me to fix the wedding day. I made up my mind that I would rather die than marry him, and answered politely but coldly that I would name the day when I had decided on marrying, but I should require time to think it over. The dinner went off silently, and I only opened my mouth to utter monosyllables in reply to questions which I could not avoid. After the coffee had been served, I left the house, taking no notice of anyone besides my aunt and my grandfather. Some time elapsed, and I again began to hope that I had effectually disgusted my suitor. But one morning, my governess told me that Father Frere was waiting to speak to me in the antechamber. I ordered him to be sent in. He was the confessor of the Princess of Brazil, and after some desultory conversation, he said the princess had sent him to congratulate me on my approaching marriage with Count FL. I did not evince any surprise, merely replying that I was sensible of Her Highness's kindness, but that nothing had been decided so far, as I was not thinking of getting married. The priest, who was a perfect courtier, smiled in a manner, half kindly, half sardonic, and said that I was at that happy age when I had no need to think of anything, as my kind friends and relations did all my thinking for me. I only answered by an incredulous smile, which, for all his monastic subtlety, struck him as the expression of a young girl's coyness. Foreseeing the persecution to which I should be subjected, I went the next day to my aunt the abbess, who could not refuse me her advice. I began by stating my firm resolve to die rather than wed a being I detested. The worthy nun replied that the Count had been introduced to her, and that to tell the truth she thought him insufferable. All the same, she said she was afraid I should be made to marry him. These words were such a shock to me that I turned the conversation, and spoke of other subjects for the remainder of my visit. But when I got back to my house, I pursued an extraordinary course. I shut myself up in my closet and wrote a letter to the executioner of my unhappy father, the pitiless Uiras, telling him the whole story, and imploring him to protect me and to speak to the king in my favor. For, said I, as you have made me an orphan, it is your duty before God to care for me. I begged him to shelter me from the anger of the Princess of Brazil, and to leave me at liberty to dispose of my hand according to my pleasure. Though I did not imagine Uiras to be a humane man, yet I thought he must have some sort of a heart. Besides, by this extraordinary step and the firmness of my language, I hoped to appeal to his pride and to interest him in my favor. I felt sure that he would do me justice, if only to prove that he had not been unjust to my father. I was right, as will be seen, and although I was but an inexperienced girl, my instinct served me well. 2 days elapsed before I was waited on by a messenger from Uiras, who begged the honor of a private interview with me. The messenger told me that the minister wished me to reply to all who pressed me to marry that I should not decide until I was assured that the princess desired the match. The minister begged me to excuse his not answering my letter, but he had good reasons for not doing so. The messenger assured me that I could count on his master's support. His message delivered, the gentleman took leave with a profound bow and went back without waiting for an answer. I must confess that the young man's looks had made a great impression on me. I cannot describe my feelings, but they have exerted great influence on my conduct, and will no doubt continue to do so for the rest of my life. This message put me quite at ease, for he would never have given me the instructions he did without being perfectly sure that the princess would not interfere any farther with my marriage. And so, I gave myself up entirely to the new sentiments which possessed my heart. Though strong, the flame would no doubt soon have died down if it had not received fresh fuel every day, for when I saw the young messenger a week later in church, I scarcely recognized him. From that moment, however, I met him everywhere, out walking, in the theater, in the houses where I called, and especially when I was getting in or out of my carriage, he was ever beside me, ready to offer his hand. And I got so used to his presence that when I missed his face, I felt a void at my heart that made me unhappy. Almost every day I saw the 2 Counts FL at my great aunt S, but as there was no longer any engagement between us, their presence neither joyed me nor grieved me. I had forgiven them, but I was not happy. The image of the young messenger, of whom I knew nothing, was ever before me, and I blushed at my thoughts, though I would not ask myself the reasons. Such was my state of mind, when one day I heard a voice, which was unknown to me, in my maid's room. I saw a quantity of lace on a table, and proceeded to examine it without paying any attention to a girl who was standing near the table and curtsying to me. I did not like any of the lace, so the girl said that she would bring me some more to choose from the next day, and as I raised my eyes I was astonished to see that she had the face of the young man who was always in my thoughts. My only resource was to doubt their identity and to make myself believe that I had been deceived by a mere chance likeness. I was reassured on second thoughts. The girl seemed to me to be taller than the young man, whom I hesitated to believe capable of such a piece of daring. The girl gathered up her lace and went her way without raising her eyes to mine, and this made me feel suspicious again. "Do you know that girl?" I said coldly to my maid, and she replied that she had never seen her before. I went away without another word, not knowing what to think. I thought it over and resolved to examine the girl when she came on the following day, and to unmask her if my suspicions proved to be well-founded. I told myself that she might be the young man's sister, and that if it were otherwise, it would be all the more easy to cure myself of my passion. A young girl who reasons on love falls into love, especially if she have no one in whom to confide. The pretended lace seller duly came the next day with a box of lace. I told her to come into my room, and then speaking to her to force her to raise her eyes, I saw before me the being who exerted such a powerful influence over me. It was such a shock that I had no strength to ask her any of the questions I had premeditated. Besides, my maid was in the room, and the fear of exposing myself operated, I think, almost as strongly as emotion. I set about choosing some pieces of lace in a mechanical way, and told my maid to go and fetch my purse. No sooner had she left the room than the lace seller fell at my feet and exclaimed passionately, "Give me life or death, madam, for I see you know who I am." "Yes, I do know you, and I think you must have gone mad." "Yes, that may be, but I am mad with love. I adore you." "Rise, for my maid will come back directly." "She is in my secret." "What, you have dared?" He got up, and the maid came in and gave him his money with the utmost coolness. He picked up his lace, made me a profound bow, and departed. It would have been natural for me to speak to my maid, and still more natural if I had dismissed her on the spot. I had no courage to do so, and my weakness will only astonish those rigorous moralists who know nothing of a young girl's heart and do not consider my painful position, passionately in love, and with no one but myself to rely on. I did not follow at once the severe dictates of duty. Afterwards it was too late, and I easily consoled myself with the thought that I could pretend not to be aware that the maid was in the secret. I determined to dissemble, hoping that I should never see the adventurous lover again, and that thus all would be as if it had never happened. This resolve was really the effect of anger, for a fortnight passed by without my seeing the young man in the theater, the public walks, or in any of the public places he used to frequent, and I became sad and dreamy, feeling all the time ashamed of my own wanton fancies. I longed to know his name, which I could only learn from my maid, and it was out of the question for me to ask Oira's. I hated my maid, and I blushed when I saw her, imagining that she knew all. I was afraid that she would suspect my honor, and at another time I feared lest she might think I did not love him, and this thought nearly drove me mad. As for the young adventurer, I thought him more to be pitied than to be blamed, for I did not believe that he knew I loved him, and it seemed to me that the idea of my despising him was enough vengeance for his audacity. But my thoughts were different when my vanity was stronger than love, for then despair avenged itself on pride, and I fancied he would think no more of me, and perhaps had already forgotten me. Such a state cannot last long, for if nothing comes to put an end to the storm which tosses the soul to and fro, it ends at last by making an effort of itself to sail into the calm waters of peace. One day I put on a lace kerchief I had bought from him, and asked my maid, "What has become of the girl who sold me this kerchief?" I asked this question without premeditation. It was, as it were, an inspiration from my good or my evil genius. As crafty as I was simple, the woman answered that to be sure he had not dared to come again, fearing that I had found out his disguise. "Certainly," I replied, "I found it out directly, but I was astonished to hear that you knew this lace seller was a young man." "I did not think I should offend you, madam. I know him well." "Who is he?" "Count Dal, you ought to know him, for he paid you a visit about 4 months ago." "True, and it is possible that I did not know him, but why did you tell a lie when I asked you? Do you know that girl?" "I lied to spare your feelings, madam, and I was afraid you would be angry at the part one had taken." "You would have honored me more by supposing the contrary. When you went out, and I told him he was mad, and that you would find him on his knees when you returned, he told me you were in the secret. If it be a secret, but it seems to me a mere joke." "I wish to think so too, but nevertheless it seemed of such weight to me that I resolved to be silent that I might not be obliged to send you away. My idea was that you would have been amused, but as you take it seriously, I am sorry that I have failed in my strict duty. So weak is a woman in love that in this explanation, which should have shewn me the servant's fault in all its enormity, I only saw a full justification. In fact, she had given peace to my heart, but my mind was still uneasy. I knew that there was a young Count Dal belonging to a noble family, but almost penniless. All he had was the minister's patronage and the prospect of good state employments. The notion that heaven meant me to remedy the deficiencies in his fortune made me fall into a sweet reverie, and at last I found myself deciding that my maid who put it all down as a jest had more wit than I blamed myself for my scrupulous behavior, which seemed no better than prudery. My love was stronger than I thought, and this is my best excuse. Besides, I had no one to guide or counsel me. But after sunshine comes shadow. My soul was like the ebb and tide of the sea, now in the heights and now in the depths. The resolve, which the Count seemed to have taken, to see me no more, either showed him to be a man of little enterprise or little love, and this supposition humiliated me. If, I said to myself, the Count is offended with me for calling him a madman, he can have no delicacy and no discretion, he is unworthy of my love. I was in this dreadful state of uncertainty when my maid took upon herself to write to the Count that he could come and see me under the same disguise. He followed her advice, and one fine morning the crafty maid came into my chamber laughing, and told me that the lace seller was in the next room. I was moved exceedingly, but restraining myself I began to laugh also, though the affair was no laughing matter for me. "Shall I show her in?" said the maid. "Are you crazy? Shall I send her away?" "No, I will go and speak to him myself." This day was a memorable one. My maid left the room now and again, and we had plenty of time to disclose our feelings to one another. I frankly confessed that I loved him, but added that it were best that I should forget him, as it was not likely that my relations would consent to our marriage. In his turn, he told me that the minister having resolved to send him to England, he would die of despair unless he carried with him the hope of one day possessing me, for he said he loved me too well to live without me. He begged me to allow him to come and see me under the same disguise, and though I could not refuse him anything, I said that we might be discovered. "It is enough for me," he replied tenderly, "that you will incur no danger. My visits will be set down to the account of your maid." "But I am afraid for you," I replied. "Your disguise is a crime in itself. Your reputation will suffer, and that will not tend to bring the wish of your heart nearer." In spite of my objections, my heart spoke in his favor, and he pleaded so well and promised to be so discreet that at last I said I would see him gladly whenever he liked to come. Count Al is 22 and is shorter than I. He is small-boned, and in his disguise as a lace seller it was hard to recognize him, even by his voice, which is very soft. He imitated the gestures and ways of women to perfection, and not a few women would be only too glad to be like him. Thus, for nearly 3 months, the disguised Count came to see me 3 or 4 times a week, always in my maid's room, and mostly in her presence. But even if we had been perfectly alone, his fear of my displeasure was too great to allow him to take the slightest liberties. I think now that this mutual restraint added fuel to our flames, for when we thought of the moment of parting it was with dumb sadness, and with no idea of taking the opportunity of rendering one another happy. We flattered ourselves that heaven would work some miracle in our favor, and that the day would never come wherein we should be parted. But one morning the Count came earlier than usual, and, bursting into tears, told me that the minister had given him a letter for M. de Sa, the Portuguese ambassador at London, and another letter open for the captain of a ship which was shortly to sail for London. In this letter the minister ordered the captain to embark Count Al, to take him to London, and to treat him with distinction. My poor lover was overwhelmed, he was nearly choked with sobs, and his brain was all confusion. For his sake, and taking pity on his grief and my love, I conceived the plan of accompanying him as his servant, or rather to avoid disguising my sex as his wife. When I told him, he was at once stupefied and dazzled. He was beyond reasoning, and left everything in my hands. We agreed to discuss the matter at greater length on the following day, and parted. Foreseeing that it would be difficult for me to leave the house in woman's dress, I resolved to disguise myself as a man. But if I kept to my man's dress, I should be obliged to occupy the position of my lover's valet and have to undertake tasks beyond my strength. This thought made me resolve to impersonate the master myself, but thinking that I should not care to see my lover degraded to the rank of a servant, I determined that he should be my wife, supposing that the captain of the ship did not know him by sight. As soon as we get to England, I thought, we will get married and can resume our several dresses. This marriage will efface whatever shame may be attached to our flight. They will say, perhaps, that the Count carried me off. But a girl is not carried off against her will, and Oiras surely will not persecute me for having made the fortune of his favorite. As to our means of subsistence, till I get my rents, I can sell my diamonds, and they will realize an ample sum. The next day, when I told my lover of this strange plan, he made no objections. The only obstacle which he thought of was the circumstance that the sea captain might know him by sight, and this would have been fatal. But as he did not think it likely, we determined to run the risk, and it was agreed that he should get me the clothes for the new part one was to play. I saw my lover again after an interval of 3 days. It was nightfall when he came. He told me that the Admiralty had informed him that the ship was riding at the mouth of the Tagus, and that the captain would put out to sea as soon as he had delivered his dispatches and had received fresh instructions. Count Al was consequently requested to be at a certain spot at midnight, and a boat would be in waiting to take him on board. I had made up my mind, and this was enough for me, and after having fixed the time and place of meeting, I shut myself up, pretending to be unwell. I put a few necessaries into a bag, not forgetting the precious jewel casket, and I dressed myself up as a man and left the house by a stair only used by the servants. Even the porter did not see me as I made my escape. Fearing lest I should go astray, the Count was waiting for me at a short distance, and I was pleasantly surprised when he took me by the arm, saying, "'Tis I from this careful action, simple though it was, I saw that he had intelligence. He was afraid to catch hold of me without making himself known." We went to a house where he had his trunk, and in half an hour his disguise was made. When all was ready, a man came for our slight baggage, and we walked to the river where the Count was waiting for us. It was 11 o'clock when we left land, and thinking my jewels would be safer in his pocket than in my bag, I gave them to him, and we anxiously awaited the arrival of the captain. He came aboard with his officers at midnight and accosted me politely, saying he had received orders to treat me with distinction. I thanked him cordially and introduced my wife to him, whom he greeted respectfully, saying he was delighted to have such a charming passenger, who would doubtless give us a fortunate voyage. He was too polite to be astonished that the minister had made no mention of the Count's wife in his letter. We got to the frigate in less than an hour. She was 3 leagues from land, and as soon as we got on board, the captain ordered the men to set sail. He took us to a room which was extremely comfortable, considering it was only a cabin, and after doing the honors left us to ourselves. When we were alone, we thanked heaven that everything had gone off so well, and far from going to sleep, we spent the night in discussing the bold step we had taken, or rather, only just begun to take. However, we hoped it would have as fortunate an ending as beginning. When the day dawned, our hearts were gladdened because Lisbon was no longer in sight, and as we were in need of rest, I laid down on a seat, while the Count got into a hammock, neither of us troubling to undress. We were just falling asleep when we began to feel the approach of seasickness, and for 3 days we knew no peace. On the 4th day, scarcely being able to stand upright for weakness, we began to be hungry and had to exercise a careful moderation so as not to become seriously ill. Happily for us, the captain had a store of good food, and our meals were delicate and well served. My lover, whose sickness has been more severe than mine, used this as a pretext for not leaving his room. The captain only came to see us once. This must have been out of extreme politeness, for in Portugal one may be jealous and yet not ridiculous. As for me, I stood upon the bridge nearly all day. The fresh air did me good, and I amused myself by scanning the horizon with my telescope. The 7th day of the voyage, my heart trembled as with a presentiment of misfortune, when the sailors said that a vessel which could be seen in the distance was a corvette which was due to sail a day after us, but being a swift sailor would probably reach England 2 or 3 days before us. Though the voyage from Lisbon to England is a long one, we had a fair wind all the way, and in 14 days we dropped anchor at daybreak in the port of Plymouth. The officer sent ashore by the captain to ask leave to disembark passengers came on board in the evening with several letters. One the captain read with peculiar attention and then called me to one side and said, "This letter comes from Count Oeiras and enjoins me on my life not to let any Portuguese young lady land unless she be known to me. I am to take her back to Lisbon after having executed my various commissions. There is neither wife nor maid on my frigate, except the Countess your wife. If you can prove that she is really your wife, she may land with you. Otherwise, you see, I cannot disobey the minister's orders." "She is my wife," I said coolly, "but as I could not foresee this accident, I have no papers to prove the fact." "I am sorry to hear it, as in that case she must go back to Lisbon. You may be sure I will treat her with all possible respect." "But a wife may not be parted from her husband." "Quite so, but I cannot disobey orders. If you like, you can return to Lisbon in the corvette. You will be there before us." "Why cannot I return in this frigate?" "Because I have distinct orders to put you on land. And now I come to think of it, how was it that there was not a word about your wife in the letter you gave me when we started? If the lady is not the person meant by the minister, you may be sure she will be sent back to join you in London." "You will allow me to go and speak to her?" "Certainly, but in my presence." My heart was broken. Nevertheless, I had to put a good face on the losing game I was playing. I went to the Count, and addressing him as my dear wife, communicated the order which was to part us. I was afraid he would betray himself, but he was strong-minded enough to restrain his emotion, and only replied that we must needs submit, and that we should see each other again in a couple of months. As the captain stood beside us, I could only utter commonplaces. I warned him, however, that I should write to the abbess directly I got to London, who was the first person he must go and see at Lisbon, as she would have my address. I took care not to ask for my jewel case, as the captain might have thought that my false wife was some rich young lady whom I had seduced. We had to abandon ourselves to our destiny. We embraced each other and mingled our tears, and the captain wept, too, when he heard me say, "Trust in all things to the worthy captain, and let us not fear at all." The Count's trunk was lowered into the boat, and as I did not dare to take my bag, I found myself loaded with nothing but a man's clothes, which would not have fitted me, even if I had intended to keep up my disguise. When I came to the custom house, I saw my possessions. There were books, letters, linen, some suits of clothes, a sword, and 2 pairs of pistols, one pair of which I put in my pockets, and then I went to an inn where the host said that if I wanted to travel to London the next morning, I should only have to pay for 1 horse. "Who are the people," said I, "who desire a companion?" "You shall sup with them if you like," said he. I accepted the offer, and found the party consisted of a minister of religion and 2 ladies whose faces pleased me. I was fortunate enough to win their good graces, and early the next day we got to London and alighted in the Strand at an inn where I only dined, going out to seek a lodging appropriate to my means and the kind of life I wished to lead. 50 Lisbon pieces and a ring of about the same value was all that I possessed in the world. I took a room on the 3rd floor, being attracted by the honest and kindly expression of the landlady. I could only trust in God and confide my position to her. I agreed to pay her 10 shillings a week and begged her to get me some woman's clothes, for I was afraid to go out in my man's dress any longer. The next day I was clothed like a poor girl who desires to escape notice. I spoke English well enough to seem a native of the country, and I knew how I must behave if I wished to be let alone. Although the landlady was a worthy woman, her house was not exactly suitable for me. My stay in England might be protracted, and if I came to destitution, I should be wretched indeed, so I resolved to leave the house. I received no visitors, but I could not prevent the inquisitive from hovering round my door, and the more it became known that I saw no one, the more their curiosity increased. The house was not quiet enough. It was near the Exchange, and the neighborhood swarmed with young men who came to dine on the 1st floor of the house, and did their best to cure me of my sadness, as they called it, though I had not shewn any signs of wishing to be cured. I made up my mind not to spend more than a guinea a week, and resolved to sell my ring if I could have the money paid to me at intervals. An old jeweler who lodged next door, and for whose honesty my landlady answered, told me it was worth 150 guineas, and asked me to let him have it if I had no better offer. I had not thought it to be so valuable, and I sold it to him on condition that he would pay me 4 guineas a month, and that I should be at liberty to buy it back if I could do so before all the payments had been made. I wanted to keep my ready money, which I still have by me, so as to be able to go back to Lisbon by land when I can do so in safety, for I could not face the horrors of a sea voyage a second time. I told my case to my worthy landlady, who still befriends me, and she helped me to get another lodging, but I had to procure a servant to fetch me my food. I could not summon up courage to have my meals in a coffee house. However, all my servants turned out ill. They robbed me continually and levied a tax on all their purchases. The temperance I observed, for I almost lived on bread, and water made me get thinner every day. Still I saw no way of mending my existence till chance made me see your singular announcement. I laughed at it, and then, drawn by some irresistible power, or perhaps by the curiosity that falls to the lot of most of us women, I could not resist going in and speaking to you. Instinct thus pointed out the way to improve my lot without increasing my expenditure. When I got back, I found a copy of the Advertiser on my landlady's table. It contained some editorial fun on the notice I had just read. The writer said that the master of the house was an Italian and had therefore nothing to fear from feminine violence. On my side, I determined to hazard everything, but I feel I have been too hasty, and that there are certain attacks which it is pleasant not to resist. I was brought up by an Italian, a clever and good man, and I have always had a great respect for your fellow countrymen. My fair Portuguese had finished her story, and I observed, "Really, your history has amused me very much. It has all the air of a romance." "Quite so," said she, "but it is a strictly historical romance. But the most amusing thing to me is that you have listened to it without weariness. That is your modesty, madam. Not only has your tale interested me, but now that I know you are a Portuguese, I am at peace with the nation." "Were you at war with us then?" "I have never forgiven you for letting your Portuguese Virgil die miserably 200 years ago." "You mean Camões, but the Greeks treated Homer in the same way." "Yes, but the faults of others are no excuse for our own." "You are right, but how can you like Camões so much if you do not know Portuguese?" "I have read a translation in Latin hexameters so well done that I fancied I was reading Virgil." "Is that truly so?" "I would never lie to you." "Then I make a vow to learn Latin." "That is worthy of you, but it is of me that you must learn the language. I will go to Portugal and live and die there if you will give me your heart." "My heart, I have only one, and that is given already. Since I have known you, I have despised myself, for I am afraid I have an inconstant nature. It will be enough for me if you will love me as your father, provided I may sometimes take my daughter to my arms. But go on with your story. The chief part is yet untold. What became of your lover, and what did your relations do when they found out your flight?" 3 days after I arrived in this vast city, I wrote to the abbess, my aunt, and told her the whole story, begging her to protect my lover, and to confirm me in my resolution never to return to Lisbon till I could do so in security, and have no obstacles placed in the way of my marriage. I also begged her to write and inform me of all that happened, addressing her letters to Miss Pauline, under cover of my landlady. I sent my letter by Paris and Madrid, and I had to wait 3 months before I got an answer. My aunt told me that the frigate had only returned a short time, and that the captain immediately on his arrival wrote to the minister, informing him that the only lady who was in his ship when he sailed was still on board, for he had brought her back with him, despite the opposition of Count Al, who declared she was his wife. The captain ended by asking His Excellency for further orders with respect to the lady aforesaid. Uiras, feeling sure that the lady was myself, told the captain to take her to the convent of which my aunt was abbess, with a letter he had written. In this letter he told my aunt that he sent her niece, and begged her to keep the girl securely till further orders. My aunt was extremely surprised, but she would have been still more surprised if she had not got my letter a few days before. She thanked the captain for his care, and took the false niece to a room and locked her up. She then wrote to Uiras, telling him that she had received into her convent a person supposed to be his niece. But as this person was really a man in woman's dress, she begged His Excellency to remove him as soon as possible. The abbess had written this curious letter. She paid a visit to the count, who fell on his knees before her. My good aunt raised him and showed him my letter. She said that she had been obliged to write to the minister, and that she had no doubt he would be removed from the convent in the course of a few hours. The count burst into tears, and begging the abbess to protect us both, gave her my jewel casket, which the worthy woman received with great pleasure. She left him, promising to write to me of all that happened. The minister was at one of his country estates, and did not receive the abbess's letter till the next day, but hastened to reply in person. My aunt easily convinced His Excellency of the need for keeping the matter secret, for a man had been sent into the convent, which would be to her dishonor. She showed the proud minister the letter she had had from me, and told him how the honest young man had given her my jewel casket. He thanked her for her open dealing, and begged her pardon with a smile for sending a fine young man to her nunnery. "The secret," said he, "is of the greatest importance. We must see that it goes no farther. I will relieve you of your false niece and take her away in my carriage." My aunt took him at his word and brought out the young recluse, who drove away with the minister. The abbess tells me that from that day she has heard nothing about him, but that all Lisbon is talking over the affair, but in a wholly distorted manner. They say that the minister first of all put me under the care of my aunt, but soon after took me away, and has kept me in some secret place ever since. Count Al is supposed to be in London, and I in the minister's power, and probably we are supposed to have entered into a tender relationship. No doubt His Excellency is perfectly well informed of my doings here, for he knows my address and has spies everywhere. On the advice of my aunt, I wrote to Huiras a couple of months ago, telling him that I am ready to return to Lisbon if I may marry Count Al and live in perfect liberty. Otherwise, I declared, I would stay in London, where the laws guaranteed my freedom. I am waiting for his answer every day, and I expect it will be a favorable one, for no one can deprive me of my estates, and Huiras will probably be only too glad to protect me to lessen the odium which attaches to his name as the murderer of my father. Pauline made no mystery of the names of the characters, but she may be still alive, and I respect her too well to run the risk of wounding her, though these memoirs will not see the light of day during my lifetime. It is sufficient to say that the story is known to all the inhabitants of Lisbon, and that the persons who figure in it are public characters in Portugal. I lived with dear Pauline in perfect harmony, feeling my love for her increase daily, and daily inspiring her with tender feelings towards myself. But as my love increased in strength, I grew thin and feeble. I could not sleep nor eat. I should have languished away if I had not succeeded in gratifying my passion. On the other hand, Pauline grew plumper and prettier every day. "If my sufferings serve to increase your charms," said I, "you ought not to let me die, for a dead man has no suffering. Do you think that your sufferings are due to your love for me?" "Certainly. There may be something in it, but believe me, the tender passion does not destroy the appetite nor take away the power of sleep. Your indisposition is undoubtedly due to the sedentary life you have been leading of late. If you love me, give me a proof of it. Go out for a ride. I cannot refuse you anything, dearest Pauline, but what then? Then you shall find me grateful to you, you will have a good appetite, and will sleep well. A horse, quick, my boots!" I kissed her hand, for I had not got any farther than that, and began to ride towards Kingston. I did not care for the motion of trotting, so I put my horse at a gallop, when all of a sudden he stumbled, and in an instant I was lying on the ground in front of the Duke of Kingston's house. Miss Chudley happened to be at the window, and seeing me thrown to the ground, uttered a shriek. I raised my head, and she recognized me, and hastened to send some of her people to help me. As soon as I was on my feet, I wanted to go and thank her, but I could not stir, and a valet who knew something of surgery examined me, and declared that I had put out my collarbone and would require a week's rest. The young lady told me that if I liked to stay in her house, the greatest care should be taken of me. I thanked her warmly, but begged her to have me taken home, as I should not like to give her so much trouble. She immediately gave the necessary orders, and I was driven home in a comfortable carriage. The servants in charge would not accept any money, and I saw in the incident a proof of that hospitality for which the English are famed, although they are at the same time profoundly egotistic. When I got home, I went to bed, and sent for a surgeon, who laughed when I told him that I had put out a bone. I'll wager it is nothing more than a sprain. I only wish it was put out that I might have some chance of showing my skill. I am delighted, I said, not to be in a position to call for that amount of talent, but I shall have a high opinion of you if you set me up in a short time. I did not see Pauline, much to my astonishment. I was told she had gone out in a sedan chair, and I almost felt jealous. In 2 hours she came in looking quite frightened, the old housekeeper having told her that I had broken my leg and that the doctor had been with me already. "Unhappy wretch that I am," she exclaimed as she came to my bedside, "'tis I that have brought you to this." With these words she turned pale and almost fell in a swoon beside me. "Divine being," I cried as I pressed her to my breast, "it is nothing, only a sprain. What pain that foolish old woman has given me. God be praised that it is no worse. Feel my heart." Oh yes, I felt it with delight. It was a happy fall for me. Fastening my lips on hers, I felt with delight that our transports were mutual, and I blessed the sprain that had brought me such bliss. After these ecstasies, I felt that Pauline was laughing. "What are you laughing at, sweetheart?" "At the craft of love, which always triumphs at last." "Where have you been?" "I went to my old jeweler's to redeem my ring, that you might have a souvenir of me. Here it is." "Pauline, Pauline, a little love would have been much more precious to me than this beautiful ring." "You shall have both. Till the time of my departure, which will come only too soon, we will live together like man and wife, and tonight shall be our wedding night, and the bed the table for the feast." "What sweet news you give me, Pauline. I cannot believe it till my happiness is actually accomplished." "You may doubt, if you like, but let it be a slight doubt, or else you will do me wrong. I am tired of living with you as a lover and only making you wretched, and the moment I saw you on horseback I determined to belong to you. Consequently, I went to redeem the ring directly you left, and I do not intend to leave you until I receive the fatal message from Lisbon. I have dreaded its arrival every day for the last week. May the messenger that brings it be robbed on the way. No such luck, I am afraid." As Pauline was standing, I asked her to come to my arms, for I longed to give her some palpable signs of my love. "No, dearest, one can love and yet be wise. The door is open." She got down Ariosto and began to read to me the adventure of Rixardetto with Fiordaspina, an episode which gives its beauty to the 29th canto of that beautiful poem which I knew by heart. She imagined that she was the princess, and I Rixardetto. She liked to fancy. "Chi il ciel l'abbia concesso, Bradamante cangiata in miglior sesso." When she came to the lines, "La belle braxia al calo indi mi getta, e dolcemente stringe, abaxia in bocca tu, più pensar si allora la sita dirza amor, si in mezzo al cor mi tocca." She wanted some explanations on the expression baxia in bocca, and on the love which made Rixardetto's arrow so stiff, and I, only too ready to comment on the text, made her touch an arrow as stiff as Rixardetto's. Of course, she was angry at that, but her wrath did not last long. She burst out laughing when she came to the lines. "Io il vego, io il sento, e appena viro parmi, sento in maschio in femmina matarsi." And then, "Così la dissi, e fessi sia cella stessa, trovo con man la verità expressa." She expressed her wonder that this poem abounding in obscenities had not been put on the index, at Rome. What you call obscenity is mere license, and there is plenty of that at Rome. That's a joke which should bring the censures of the church upon you. But what do you call obscenities if Ariosto is not obscene? Obscenity disgusts and never gives pleasure. Your logic is all your own, but situated as I cannot rear your proposition. I am amused at Ariosto's choosing a Spanish woman above all others to conceive that strange passion for Bradamante. The heat of the Spanish climate made him conclude that the Spanish temperament was also ardent, and consequently whimsical in its tastes. Poets are a kind of madmen who allow themselves to give utterance to all their fancies. The reading was continued, and I thought my time had come when she read the verses. "Io senza scale in sulla ruca salto, e to stender do piantovi di bado, e la nemica mia mi caxio sotto asterisk." I scaled the rock without a ladder. I planted my standard suddenly and held my enemy beneath me. I wanted to give her a practical illustration of the lines, but with that sensibility so natural to women, and which they can use so well as a goad to passion, she said. Dearest, you might make yourself worse. Let us wait till your sprain is cured. Are we to wait till I am cured for the consummation of our marriage? I suppose so, for if I am not mistaken, the thing can't be done without a certain movement. You are wrong, dear Pauline, but it would make no difference to me even if it were so. You may be sure I would not put it off till tomorrow, even if it cost me my leg. Besides, you shall see that there are ways and means of satisfying our passions without doing me any harm. Is that enough for you? Well, well, as it is written that a wife should obey her husband, you will find me docile. When? After supper. Then we will have no supper. We shall dine with all the better appetite tomorrow. Let us begin now. No, for the suspicions of the servants might be aroused. Love has its rules of decency like everything else. You talk as wisely as Cato, and I am obliged to confess that you are right in all you say. Supper was served as usual. It was delicate enough, but the thought of approaching bliss had taken away our appetites, and we ate only for form's sake. At 10 o'clock we were at liberty and could indulge our passion without any fear of being disturbed. But this delightful woman, who had so plainly told me a few hours before that when I was cured we would live together as man and wife, was now ashamed to undress before me. She could not make up her mind, and told me so, laughing at herself. From this circumstance, I gathered that the decency of the body is more tenacious in its grasp than the purity of the soul. But, sweetheart, said I, you dressed and undressed for a fortnight before your betrothed. Yes, but he was always lying in his hammock with his back towards me at night, and in the morning he never turned round and wished me good day till he knew I was dressed. What, he never turned? I never let him take any liberties. Such virtue is incomprehensible to me. You see, the Count was to be my husband, and I was to be his wife, and in such cases a young woman is careful. Besides, I believe that if one will but refrain from taking the first step, continence is easy. Then the Count was naturally timid, and would never have taken any liberties without my encouraging him, which I took care not to do. For this once, you will allow me to sleep with you in my clothes. Certainly, if you wish me to be dressed also, otherwise it would be unbearable for both of us. You are very cruel. But dearest, are you not ashamed of these foolish scruples? Well, well, put out the candles, and in a minute I will be beside you. Very good, though the want of light will deprive me of a great pleasure. Quick, out with them. My charming Portuguese did not reflect that the moon shone full into the room, and that the muslin curtains would not prevent my seeing her exquisite figure, which showed to greater advantage in the position she happened to take. If Pauline had been a coquette, I should have considered her scruples as mere artifice calculated to increase my ardor, but she had no need to use such stratagems. At last she was within my arms, and we clasped each other closely, and in silence that was only broken by the murmur of our kisses. Soon our union became closer, and her sighs and the ardor of her surrender showed me that her passion was more in need of relief than mine. I was sufficiently master of myself to remember that I must have a care for her honor, greatly to her astonishment, for she confessed she had never thought of such a thing, and had given herself up freely, resolved to brave the consequences which she believed to be inevitable. I explained the mystery and made her happy. Till this moment love alone had swayed me, but now that the bloody sacrifice was over I felt full of respect and gratitude. I told her effusively that I knew how great was my happiness, and that I was ready to sacrifice my life to her to prove my love. The thought that our embraces would have no dangerous result had put Pauline at her ease, and she gave reins to her ardent temperament, while I did valiant service, till at last we were exhausted and the last sacrifice was not entirely consummated. We abandoned ourselves to a profound and peaceful sleep. I was the first to awake. The sun was shining in through the window, and I gazed on Pauline. As I looked at this woman, the first beauty in Portugal, the only child of an illustrious family who had given herself to me all for love, and whom I should possess for so short a time, I could not restrain a profound sigh. Pauline awoke, and her gaze, as bright as the rising sun in springtime, fixed itself on me truthfully and lovingly. What are you thinking of, dearest? I am trying to convince myself that my happiness is not a dream, and if it be real, I want it to last forever. I am the happy mortal to whom you have given up your great treasure, of which I am unworthy, though I love you tenderly. Sweetheart, you are worthy of all my devotion and affection, if you have not ceased to respect me. Can you doubt it, Pauline? No, dearest, I think you love me, and that I shall never repent having trusted in you. The sweet sacrifice was offered again, and Pauline rose and laughed to find that she was no longer ashamed of her nakedness before me. Then, passing from jest to earnest, she said, "If the loss of shame is the result of knowledge, how was it that our first parents were not ashamed till they had acquired knowledge?" I don't know, dearest, but tell me, did you ever ask your learned Italian master that same question? Yes, I did. What did he say? That their shame arose not from their enjoyment, but from disobedience, and that in covering the parts which had seduced them, they discovered, as it were, the sin they had committed. Whatever may be said on the subject, I shall always think that Adam was much more to blame than Eve. How is that? Because Adam had received the prohibition from God, while Eve had only received it from Adam. I thought that both of them received the prohibition directly from God. You have not read Genesis, then? You are laughing at me. Then you have read it carelessly, because it is distinctly stated that God made Eve after he had forbidden Adam to eat of the fruit. I wonder that point has not been remarked by our commentators. It seems a very important one to me. They are a pack of knaves, all sworn enemies of women. No, they give proofs of quite another feeling only too often. We won't say anything more about it. My teacher was an honest man. Was he a Jesuit? Yes, but of the short robe. What do you mean? We will discuss the question another time. Very good. I should like to have it proved to me that a man can be a Jesuit and honest at the same time. There are exceptions to all rules. My Pauline was a profound thinker and strongly attached to her religion. I should never have discovered that she possessed this merit if I had not slept with her. I have known several women of the same stamp. If you wish to know the elevation of their souls, you must begin by damning them. When this is done, one enjoys their confidence, for they have no secrets for the happy victor. This is the reason why the charming though feeble sex loves the brave and despises the cowardly. Sometimes they appear to love cowards, but always for their physical beauty. Women amuse themselves with such fellows, but are the first to laugh if they get caned. After the most delicious night I had ever passed, I resolved not to leave my house till Pauline had to return to Portugal. She did not leave me for a moment, save to hear Mass on Sundays. I shut my door to everybody, even to the doctor, for my sprain disappeared of itself. I did not fail to inform Miss Chudley of my rapid cure. She had sent twice a day ever since the accident to learn how I was. Pauline went to her room after our amorous conflict, and I did not see her again till dinner time. But when I did see her, I thought her an angel. Her face had caught the hues of the lily and the rose, and had an air of happiness I could not help admiring. As we both wanted to have our portraits taken, I asked Martinelli to send me the best miniature painter in London. He sent a Jew, who succeeded admirably. I had my miniature mounted in a ring and gave it to Pauline, and this was the only present she would accept from me, who would have thought myself all the richer if she had accepted all I had. We spent 3 weeks in a happy dream which no pen can describe. I was quite well again, and we tasted all the sweets of love together. All day and all night we were together, our desires were satisfied only to be renewed. We enjoyed the extremest bliss. In a word, it is difficult to form a just idea of the state of two individuals who enjoy all the range of physical and mental pleasures together, whose life is for the present without thought of the future, whose joys are mutual and continual. Such, nevertheless, was the position of myself and my divine Pauline. Every day I discovered in her some fresh perfection which made me love her more. Her nature was inexhaustible in its treasures, for her mental qualities even surpassed her physical beauties, and an excellent education had wonderfully increased the powers of her intelligence. With all the beauty and grace of a woman, she had that exalted character which is the lot of the best of men. She began to flatter herself that the fatal letter would never come, and the Count was little more than a dream of the past. Sometimes she would say that she could not understand how a pretty face could exercise such a strong influence over us, in spite of our reason. I have found out too late, she added, That chance alone can make a marriage, contracted for such physical reasons, happy. The 1st of August was a fatal day for both of us. Pauline received a letter from Lisbon, which summoned her home without delay, and I had a letter from Paris announcing the death of Madame Durf. Madame du Roumain told me that on the evidence of her maid, the doctors had pronounced her death to be due to an overdose of the liquid she called the panacea. She added that a will had been found which savored of a lunatic asylum, for she had left all her wealth to the son or daughter that should be born of her, declaring that she was with child. I was to be the governor of the infant. This vexed me exceedingly, as I knew I should be the laughingstock of Paris for a week at least. Her daughter, the Comtesse de Chatelet, had taken possession of all her real estate and of her pocketbook, which contained, to my surprise, 400,000 francs. It was a great shock for me, but the contents of the 2 letters Pauline had received was a greater blow. One was from her aunt, and the other from Oeiras, who begged her to return to Lisbon as soon as possible, and assured her that she should be put in possession of her property on her arrival, and would be at liberty to marry Count Al in the sight of all the world. He sent her a check for 20 million rise. I was not aware of the small value of the coin, and was in an ecstasy. But Pauline laughed, and said it only came to 2,000 pounds, which was a sufficient sum, however, to allow her to travel in the style of a duchess. The minister wanted her to come by sea, and all she had to do was to communicate with the Portuguese ambassador, who had orders to give her a passage on a Portuguese frigate which happened to be riding in an English port. Pauline would not hear of the voyage, or of applying to the ambassador, for she did not want anyone to think that she had been obliged to return. She was angry with the minister for having sent her a check, thinking that he must be aware that she had been in need, but I soon brought her to see reason on this point, telling her that it was a very thoughtful and delicate proceeding on the part of Oeiras, and that he had merely lent her the money and not given it to her. Pauline was rich, and she was a high-minded woman. Her generosity may be estimated by her giving me her ring when she was in want, and she certainly never counted on my purse, though she may have felt sure that I would not abandon her. I am sure she believed me to be very rich, and my conduct was certainly calculated to favor that idea. The day and even the night passed sadly. The next day Pauline addressed me as follows: "We must part, dear friend, and try to forget one another, for my honor obliges me to become the wife of the Count as soon as I arrive in Lisbon. The first fancy of my heart, which you have almost effaced, will regain all its old force when I see you no longer, and I am sure I shall love my husband, for he is a good-hearted, honest, and pleasant young man. That much I know from the few days we lived together. Now I have a favor to ask of you, which I am sure you will grant. Promise me never to come to Lisbon without my permission. I hope you will not seek to know my reasons. You would not, I am sure, come to trouble my peace, for if I sinned I should be unhappy, and you would not desire that for me. I have dreamed we have lived together as man and wife, and now we are parted I shall fancy myself a widow about to undertake another marriage." I burst into tears, and pressing her to my breast promised I would do as she wished. Pauline wrote to her aunt and Oeiras that she would be in Lisbon in October, and that they should have further news of her when she reached Spain. She had plenty of money, and bought a carriage and engaged a maid, and these arrangements took up her time during the last week she spent with me. I made her promise me to let Clermont accompany her as far as Madrid. She was to send me back my faithful servant when she reached the Spanish capital, but fate had decreed that I should see his face no more. The last few days were spent partly in sorrow and partly in delight. We looked at each other without speaking, and spoke without knowing what we said. We forgot to eat, and went to bed hoping that love and anguish would keep us awake, but our exhausted bodies fell into a heavy sleep, and when we awoke, we could only sigh and kiss again. Pauline allowed me to escort her as far as Calais, and we started on the 10th of August, only stopping at Dover to embark the carriage on the packet, and 4 hours afterwards we disembarked at Calais, and Pauline, considering her widowhood had begun, begged me to sleep in another room. She started on the 12th of August, preceded by my poor Clermont, and resolved only to travel by daytime. The analogy between my parting with Pauline and my parting with Henriette 15 years before was exceedingly striking. The 2 women were of very similar character, and both were equally beautiful, though their beauty was of a different kind. Thus I fell as madly in love with the second as with the first, both being equally intelligent. The fact that one had more talent and less prejudices than the other must have been an effect of their different educations. Pauline had the fine pride of her nation, her mind was a serious cast, and her religion was more an affair of the heart than the understanding. She was also a far more ardent mistress than Henriette. I was successful with both of them because I was rich. If I had been a poor man, I should never have known either of them. I have half forgotten them, as everything is forgotten in time, but when I recall them to my memory, I find that Henriette made the profounder impression on me, no doubt because I was 25 when I knew her, while I was 37 in London. The older I get, the more I feel the destructive effects of old age, and I regret bitterly that I could not discover the secret of remaining young and happy forever. Vain regrets. We must finish as we began, helpless and devoid of sense. I went back to England the same day and had a troublesome passage. Nevertheless, I did not rest at Dover, and as soon as I got to London I shut myself up with a truly English attack of the spleen, while I thought of Pauline and strove to forget her. Jarb put me to bed, and in the morning, when he came into my room, he made me shudder with a speech at which I laughed afterwards. "Sir," said he, "the old woman wants to know whether she is to put up the notice again." "The old hag, does she want me to choke her?" "Good heavens, no, sir. She is very fond of you, seeing you seemed so sad," she thought. "Go and tell her never to think such things again, and as for you—" "I will do as you wish, sir." "Then leave me." Episode 23, The English. Chapter 10. Eccentricity of the English Castelbajac Count, Schwerin Sophie, at school my reception, at the betting club the Charpelin. I passed a night which seemed like a never-ending nightmare, and I got up sad and savage, feeling as if I could kill a man on the smallest provocation. It seemed as if the house, which I had hitherto thought so beautiful, was like a millstone about my neck. I went out in my traveling clothes and walked into a coffee house, where I saw a score of people reading the papers. I sat down and, not understanding English, passed my time in gazing at the goers and comers. I had been there some time when my attention was attracted by the voice of a man speaking as follows in French. Tommy has committed suicide, and he was wise, for he was in such a state that he could only expect unhappiness for the rest of his life. "You are quite mistaken," said the other, with the greatest composure. "I was one of his creditors myself, and on making an inventory of his effects, I feel satisfied that he has done a very foolish and a very childish thing. He might have lived on comfortably and not killed himself for fully 6 months. At any other time, this calculation would have made me laugh, and, as it was, I felt as if the incident had done me good. I left the coffee house without having said a word or spent a penny, and I went towards the exchange to get some money. Bosanquet gave me what I wanted directly, and as I walked out with him, I noticed a curious-looking individual, whose name I asked. "He's worth 100,000, said the banker. "And who is that other man over there?" "He's not worth a 10-pound note." "But I don't want to hear what they are worth, it's their names I want." "I really don't know." "How can you tell how much they are worth, not knowing their names?" "Names don't go for anything here. What we want to know about a man is how much he has got. Besides, what's in a name? Ask me for 1,000 pounds and give me a proper receipt, and you can do it under the name of Socrates or Attila, for all I care. You will pay me back my money as Socrates or Attila, and not as Seingalt, that is all." "But how about signing bills of exchange?" "That's another thing. I must use the name which the drawer gives me." "I don't understand that." "Well, you see, you are not English, nor are you a businessman." On leaving him, I walked towards the park, but wishing to change a 20-pound note before going in, I went to a fat merchant, an epicure whose acquaintance I had made at the tavern, and put down the note on his counter, begging him to cash it for me. "Come again in an hour," said he. "I have no money by me just now." "Very good, I will call again when I come from the park." "Take back your note. You shall give it to me when I hand you the money." "Never mind, keep it. I don't doubt your honesty." "Don't be so foolish. If you left me the note, I should certainly decline to hand over the money, if only for the sake of giving you a lesson. I don't believe you are capable of such dishonesty." "Nor am I, but when it comes to such a simple thing as putting a bank note in your pocket, The most honest man in the world would never dream of having such a thing in his possession without having paid the money for it. And the least slip of memory might lead to a dispute in which you would infallibly come off second best. I feel the force of your arguments, especially in a town where so much business is carried on. When I got into the park, I met Martinelli and thanked him for sending me a copy of the Decameron, while he congratulated me on my reappearance in society, and on the young lady of whom I had been the happy possessor and no doubt the slave. My Lord Pembroke has seen her, said he, and thought her charming. What, where could he have seen her? In a carriage with you driving fast along the Rochester road. It is 3 or 4 days ago. Then I may tell you that I was taking her to Calais. I shall never see her face again. Will you let the room again in the same way? No, never again, though the God of love has been propitious to me. I shall be glad to see you at my house whenever you like to come. Shall I send you a note to warn you? Not at all. We walked on talking about literature, manners, and so forth in an aimless way. All at once, as we approached Buckingham House, I saw 5 or 6 persons, relieving nature amidst the bushes, with their hinder parts facing the passers-by. I thought this a disgusting piece of indecency, and said as much to Martinelli, adding that the impudent rascals might at least turn their faces towards the path. Not at all, he exclaimed, for then they might be recognized, whereas in exposing their posteriors they run no such risk. Besides, the sight makes squeamish persons turn away. You are right, but you will confess that the whole thing strikes a stranger as very revolting. Yes, there is nothing so ineradicable as national prejudice. You may have noticed that when an Englishman wants to ease his sluices in the street, he doesn't run up an alley or turn to the wall like we do. Yes, I have noticed them turning towards the middle of the street, but if they thus escape the notice of the people in the shops, and on the pavement they are seen by everybody who is driving in a carriage, and that is as bad. The people in the carriages need not look. That is true. We walked on to the Green Park and met Lord Pembroke on horseback. He stopped and burst into exclamations on seeing me. As I guessed the cause of his surprise, I hastened to tell him that I was a free man once more, to my sorrow, and felt lonely amidst my splendor. I feel rather curious about it, and perhaps I may come and keep you company today. We parted, and reckoning on seeing him at dinner, I went back to tell my cook that dinner was to be served in the large room. Martinelli had an engagement and could not come to dinner, but he led me out of the park by a door with which I was not acquainted and sent me on my way. As we were going along, we saw a crowd of people who seemed to be staring at something. Martinelli went up to the crowd and then returned to me, saying, "That's a curious sight for you. You can enter it amidst your remarks on English manners." "What is it?" "A man at the point of death from a blow he has received in boxing with another sturdy fellow. Cannot anything be done? There is a surgeon there who would bleed him, if he were allowed. Who could prevent him? That's the curious part of it. 2 men have betted on his death or recovery. One says, 'I'll bet 20 guineas he dies,' and the other says, 'Done.' Number 1 will not allow the surgeon to bleed him, for if the man recovered, his 20 guineas would be gone. Poor man, what pitiless bettors! The English are very strange in their betting proclivities. They bet about everything. There is a betting club to which I will introduce you, if you like." "Do they speak French there?" "Most certainly, for it is composed of men of wit and mark." "What do they do?" "They talk and argue, and if one man brings forward a proposition which another denies, and one backs his opinion, the other has to bet too, on pain of a fine which goes to the common fund. Introduce me to this delightful club by all means. It will make my fortune, for I shall always take care to be on the right side." "You had better be careful, they are wary birds. But to return to the dying man, what will be done to his antagonist?" "His hand will be examined, and if it is found to be just the same as yours or mine it will be marked, and he will be let go." "I don't understand that, so kindly explain. How do they recognize a dangerous hand?" "If it is found to be marked already, it is a proof that he has killed his man before and has been marked for it, with the warning, 'Take care not to kill anyone else, for if you do you will be hanged.' But supposing such a man is attacked, he ought to show his hand, and then his adversary would let him alone. But if not, then he is defending himself, And if he kills his man, he is acquitted, provided he can bring witnesses to swear that he was obliged to fight. Since fighting with the fist may cause death, I wonder it is allowed. It is only allowed for a wager. If the combatants do not put one or more pieces of money on the ground before the fight, and there is a death, the man is hanged. What laws, what manners? In such ways, I learnt much concerning the manner and customs of this proud nation, at once so great and so little. The noble lord came to dinner, and I treated him in a manner to make him wish to come again. Although there were only the two of us, the meal lasted a long time, as I was anxious for additional information on what I had heard in the morning, especially on the betting club. The worthy Pembroke advised me not to have anything to do with it, unless I made up my mind to keep perfect silence for 4 or 5 weeks. But supposing they ask me a question? Evade it. Certainly, if I am not in a position to give my opinion. But if I have an opinion, the powers of Satan could not shut my mouth. All the worse for you. Are the members knaves? Certainly not. They are noblemen, philosophers, and epicures, but they are pitiless where a bet is concerned. Is the club treasury rich? Far from it, they are all ashamed to pay a fine and prefer to bet. Who will introduce you? Martinelli. Quite so, through Lord Spencer, who is a member. I would not become one. Why not? Because I don't like argument. My taste runs the other way, so I shall try to get in. By the way, M. de Seingalt, do you know that you are a very extraordinary man? For what reason, my lord? You shut yourself up for a whole month with a woman who spent 14 months in London without anybody making her acquaintance or even discovering her nationality. All the amateurs have taken a lively interest in the affair. How did you find out that she spent 14 months in London? Because several persons saw her in the house of a worthy widow where she spent the first month. She would never have anything to say to any advances, but the bill in your window worked wonders. Yes, and all the worse for me, for I feel as if I could never love another woman. Oh, that's childish indeed. You will love another woman in a week, nay, perhaps tomorrow, if you will come and dine with me at my country house. A perfect French beauty has asked me to dine with her. I have told some of my friends who are fond of gaming. Does the charming Frenchwoman like gaming? No, but her husband does. What's his name? He calls himself Count de Castelbajac. Ah, Castelbajac. Yes. He is a Gascon. Yes. Tall, thin, and dark, and marked with the smallpox. Exactly. I am delighted to find you know him. You will agree with me that his wife is very pretty. I really can't say. I knew Castelbajac, as he calls himself, 6 years ago, and I never heard he was married. I shall be delighted to join you, however. I must warn you not to say anything if he seems not to know me. He may possibly have good reasons for acting in that manner. Before long, I will tell you a story which does not represent him in a very advantageous manner. I did not know he played. I shall take care to be on my guard at the betting club, and I advise you, my lord, to be on your guard in the society of Castelbajac. I will not forget the warning. When Pembroke had left me, I went to see Madame Cornelius, who had written a week before to tell me my daughter was ill, and explained that she had been turned from my doors on 2 occasions, though she felt certain I was in. To this, I replied that I was in love, and so happy within my own house that I had excluded all strangers, and with that she had to be contented, but the state in which I found little Sophie frightened me. She was lying in bed with high fever, she had grown much thinner, and her eyes seemed to say that she was dying of grief. Her mother was in despair, for she was passionately fond of the child, and I thought she would have torn my eyes out when I told her that if Sophie died, she would only have herself to reproach. Sophie, who was very good-hearted, cried out, "No, no, Papa dear," and quieted her mother by her caresses. Nevertheless, I took the mother aside, and told her that the disease was solely caused by Sophie's dread of her severity. "In spite of your affection," said I, "you treat her with insufferable tyranny. Send her to a boarding school for a couple of years and let her associate with girls of good family. Tell her this evening that she is to go to school and see if she does not get better." "Yes," said she, "but a good boarding school costs 100 guineas a year, including masters. If I approve of the school you select, I will pay a year in advance." On my making this offer the woman, who seemed to be living so luxuriously, but was in reality poverty-stricken, embraced me with the utmost gratitude. "Come and tell the news to your daughter now," said she. "I should like to watch her face when she hears it." "Certainly." "My dear Sophie," I said, "your mother agrees with me that if you had a change of air you would get better, and if you would like to spend a year or two in a good school, I will pay the first year in advance." "Of course, I will obey my dear mother," said Sophie. "There is no question of obedience. Would you like to go to school? Tell me truly." "But would my mother like me to go?" "Yes, my child, if it would please you." "Then, Mamma, I should like to go very much." Her face flushed as she spoke, and I knew that my diagnosis had been correct. I left her saying I should hope to hear from her soon. At 10 o'clock, the next day Jarb came to ask if I had forgotten my engagement. "No," said I, "but it is only 10 o'clock." "Yes, but we have 20 miles to go." 20 miles? "Certainly, the house is at St. Albans." "It's very strange Pembroke never told me. How did you find out the address?" "He left it when he went away." "Just like an Englishman." I took a postchaise, and in 3 hours I had reached my destination. The English roads are excellent, and the country offers a smiling prospect on every side. The vine is lacking, for though the English soil is fertile, it will not bear grapes. Lord Pembroke's house was not a particularly large one, but 20 masters and their servants could easily be accommodated in it. The lady had not yet arrived, so my lord showed me his gardens, his fountains, and his magnificent hothouses, also a cock chained by the leg and of a truly ferocious aspect. "What have we here, my lord?" "A cock." "I see it is, but why do you chain it?" "Because it is savage. It is very amorous, and if it were loose it would go after the hens and kill all the cocks on the countryside." "But why do you condemn him to celibacy?" "To make him fiercer. Here, this is the list of his conquests." He gave me a list of his cock's victories, in which he had killed the other bird. This had happened more than 30 times. He then showed me the steel spurs, at the sight of which the cock began to ruffle and crow. I could not help laughing to see such a martial spirit in so small an animal. He seemed possessed by the demon of strife, and lifted now one foot and now the other, as if to beg that his arms might be put on. Pembroke then exhibited the helmet, also of steel. "But with such arms," said I, "he is sure of conquest." "No, for when he is armed cap a pie, he will not fight with a defenseless cock." "I can't believe it, my lord." "It's a well-known fact. Here, read this." He then gave me a piece of paper with this remarkable biped's pedigree. He could prove his 32 quarters more easily than a good many noblemen, on the father's side, be it understood, for if he could have proved pure blood on the mother's side as well, Lord Pembroke would have decorated him with the Order of the Golden Fleece at least. "The bird cost me 100 guineas, said he, "but I would not sell him for 1,000. "Has he any offspring?" "He tries his best, but there are difficulties." I do not remember whether Lord Pembroke explained what these difficulties were. Certainly, the English offer more peculiarities to the attentive observer than any other nation. At last, a carriage containing a lady and 2 gentlemen drove up to the door. One of the gentlemen was the rascally Castelbajac, and the other was introduced as Count Schwerin, nephew of the famous marshal of that name, who fell on what is commonly called the Field of Glory. General Becque, an Englishman who was in the service of the King of Prussia and was one of Pembroke's guests, received Schwerin politely, saying that he had seen his uncle die. At this, the modest nephew drew the Order of the Black Eagle from his breast and showed it to us all covered with blood. My uncle wore it on the day of his death, and the King of Prussia allowed me to keep it as a noble memorial of my kinsman. "Yes," said an Englishman who was present, "but the coat pocket is not the place for a thing like that." Schwerin made as if he did not understand, and this enabled me to take his measure. Lord Pembroke took possession of the lady, whom I did not think worthy of being compared to Pauline. She was paler and shorter, and utterly deficient in Pauline's noble air. Besides, when she smiled it spoiled her face, and this is a defect in a woman to whom laughter should always be becoming. Lord Pembroke introduced us all to each other, and when he came to me, Castelbajac said he was delighted to see me again, although he might easily have pretended not to know me under my name of Seingalt. We had a good English dinner, and afterwards the lady proposed a game of faro. My lord never played, so the general consented to amuse the company by holding the bank and placed 100 guineas and several bank notes on the table. There might be 1,000 guineas in all. He then gave 20 counters to each punter, saying that every counter was worth 10 shillings. As I only staked gold against gold, I would not accept them. By the third deal, Schwerin had lost his 20 counters and asked for 20 more. But the banker told him he must pay for them, and the self-styled field marshal's nephew lapsed into silence and played no more. At the following deal, Castelbajac was in the same position as his friend, and being on my side, he begged to be allowed to take 10 pieces. "You will bring me ill luck," I said, coldly, warding off his hand, and he went out to the garden, no doubt to swallow the affront he had received. The lady said her husband had forgotten his pocketbook. An hour afterwards the game came to an end, and I took my leave, after inviting Lord Pembroke and the rest of the company to dine with me the next day. I got home at 11 o'clock without meeting any highwaymen as I had expected. Indeed, I had put up 6 guineas in a small purse for their special use and benefit. I woke up my cook to tell him that the next day I should have 12 people to dinner, and that I hoped he would do me honor. I found a letter from Madame Cornélie's on my table telling me that she and her daughter would drive with me on the following Sunday, and that we could go and see the boarding school she had selected. Next day, Lord Pembroke and the fair Frenchwoman were the first to arrive. They drove in a carriage with 2 rather uncomfortable seats, but this discomfort is favorable to love. The Gascon and the Prussian were the last to come. We sat down to table at 2 and left it at 4, all of us well pleased with the cook, and still more so with the wine merchant. For though we had emptied 40 bottles of wine, not one of us was at all intoxicated. After coffee had been served, the general invited us all to sup with him, and Madame Castelbajac begged me to hold a bank. I did not wait to be pressed, but placed 1,000 guineas on the table, and as I had no counters of any kind, I warned the company that I would only play gold against gold, and that I should stop playing whenever I thought fit. Before the game began, the 2 counts paid their losses of the day before to the general in banknotes, which he begged me to change. I also changed 2 other notes presented to me by the same gentleman and put them all under my snuff-box. Play began. I had no croupier, so I was obliged to deal slowly and keep an eye on the 2 counts, whose method of play was very questionable. At last both of them were dried up, and Castelbajac gave me a bill of exchange for 200 guineas, begging me to discount it for him. "I know nothing about business," I replied. An Englishman took the bill, and after a careful examination said he neither knew the drawer, the acceptor, nor the backer. "I am the backer," said Castelbajac, "and that ought to be enough, I think." Everybody laughed, besides myself, and I gave it him back courteously, saying politely that he could get it discounted on change the next day. He got up in a bad temper and left the room, murmuring some insolent expressions. Schwerin followed him. After these 2 worthy gentlemen had left us, I went on dealing till the night was far advanced, and then left off, though I was at a loss. However, the general had a run of luck, and I thought it best to stop. Before leaving, he took me and Lord Pembroke aside, and begged me to contrive that the 2 knaves should not come to his house the following day. "For," said he, "if that Gascon were to be half as insolent to me as he was to you, I should show him out by the window." Pembroke said he would tell the lady of the general's wishes. "Do you think," said I, "that those 4 notes of theirs can be forgeries?" "It's very possible." "What would you advise my doing to clear the matter up?" "I would send them to the bank." "And if they should be forgeries?" "I would have patience, or I would arrest the rascals." The next day I went to the bank myself, and the person to whom I gave the notes gave me them back, saying, coldly, "These notes are bad, sir. Be kind enough to examine them closely. It's no good, they are evident forgeries. Return them to the person from whom you got them, and he will be only too glad to cash them." I was perfectly aware that I could put the 2 knaves under lock and key, but I did not want to do so. I went to Lord Pembroke to find out their address, but he was still in bed, and one of his servants took me to them. They were surprised to see me. I told them coolly enough that the 4 notes were forged, and that I should feel much obliged if they would give me 40 guineas and take their notes back. "I haven't got any money," said Castelbajac, and what you say astonishes me very much. I can only return them to the persons who gave them to me if they are really the same notes that we gave you yesterday." At this suggestion, the blood rushed to my face, and with a withering glance and an indignant apostrophe, I left them. Lord Pembroke's servant took me to a magistrate who, having heard my statement on oath, gave me a paper authorizing me to arrest 2 counts. I gave the document to an alderman, who said he would see it was carried out, and I went home ill pleased with the whole business. Martinelli was waiting for me. He had come to ask me to give him a dinner. I told him my story, without adding that the knaves were to be arrested, and his advice delivered with philosophically calm was to make an auto-da-fee of the 4 notes. It was very good advice, but I did not take it. The worthy Martinelli, thinking to oblige me, told me that he had arranged with Lord Spencer the day on which I was to be introduced to the club, but I answered that my fancy for going there was over. I ought to have treated this learned and distinguished man with more politeness, but who can sound human weakness to its depths? One often goes to a wise man for advice which one has not the courage to follow. In the evening, I went to the General S. and found the self-styled Countess Castelbajac seated on Lord Pembroke's knees. The supper was a good one and passed off pleasantly. The 2 rascals were not there, and their absence was not remarked. When we left the table, we went into another room and played till daybreak. I left the board with a loss of 200 or 300 guineas. I did not wake till late the next morning, and when I did, my man told me that a person wanted to speak to me. I had him shewn in, and as he only spoke English, the Negro had to be our interpreter. He was the chief of the police, and told me that if I would pay for the journey, he would arrest Castelbajac at Dover, for which town he had started at noon. As to the other, he was sure of having him in the course of the night. I gave him a guinea, and told him it would be enough to catch the one, and that the other could go where he liked. The next day was Sunday, the only day on which Madame Cornelis could go abroad without fear of the bailiff. She came to dine with me, and brought her daughter, whom the prospect of leaving her mother had quite cured. The school which Madame Cornelis had chosen was at Harwich, and we went there after dinner. The headmistress was a Catholic, and though she must have been 60, she looked keen, witty, and as if she knew the ways of the world. She had received an introduction from Lady Harrington, and so welcomed the young lady in the most cordial manner. She had about 15 young boarders of 13 or 14 years of age. When she presented Sophie to them as a new companion, they crowded round her and covered her with caresses. 5 or 6 were perfect angels of beauty, and 2 or 3 were hideously ugly, and such extremes are more common in England than anywhere else. My daughter was the smallest of them all, but as far as beauty went she had nothing to fear by comparison, and her talents placed her on a par with the eldest, while she responded to their caresses with that ease which later in life is only acquired with great difficulty. We went over the house, and all the girls followed us, and those who could speak French or Italian spoke to me, saying how much they would love my daughter, while those who could not speak sufficiently well held off as if ashamed of their ignorance. We saw the bedrooms, the dining room, the drawing room, the harps and the pianos, in fact, everything, and I decided that Sophie could not be better placed. We went into the headmistress's private room, and Madame Cornelis paid her 100 guineas in advance and obtained a receipt. We then agreed that Sophie should be received as a boarder as soon as she liked to come, that she was to bring her bed with her, and all the necessary linen. Madame Cornelis made the final arrangements on the ensuing Sunday. Next day the alderman told me that Count Schwerin was a prisoner and wanted to speak to me. I declined at first, but as the alderman's messenger told me, through Jarb, that the poor devil had not a farthing in his pocket, I was moved with compassion. As he was charged with uttering forged notes, he had been taken to Newgate and was in danger of being hanged. I followed the magistrate's messenger, and cannot say how the woeful aspect, the tears and supplications for mercy of the poor wretch, moved my heart. He swore that Castelbajac had given him the notes, but he added that he knew where they came from originally and would tell me if I would release him. A little bitterness still remained in my breast, so I told him that if he knew who forged the notes he could certainly escape the gallows, but that I should keep him prisoner till I got my money back. At this threat, his tears and supplications began over again and with renewed force, and telling me that he was in utter poverty, he emptied his pockets one after the other to show me that he had no money, and at last offered me the blood-stained badge of his uncle. I was delighted to be able to relieve him without any appearance of weakness, and accepted the bauble as a pledge, telling him that he should have it back on payment of £40. I wrote out a formal release, and in his presence, and in that of the alderman, I burnt the 4 notes and set him free. 2 days afterwards, the so-called countess came to my house, saying that now Castelbajac and Shuiran were gone, she knew not where to lay her head. She complained bitterly of Lord Pembroke, who deserted her after making her give him the clearest proofs of her affection. By way of consolation, I told her that it would be very foolish of him to have abandoned her before instead of after. To get rid of her, I was obliged to give her the money to pay her journey to Calais. She told me she did not want to rejoin the Gascon, who was not really her husband. We shall hear more of these persons in the course of 3 years. 2 or 3 days later, an Italian called on me and gave me a letter from my friend Balletti, which recommended the bearer, Constantini, a native of Vicenza, to my good offices. He had come to London on a matter of importance in which I could help him. I assured M. Constantini that I was only too happy to do anything to justify the confidence placed in me by one of my best friends, and he said that the long journey had almost exhausted his purse. But he added, "I know that my wife lives here, and that she is rich. I shall easily find out where she lives, and you know that as I am her husband, all that is hers is mine." I was not aware of that. Then you don't know the laws of this country? Not at all. I am sorry to hear it, but such is the case. I am going to her house, and I shall turn her out of doors with nothing else than the dress on her back, for the furniture, clothes, jewels, linen, in fact, all her possessions belong to me. May I ask you to be with me when I perform this exploit? I was astonished. I asked him if he had told Balletti what he intended to do. You are the first person to whom I have disclosed my intentions. I could not treat him as a madman, for he did not look like one, and, concluding that there really might be the law he had alleged, I replied that I did not feel inclined to join him in his enterprise, of which I disapproved very strongly, unless his wife had actually robbed him of what she possessed. She has only robbed me of my honor, sir, and she left me, taking her talents with her. She must have made a great fortune here, and have I not a right to take it from her, were it only for vengeance sake? That may be, but I ask you what you would think of me if I agreed to join you in an undertaking which seems a cruel one to me, however good your reasons may be. Besides, I may know your wife, she may even be a friend of mine. I will tell you her name. No, I beg of you not to do so, although I do not know any Madame Constantini. She has changed her name to Calori, and she sings at the Haymarket. I know who she is now. I am sorry you have told me. I have no doubt you will keep my secret, and I am now going to find out where she lives, for that is the principal thing. He left me weeping, and I pitied him, but at the same time I was sorry that he had made me the depositary of his secret. A few hours after I called on Madame Binetti, and she told me the histories of all the artistes in London. When she came to the Calori, she told me that she had had several lovers out of whom she had made a great deal, but at present she had no lover, unless it were the violinist Giardini, with whom she was in love in earnest. Where does she come from? From Vicenza. Is she married? I don't think so. I thought no more of this wretched business, but 3 or 4 days later I had a letter from King's Bench Prison. It was from Constantini. The poor wretch said I was the only friend he had in London, and that he hoped I would come and see him, were it only to give him some advice. I thought it my duty to accede to his request, and I went to the prison, where I found the poor man in a wretched state, with an old English attorney, who spoke a little bad Italian, and was known to me. Constantini had been arrested the day before on account of several bills drawn by his wife, which had not been taken up. By these bills, she appeared in debt to the amount of 1,000 guineas. The attorney had got the 5 bills, and he was trying to make some arrangements with the husband. I saw at once that the whole thing was a scandalous swindle, for Madame Binetti had told me that the Calori was very rich. I begged the attorney to leave me alone with the prisoner, as I wanted to have some private conversation with him. "They have arrested me for my wife's debts," said he, "and they tell me I must pay them because I am her husband. It's a trick your wife has played on you. She must have found out you were in London. She saw me through the window." Why did you delay putting your project into execution? I meant to carry it out this morning, but how was I to know that she had debts? Nor has she any debts. These bills are shams. They must have been antedated, for they were really executed yesterday. It's a bad business, and she may have to pay dearly for it. But in the meanwhile, I am in prison. Never mind, trust me, I will see you again tomorrow. This scurvy trick had made me angry, and I made up my mind to take up the poor man's cause. I went to Bosanquet, who told me that the device was a very common one in London, but that people had found out the way to defeat it. Finally, he said that if the prisoner interested me, he would put the case into the hands of a barrister who would extricate him from his difficulty, and make the wife and the lover, who had probably helped her, repent of their day's work. I begged him to act as if my interests were at stake, and promised to guarantee all expenses. That's enough, said he, don't trouble yourself any more about it. Same days after Mr. Bosanquet came to tell me that Constantini had left the prison and England as well, according to what the barrister who had charge of the case told him. Impossible. Not at all. The lover of his wife, foreseeing the storm that was about to burst over their heads, got round the fellow and made him leave the country by means of a sum more or less large. The affair was over, but it was soon in all the newspapers, garnished with all the wit imaginable, and Giardini was warmly praised for the action he had taken. As for me, I was glad enough to have the matter over, but I felt vexed with Constantini for having fled without giving the lovers a lesson. I wrote an account of the circumstances to Balletti, and I heard from Madame Binetti that the Calori had given her husband 100 guineas to leave the country. Some years later, I saw the Calori at Prague. A Flemish officer, the man whom I had helped at Aix-la-Chapelle, had called on me several times and had even dined 3 or 4 times with me. I reproached myself for not having been polite enough to return his call, and when we met in the street, and he reproached me for not having been to see him, I was obliged to blush. He had his wife and daughter with him, and some feeling of shame and a good deal of curiosity made me call on him. When he saw me, he threw his arms about my neck, calling me his preserver. I was obliged to receive all the compliments which knaves make to honest men when they hope to take them in. A few moments after, an old woman and a girl came in, and I was introduced as the Chevalier de Seingalt, of whom he had spoken so often. The girl, affecting surprise, said she had known a M. Casanova, who was very like me. I answered that Casanova was my name as well as Seingalt, but that I had not the happiness of recollecting her. My name was Ansperger when I saw you, she replied, but now it is Charpelin, and considering that we only met once and that I was only 13 at the time, I do not wonder at your not recollecting me. I have been in London with my mother and aunts for the last 4 years. But where had I the pleasure of speaking to you? At Paris. In what part of Paris? In the bazaar. You were with a charming lady, and you gave me these buckles. She showed me them on her shoes, and you also did me the honor to kiss me. I recollected the circumstance, and the reader will remember that I was with Madame Barrett, the fair stocking seller. Now I remember you, said I, but I do not recognize your aunt. This is the sister of the one you saw, but if you will take tea with us, you will see her. Where do you live? In Denmark Street, Soho. Chapter 11. The Charpelin Dreadful Consequences of My Acquaintance with Her. The name Charpelin reminded me that I was the bearer of a letter for her, and drawing it from my pocketbook, one gave it her, saying that the document ought to cement our acquaintance. What, she exclaimed, a letter from the dear Ambassador Morosini. How delighted I am to have it, and you have actually been all these months in London without giving it me. I confess I am to blame, but, as you see, the note has no address on it. I am grateful for the chance which has enabled me to discharge my commission today. Come and dine with us tomorrow. I cannot do so, as I am expecting Lord Pembroke to dinner. Will you be alone? I expect so. I am glad to hear it. You will see my aunt and myself appearing on the scene. Here is my address, and I shall be delighted if you will come and see me. She took the address, and I was surprised to see her smile as she read it. Then you are the Italian, she said, who put up that notice that amused all the town. I am. They say the joke cost you dear. Quite the reverse, it resulted in the greatest happiness. But now that the beloved object has left you, I suppose you are unhappy. I am, but there are sorrows so sweet that they are almost joys. Nobody knows who she was, but I suppose you do. Yes. Do you make a mystery of it? Surely, and I would rather die than reveal it. Ask my aunt if I may take some rooms in your house, but I am afraid my mother would not let me. Why do you want to lodge cheaply? I don't want to lodge cheaply, but I should like to punish the audacious author of that notice. How would you punish me? By making you fall in love with me, and then tormenting you. It would have amused me immensely. Then you think that you can inspire me with love, and at the same time form the dreadful plan of tyrannizing over the victim of your charms. Such a project is monstrous, and unhappily for us poor men, you do not look a monster. Nevertheless, I am obliged to you for your frankness, and I shall be on my guard. Then you must take care never to see me, or else all your efforts will be in vain. As the Charpelin had laughed merrily through the whole of this dialogue, I took it all as a jest, but I could not help admiring her manner, which seemed made for the subjugation of men. But though I knew it not, the day I made that woman's acquaintance was a luckless one for me, as my readers will see. It was towards the end of the month of September, 1763, when I met the Charpelin, and from that day I began to die. If the lines of ascent and declination are equal now, on the first day of November, 1797, I have about 4 more years of life to reckon on, which will pass by swiftly, according to the axiom modus in fine velocior. The Charpelin, who is well known in London, and I believe is still alive, was one of those beauties in whom it is difficult to find any positive fault. Her hair was chestnut-colored, and astonishingly long and thick. Her blue eyes were at once languorous and brilliant. Her skin, faintly tinged with a rosy hue, was of a dazzling whiteness. She was tall for her age, and seemed likely to become as tall as Pauline. Her breast was perhaps a little small, but perfectly shaped. Her hands were white and plump, her feet small, and her gait had something noble and gracious. Her features were of that exquisite sensibility which gives so much charm to the fair sex, but nature had given her a beautiful body and a deformed soul. This siren had formed a design to wreck my happiness even before she knew me, and as if to add to her triumph she told me as much. I left Meilingen's house not like a man who, fond of the fair sex, is glad to have made the acquaintance of a beautiful woman, but in a state of stupefaction that the image of Pauline, which was always before me, was not strong enough to overcome the influence of a creature like the Charpelin, whom in my heart I could not help despising. I calmed myself by saying that this strong impression was due to novelty, and by hoping that I should soon be disenchanted. She will have no charm, said I, when I have once possessed her, and that will not be long in coming. Perhaps the reader will think that I was too presumptuous, but why should I suppose that there would be any difficulty? She had asked me to dinner herself. She had surrendered herself entirely to Morosini, who was not the man to sigh for long at any woman's feet, and must have paid her, for he was not young enough nor handsome enough to inspire her with a fancy for him. Without counting my physical attractions, I had plenty of money, and I was not afraid of spending it, and so I thought I could count on an easy victory. Pembroke had become an intimate friend of mine since my proceedings with regard to Schwerin. He admired my conduct in not making any claim on the general for half my loss. He had said we would make a pleasant day of it together, and when he saw that my table was laid for 4, he asked who the other guests were to be. He was extremely surprised when he heard that they were the Charpelin and her aunt, and that the girl had invited herself when she heard he was to dine with me. I once took a violent fancy for the little hussy, said he. It was one evening when I was at Vauxhall, and I offered her 20 guineas if she would come and take a little walk with me in a dark alley. She said she would come if I gave her the money in advance, which I was fool enough to do. She went with me, but as soon as we were alone she ran away, and I could not catch her again, though I looked for her all the evening. You ought to have boxed her ears before everybody. I should have got into trouble, and people would have laughed at me besides. I preferred to despise her and the money too. Are you in love with her? No, but I am curious, as you were. Take care, she will do all in her power to entrap you. She came in and went up to my lord with the most perfect coolness, and began to chatter away to him without taking any notice of me. She laughed, joked, and reproached him for not having pursued her at Vauxhall. Her stratagem, she said, was only meant to excite him the more. Another time, she added, I shall not escape you. Perhaps not, my dear, for another time I shall take care not to pay in advance. Oh, fie, you degrade yourself by talking about paying. I suppose I honor you. We never talk of such things. Lord Pembroke laughed at her impertinences, while she made a vigorous assault on him, for his coolness and indifference piqued her. She left us soon after dinner, making me promise to dine with her the day after next. I passed the next day with the amiable nobleman who initiated me into the mysteries of the English bagnio, an entertainment which I shall not describe, for it is well known to all who care to spend 6 guineas. On the day appointed, my evil destiny made me go to the Charpelin. The girl introduced me to her mother, whom I at once recollected, although she had aged and altered since I had seen her. In the year 1759, a Genovan named Ballaume had persuaded me to sell her jewels to the extent of 6,000 francs, and she had paid me in bills drawn by her and her 2 sisters on this Ballaume, but they were then known as Ansperger. The Genovan became bankrupt before the bills were due, and the 3 sisters disappeared. As may be imagined, I was surprised to find them in England, and especially to be introduced to them by the Charpelin, who, knowing nothing of the affair of the jewels, had not told them that Seingalt was the same as Casanova, whom they had cheated of 6,000 francs. I am delighted to see you again, were the first words I addressed to her. I recollect you, sir, that rascal Ballaume. We will discuss that subject another time. I see you are ill. I have been at death's door, but I am better now. My daughter did not tell me your proper name. Yes, she did. My name is Seingalt as well as Casanova. I was known by the latter name at Paris when I made your daughter's acquaintance, though I did not know then that she was your daughter. Just then the grandmother, whose name was also Ansperger, came in with the 2 aunts, and a quarter of an hour later 3 men arrived, one of whom was the Chevalier Gaudar, whom I had met at Paris. I did not know the others who were introduced to me under the names of Rostaing and Common. They were 3 friends of the household, whose business it was to bring in dupes. Such was the infamous company in which I found myself, and though I took its measure directly, yet I did not make my escape, nor did I resolve never to go to the house again. I was fascinated. I thought I would be on my guard and be safe, and as I only wanted the daughter I looked on all else as of little moment. At table I led the conversation, and thought that my prey would soon be within my grasp. The only thing which annoyed me was that the Charpelin, after apologizing for having made me sit down to such a poor dinner, invited herself and all the company to sup with me on any day I liked to mention. I could make no opposition, so I begged her to name the day herself, and she did so, after a consultation with her worthy friends. After coffee had been served, we played 4 rubbers of whist, at which I lost, and at midnight I went away ill-pleased with myself, but with no purpose of amendment, for this sorceress had got me in her toils. All the same I had the strength of mind to refrain from seeing her for 2 days, and on the 3rd, which was the day appointed for the cursed supper, she and her aunt paid me a call at 9 o'clock in the morning. I have come to breakfast with you, and to discuss a certain question, said she, in the most engaging manner. Will you tell me your business now, or after breakfast? After breakfast, for we must be alone. We had our breakfast, and then the aunt went into another room, and the Charpelin, after describing the monetary situation of the family, told me that it would be much relieved if her aunt could obtain 100 guineas. What would she do with the money? She would make the balm of life, of which she possesses the secret, and no doubt she would make her fortune too. She then began to dilate on the marvelous properties of the balm, on its probable success in a town like London, and on the benefits which would accrue to myself, for of course I should share in the profits. She added that her mother and aunt would give me a written promise to repay the money in the course of 6 years. I will give you a decided answer after supper. I then began to caress her, and to make assaults in the style of an amorous man, but it was all in vain, though I succeeded in stretching her on a large sofa. She made her escape, however, and ran to her aunt, while I followed her, feeling obliged to laugh as she did. She gave me her hand and said, "Farewell till this evening." When they were gone, I reflected over what had passed and thought this first scene of no bad augury. I saw that I should get nothing out of her without spending 100 guineas, and I determined not to attempt to bargain, but I would let her understand that she must make up her mind not to play prude. The game was in my hands, and all I had to do was to take care not to be duped. In the evening, the company arrived, and the girl asked me to hold a bank till supper was ready. But I declined, with a burst of laughter that seemed to puzzle her. "At least, let us have a game of whist," said she. "It seems to me," I answered, "that you don't feel very anxious to hear my reply. You have made up your mind, I suppose." "I have, follow me." She followed me into an adjoining room, and after she had seated herself on a sofa, I told her that the 100 guineas were at her disposal. "Then please to give the money to my aunt, otherwise these gentlemen might think I got it from you by some improper means." "I will do so." I tried to get possession of her, but in vain, and I ceased my endeavors when she said, "You will get nothing from me either by money or violence, but you can hope for all when I find you really nice and quiet." I re-entered the drawing-room, and feeling my blood boiling, I began to play to quiet myself. She was as gay as ever, but her gaiety tired me. At supper, I had her on my right hand, but the 100 impertinences which, under other circumstances, would have amused me, only wearied me after the 2 rebuffs I had received from her. After supper, just as they were going, she took me aside, and told me that if I wanted to hand over the 100 guineas, she would tell her aunt to go with me into the next room. "As documents have to be executed," I replied, "it will take some time, we will talk of it again." "Won't you fix the time?" I drew out my purse full of gold, and showed it her, saying, "The time depends entirely on you." When my hateful guests were gone, I began to reflect, and came to the conclusion that this young adventuress had determined to plunder me without giving me anything in return. I determined to have nothing more to do with her, but I could not get her beauty out of my mind. I felt I wanted some distraction, something that would give me new aims and make me forget her. With this idea, I went to see my daughter, taking with me an immense bag of sweets. As soon as I was in the midst of the little flock, the delight became general, Sophie distributing the sweetmeats to her friends, who received them gratefully. I spent a happy day, and for a week or 2 I paid several visits to Harwich. The mistress treated me with the utmost politeness and my daughter with boundless affection, always calling me "dear papa." In less than 3 weeks I congratulated myself on having forgotten the Charpelin, and on having replaced her by innocent amours, though one of my daughter's schoolmates pleased me rather too much for my peace of mind. Such was my condition when one morning the favorite aunt of the Charpelin paid me a call, and said that they were all mystified at not having seen me since the supper I had given them, especially herself, as her niece had given her to understand that I would furnish her with the means of making the balm of life. "Certainly, I would have given you the 100 guineas if your niece had treated me as a friend, but she refused me favors a Vestal might have granted, and you must be aware that she is by no means a Vestal. Don't mind my laughing. My niece is an innocent, giddy girl. She loves you, but she is afraid you have only a passing whim for her. She is in bed now with a bad cold, and if you will come and see her, I am sure you will be satisfied." These artful remarks, which had no doubt been prepared in advance, ought to have aroused all my scorn, but instead of that they awakened the most violent desires. I laughed in chorus with the old woman, and asked what would be the best time to call. "Come now and give one knock." "Very good, then you may expect me shortly." I congratulated myself on being on the verge of success, for after the explanation I had had with the aunt, and having, as I thought, a friend in her, I did not doubt that I should succeed. I put on my greatcoat, and in less than a quarter of an hour I knocked at their door. The aunt opened to me and said, "Come back in a quarter of an hour. She has been ordered a bath and is just going to take it." "This is another imposture. You're as bad a liar as she is." "You are cruel and unjust, and if you will promise to be discreet, I will take you up to the 3rd floor where she is bathing." "Very good, take me." She went upstairs, I following on tiptoe, and pushed me into a room and shut the door upon me. The Charpelin was in a huge bath, with her head towards the door, and the infernal coquette, pretending to think it was her aunt, did not move and said, "Give me the towels, aunt." She was in the most seductive posture, and I had the pleasure of gazing on her exquisite proportions, hardly veiled by the water. When she caught sight of me, or rather pretended to do so, she gave a shriek, huddled her limbs together, and said, with affected anger, "Begone! You needn't exert your voice, for I am not going to be duped. Begone! Not so, give me a little time to collect myself. I tell you, go. Calm yourself, and don't be afraid of my showing you any violence. That would suit your game too well. My aunt shall pay dearly for this. She will find me her friend. I won't touch you, so show me a little more of your charms." "More of my charms?" "Yes, put yourself as you were when I came in." "Certainly not, leave the room. I have told you I am not going, and that you need not fear for for your virginity, we will say." She then showed me a picture more seductive than the first, and pretending kindliness, said, "Please leave me, I will not fail to show my gratitude." Seeing that she got nothing, that I refrained from touching her, and that the fire she had kindled was in a fair way to be put out, she turned her back to me to give me to understand that it was no pleasure to her to look at me. However, my passions were running high, and I had to have recourse to self-abuse to calm my senses, and was glad to find myself relieved, as this proved to me that the desire went no deeper than the senses. The aunt came in just as I had finished, and I went out without a word, well pleased to find myself despising a character wherein profit and loss usurped the place of feeling. The aunt came to me as I was going out of the house, and after inquiring if I were satisfied, begged me to come into the parlor. "Yes," said I am perfectly satisfied to know you and your niece. Here is the reward." With these words, I drew a banknote for £100 from my pocketbook, and was foolish enough to give it her, telling her that she could make her balm, and need not trouble to give me any document, as I knew it would be of no value. I had not the strength to go away without giving her anything, and the procuress was sharp enough to know it. When I got home, I reflected on what had happened, and pronounced myself the conqueror with great triumph. I felt well at ease, and felt sure that I should never set foot in that house again. There were 7 of them altogether, including servants, and the need of subsisting made them do anything for a living, and when they found themselves obliged to make use of men, they summoned the 3 rascals I have named, who were equally dependent on them. 5 or 6 days afterwards, I met the little hussy at Vauxhall in company with Gaudar. I avoided her at first, but she came up to me reproaching me for my rudeness. I replied coolly enough, but affecting not to notice my manner, she asked me to come into an arbor with her and take a cup of tea. "No, thank you," I replied, "I prefer supper." "Then I will take some too, and you will give it me, won't you, just to show that you bear no malice?" I ordered supper for 4, and we sat down together, as if we had been intimate friends. Her charming conversation combined with her beauty gradually drew me under her charm, and as the drink began to exercise its influence over me, I proposed a turn in one of the dark walks, expressing a hope that I should fare better than Lord Pembroke. She said gently, and with an appearance of sincerity that deceived me, that she wanted to be mine, but by day and on the condition that I would come and see her every day. "I will do so, but first give me one little proof of your love." "Most certainly not." I got up to pay the bill, and then I left without a word, refusing to take her home. I went home by myself and went to bed. The first thought when I awoke was that I was glad she had not taken me at my word. I felt very strongly that it was to my interest to break off all connection between that creature and myself. I felt the strength of her influence over me, and that my only way was to keep away from her, or to renounce all pretension to the possession of her charms. The latter plan seemed to me impossible, so I determined to adhere to the first, but the wretched woman had resolved to defeat all my plans. The manner in which she succeeded must have been the result of a council of the whole society. A few days after the Vauxhall supper, Gaudar called on me, and began by congratulating me on my resolution not to visit the Ansburgers any more. "For," said he, "the girl would have made you more and more in love with her, and in the end she would have seduced you to beggary. You must think me a great fool. If I had found her kind, I should have been grateful, but without squandering all my money. And if she had been cruel instead of ridiculous, I might have given her what I have already given her every day, without reducing myself to beggary. I congratulate you, it shows that you are well off, but have you made up your mind not to see her again?" Certainly. Then you are not in love with her. I have been in love, but I am so no longer, and in a few days she will have passed completely out of my memory. I had almost forgotten her when I met her with you at Vauxhall. You are not cured. The way to be cured of an amour does not lie in flight when the two parties live in the same town. Meetings will happen, and all the trouble has to be taken over again. Then do you know a better way? Certainly, you should satiate yourself. It is quite possible that the creature is not in love with you, but you are rich and she has nothing. You might have had her for so much, and you could have left her when you found her to be unworthy of your constancy. You must know what kind of a woman she is. I should have tried this method gladly, but I found her out. You could have got the best of her, though, if you had gone to work in the proper way. You should never have paid in advance. I know everything. What do you mean? I know she has cost you 100 guineas, and that you have not won so much as a kiss from her. Why, my dear sir, you might have had her comfortably in your own bed for as much. She boasts that she took you in, though you pride yourself on your craft. It was an act of charity towards her aunt. Yes, to make her balm of life. But you know, if it had not been for the niece, the aunt would never have had the money. Perhaps not, but how come you, who are of their party, to be talking to me in this fashion? I swear to you I only speak out of friendship for you, and I will tell you how I came to make the acquaintance of the girl, her mother, her grandmother, and her two aunts, and then you will no longer consider me as of their party. 16 months ago, I saw M. Morosini walking about Vauxhall by himself. He had just come to England to congratulate the king on his accession to the throne, on behalf of the Republic of Venice. I saw how enchanted he was with the London beauties, and I went up to him and told him that all these beauties were at his service. This made him laugh, and on my repeating that it was not a jest, he pointed out one of the girls and asked if she would be at his service. I did not know her, so I asked him to wait a while, and I would bring him the information he required. There was no time to be lost, and I could see that the girl was not a Vestal virgin, so I went up to her and told her that the Venetian ambassador was amorous of her, and that I would take her to him if she would receive his visits. The aunt said that a nobleman of such an exalted rank could only bring honor to her niece. I took their address, and on my way back to the ambassador, I met a friend of mine who is learned in such commodities, and after I had showed him the address, he told me it was the Charpelin. And it was she. It was. My friend told me she was a young Swiss girl who was not yet in the general market, but who would soon be there, as she was not rich, and had a numerous train to support. I rejoined the Venetian, and told him that his business was done, and asked him at what time I should introduce him the next day, warning him that as she had a mother and aunts, she would not be alone. I am glad to hear it, said he, and also that she is not a common woman. He gave me an appointment for the next day, and we parted. I told the ladies at what hour I should have the pleasure of introducing the great man to them, and after warning them that they must appear not to know him, I went home. The following day I called on M. de Morosini and took him to Denmark Street incognito. We spent an hour in conversation, and then went away without anything being settled. On the way back, the ambassador told me that he should like to have the girl on conditions which he would give me in writing at his residence. These conditions were that she should live in a furnished house free of rent, without any companion, and without receiving any visitors. His Excellency would give her 50 guineas a month, and pay for supper whenever he came and spent the night with her. He told me to get the house if his conditions were received. The mother was to sign the agreement. The ambassador was in a hurry, and in 3 days the agreement was signed. But I obtained a document from the mother promising to let me have the girl for one night as soon as the Venetian had gone. It was known he was only stopping in London for a year. Gaudar extracted the document in question from his pocket and gave it to me. I read it and reread it with as much surprise as pleasure, and he then proceeded with his story. When the ambassador had gone, the Charpelin, finding herself at liberty once more, had Lord Baltimore, Lord Grosvenor, and M. de Saw, the Portuguese ambassador, in turn, but no titular lover. I insisted on having my night with her according to agreement, but both mother and daughter laughed at me when I spoke of it. I cannot arrest her because she is a minor, but I will have the mother imprisoned on the first opportunity, and you will see how the town will laugh. Now you know why I go to their house, and I assure you you are wrong if you think I have any part in their counsels. Nevertheless, I know they are discussing how they may catch you, and they will do so if you do not take care. Tell the mother that I have another 100 guineas at her service, if she will let me have her daughter for a single night. Do you mean that? Assuredly, but I am not going to pay in advance. That's the only way not to be duped. I shall be glad to execute your commission. I kept the rogue to dinner, thinking he might be useful to me. He knew everything and everybody and told me a number of amusing anecdotes. Although a good-for-nothing fellow, he had his merits. He had written several works, which, though badly constructed, showed he was a man of some wit. He was then writing his Chinese Spy, and every day he wrote 5 or 6 newsletters from the various coffee houses he frequented. I wrote 1 or 2 letters for him, with which he was much pleased. The reader will see how I met him again at Naples some years later. The next morning, what was my surprise to see the Charpelin, who said with an air that I should have taken for modesty in any other woman. I don't want you to give me any breakfast. I want an explanation, and to introduce Miss Lorenzi to you. I bowed to her and to her companion, and then said, "What explanation do you require?" At this, Miss Lorenzi, whom I had never seen before, thought proper to leave us, and I told my man that I was not at home to anybody. I ordered breakfast to be served to the companion of the nymph, that she might not find the waiting tedious. "Sir," said the Charpelin, "is it a fact that you charged the Chevalier Gaudar to tell my mother that you would give 100 guineas to spend the night with me?" "No, not to spend a night with you, but after I had passed it. Isn't the price enough?" "No jesting, sir, if you please. There is no question of bargaining. All I want to know is whether you think you have a right to insult me, and that I am going to bear it. If you think yourself insulted, I may, perhaps, confess I was wrong, but I confess I did not think I should have to listen to any reproaches from you. Gaudar is one of your intimate friends, and this is not the first proposal he has taken to you. I could not address you directly, as I know your arts only too well. I shall not pay any attention to your abuse of myself. I will only remind you of what I said, that neither money nor violence were of any use, and that your only way was to make me in love with you by gentle means. Show me where I have broken my word. It is you that have forsworn yourself in coming into my bathroom and in sending such a brutal message to my mother. No one but a rascal like Gaudar would have dared to take such a message." "Gaudar a rascal, is he? Well, he is your best friend. You know he is in love with you, and that he only got you for the ambassador in the hope of enjoying you himself. The document in his possession proves that you have behaved badly towards him. You are in his debt, discharge it, and then call him a rascal if you have the conscience to do so. You need not trouble to weep, for I knew the source of those tears. It is defiled. You know nothing of it. I love you, and it is hard to have you treat me so. You love me, you have not taken the best way to prove it. As good a way as yours. You have behaved to me as if I were the vilest of prostitutes, and yesterday you seemed to think I was a brute beast, the slave of my mother. You should have written to me in person, and without the intervention of so vile an agent, I should have replied in the same way, and you need not have been afraid that you would be deceived. Supposing I had written, what would your answer have been? I should have put all money matters out of question. I should have promised to content you on the condition that you would come and court me for a fortnight without demanding the slightest favor. We should have lived a pleasant life. We should have gone to the theater and to the parks. I should have become madly in love with you. Then I should have given myself up to you for love, and nothing but love. I am ashamed to say that hitherto I have only given myself out of mere complacence. Unhappy woman that I am. But I think nature meant me to love, and I thought when I saw you that my happy star had sent you to England that I might know the bliss of true affection. Instead of this, you have only made me unhappy. You are the first man that has seen me weep. You have troubled my peace at home, for my mother shall never have the sum you promised her were it for nothing but a kiss. I am sorry to have injured you, though I did not intend to do so, but I really don't know what I can do. Come and see us and keep your money, which I despise. If you love me, come and conquer me like a reasonable and not a brutal lover, and I will help you, for now you cannot doubt that I love you." All this seemed so natural to me that I never dreamed it contained a trap. I was caught, and I promised to do what she wished, but only for a fortnight. She confirmed her promise, and her countenance became once more serene and calm. The Charpelin was a born actress. She got up to go, and on my begging a kiss as a pledge of our reconciliation, she replied, with a smile, the charm of which she well knew, that it would not do to begin by breaking the term of our agreement, and she left me more in love than ever, and full of repentance for my conduct. Chapter 12. Gaudar's Chair. If she had written all this to me instead of coming and delivering it viva voce, it would probably have produced no effect. There would have been no tears, no ravishing features. She probably calculated all this, for women have a wonderful instinct in these matters. That very evening I began my visits, and judged from my welcome that my triumph was nigh at hand. But love fills our minds with idle visions and draws a veil over the truth. The fortnight went by without my even kissing her hand, and every time I came I brought some expensive gift, which seemed cheap to me when I obtained such smiles of gratitude in exchange. Besides these presents, not a day passed without some excursion to the country or party at the theatre. That fortnight must have cost me 400 guineas at the least. At last it came to an end, and I asked her in the presence of her mother where she would spend the night with me, there or at my house. The mother said that we would settle it after supper, and I made no objection, not liking to tell her that in my house the supper would be more succulent, and a better prelude for the kind of exercise I expected to enjoy. When we had supped, the mother took me aside, and asked me to leave with the company and then to come back. I obeyed, laughing to myself at this foolish mystery, and when I came back, I found the mother and the daughter in the parlor, in which a bed had been laid on the floor. Though I did not much care for this arrangement, I was too amorous to raise any objection at a moment when I thought my triumph was at hand. But I was astonished when the mother asked me if I would like to pay the 100 guineas in advance. "Oh, fie!" exclaimed the girl, and her mother left the room and we locked the door. My amorous feelings, so long pent up within my breast, would soon find relief. I approached her with open arms, but she avoided my caress and gently begged me to get into bed while she prepared to follow me. I watched her undress with delight, but when she had finished, she put out the candles. I complained of this act of hers, but she said she could not sleep with the light shining on her. I began to suspect that I might have some difficulties thrown in my way to sharpen the pleasure, but I determined to be resigned and to overcome them all. When I felt her in the bed, I tried to clasp her in my arms, but found that she had wrapped herself up in her long nightgown. Her arms were crossed, and her head buried in her chest. I entreated, scolded, cursed, but all in vain. She let me go on and answered not a word. At first I thought it was a joke, but I soon found out my mistake. The veil fell from my eyes, and I saw myself in my true colors, the degraded dupe of a vile prostitute. Love easily becomes fury. I began to handle her roughly, but she resisted and did not speak. I tore her nightgown to rags, but I could not tear it entirely off her. My rage grew terrible, my hands became talons, and I treated her with the utmost cruelty, but all for nothing. At last, with my hand on her throat, I felt tempted to strangle her, and then I knew it was time for me to go. It was a dreadful night. I spoke to this monster of a woman in every manner and tone with gentleness, with argument, rage, remonstrance, prayers, tears, and abuse, but she resisted me for 3 hours without abandoning her painful position, in spite of the torments I made her endure. At 3 o'clock in the morning, feeling my mind and body in a state of exhaustion, I got up and dressed myself by my sense of touch. I opened the parlor door, and finding the street door locked, I shook it till a servant came and let me out. I went home and got into bed, but excited nature refused me the sleep I needed so. I took a cup of chocolate, but it would not stay on my stomach, and soon after a shivering fit warned me that I was feverish. I continued to be ill till the next day, and then the fever left me in a state of complete exhaustion. As I was obliged to keep to my bed for a few days, I knew that I should soon get my health again, but my chief consolation was that at last I was cured. My shame had made me hate myself. When I felt the fever coming on, I told my man not to let anybody come to see me, and to place all my letters in my desk, for I wanted to be perfectly well before I troubled myself with anything. On the 4th day I was better, and I told Jarb to give me my letters. I found one from Pauline, dated from Madrid, in which she informed me that Clermont had saved her life while they were fording a river, and she had determined to keep him till she got to Lisbon, and would then send him back by sea. I congratulated myself at the time on her resolve, but it was a fatal one for Claremont, and indirectly for me also. 4 months after, I heard that the ship in which he had sailed had been wrecked, and as I never heard from him again, I could only conclude that my faithful servant had perished amidst the waves. Amongst my London letters I found 2 from the infamous mother of the infamous Charpelin, and 1 from the girl herself. The first of the mother's letters, written before I was ill, told me that her daughter was ill in bed, covered with bruises from the blows I had given her, so that she would be obliged to institute legal proceedings against me. In the second letter she said she had heard I too was ill, and that she was sorry to hear it, her daughter having informed her that I had some reason for my anger. However, she would not fail to justify herself on the first opportunity. The Charpelin said in her letter that she knew she had done wrong, and that she wondered I had not killed her when I took her by the throat. She added that no doubt I had made up my mind to visit her no more, but she hoped I would allow her one interview as she had an important communication to make to me. There was also a note from Gaudar, saying that he wanted to speak to me and that he would come at noon. I gave orders that he should be admitted. This curious individual began by astonishing me. He told me the whole story of what had taken place, the mother having been his informant. The Charpelin, he added, has not got a fever, but is covered with bruises. What grieves the old woman most is that she has not got the 100 guineas. She would have had them the next morning, I said, if her daughter had been tractable. Her mother had made her swear that she would not be tractable, and you need not hope to possess her without the mother's consent. Why won't she consent? Because she thinks that you will abandon the girl as soon as you have enjoyed her. Possibly, but she would have received many valuable presents, and now she is abandoned and has nothing. Have you made up your mind not to have anything more to do with her? Quite. That's your wisest plan, and I advise you to keep to it. Nevertheless, I want to show you something which will surprise you. I will be back in a moment. He returned, followed by a porter, who carried up an armchair covered with a cloth. As soon as we were alone, Gaudar took off the covering and asked me if I would buy it. What should I do with it? It is not a very attractive piece of furniture. Nevertheless, the price of it is 100 guineas. I would not give 3. This armchair has 5 springs, which come into play all at once as soon as anyone sits down in it. 2 springs catch the 2 arms and hold them tightly, 2 others separate the legs, and the 5th lifts up the seat. After this description, Gaudar sat down quite naturally in the chair, and the springs came into play and forced him into the position of a woman in labor. "Get the fair Charpelin to sit in this chair," said he, "and your business is done." I could not help laughing at the contrivance, which struck me as at once ingenious and diabolical, but I could not make up my mind to avail myself of it. "I won't buy it," said I, "but I shall be obliged if you will leave it here till tomorrow." "I can't leave it here an hour unless you will buy it. The owner is waiting close by to hear your answer." "Then take it away and come back to dinner." He showed me how I was to release him from his ridiculous position, and then after covering it up again, he called the porter and went away. There could be no doubt as to the action of the machinery, and it was no feeling of avarice which hindered me from buying the chair. As I have said, it seemed rather a diabolical idea, and besides it might easily have sent me to the gallows. Furthermore, I should never have had the strength of mind to enjoy the Charpelin forcibly, especially by means of the wonderful chair, the mechanism of which would have frightened her out of her wits. At dinner, I told Gaudar that the Charpelin had demanded an interview, and that I had wished to keep the chair so as to show her that I could have her if I liked. I showed him the letter, and he advised me to accede to her request, if only for curiosity's sake. I was in no hurry to see the creature, while the marks on her face and neck were still fresh, so I spent 7 or 8 days without making up my mind to receive her. Gaudar came every day, and told me of the confabulations of these women who had made up their minds not to live save by trickery. He told me that the grandmother had taken the name of Ansperger without having any right to it, as she was merely the mistress of a worthy citizen of Bern, by whom she had 4 daughters. The mother of the Charpelin was the youngest of the family, and, as she was pretty and loose in her morals, the government had exiled her with her mother and sisters. They had then betaken themselves to Franche-Comté, where they lived for some time on the balm of life. Here it was that the Charpelin came into the world, her mother attributing her to a Count de Boulainvilliers. The child grew up pretty, and the family removed to Paris under the impression that it would be the best market for such a commodity. But in the course of 4 years, the income from the balm having dwindled greatly, the Charpelin being still too young to be profitable, and debtors closing round them on every side, they resolved to come to London. He then proceeded to tell me of the various tricks and cheats which kept them all alive. I found his narrative interesting enough then, but the reader would find it dull, and I expect will be grateful for my passing it over. I felt that it was fortunate for me that I had Gaudar, who introduced me to all the most famous courtesans in London, above all to the illustrious Kitty Fisher, who was just beginning to be fashionable. He also introduced me to a girl of 16, a veritable prodigy of beauty, who served at the bar of a tavern at which we took a bottle of strong beer. She was an Irishwoman and a Catholic, and was named Sarah. I should have liked to get possession of her, but Gaudar had views of his own on the subject, and carried her off in the course of the next year. He ended by marrying her, and she was the Sarah Gaudar who shone at Naples, Florence, Venice, and elsewhere. We shall hear of her in 4 or 5 years, still with her husband. Gaudar had conceived the plan of making her take the place of Dubarry, mistress of Louis Roman XV, but a lettre de cachet compelled him to try elsewhere. Ah! Happy days of letters de cachet, you have gone never to return. The Charpelin waited a fortnight for me to reply, and then resolved to return to the charge in person. This was no doubt the result of a conference of the most secret kind, for I heard nothing of it from Gaudar. She came to see me by herself in a sedan chair, and I decided on seeing her. I was taking my chocolate, and I let her come in without rising or offering her any breakfast. She asked me to give her some with great modesty, and put up her face for me to give her a kiss, but I turned my head away. However, she was not in the least disconcerted. I suppose the marks of the blows you gave me make my face so repulsive. You lie, I never struck you. No, but your tiger-like claws have left bruises all over me. Look here. No, you needn't be afraid that what you see may prove too seductive. Besides, it will have no novelty for you. So saying, the wretched creature let me see her body, on which some livid marks were still visible. Coward that I was, why did I not look another way? I will tell you. It was because she was so beautiful, and because a woman's charms are unworthy of the name if they cannot silence reason. I affected only to look at the bruises, but it was an empty farce. I blush for myself. Here was I conquered by a simple girl, ignorant of well-nigh everything. But she knew well enough that I was inhaling the poison at every pore. All at once she dropped her clothes and came and sat beside me, feeling sure that I should have relished a continuance of the spectacle. However, I made an effort and said coldly that it was all her own fault. I know it is, said she, for if I had been tractable as I ought to have been, you would have been loving instead of cruel. But repentance effaces sin, and I am come to beg pardon. May I hope to obtain it? Certainly, I am angry with you no longer, but I cannot forgive myself. Now go and trouble me no more. I will if you like, but there is something you have not heard, and I beg you will listen to me a moment. As I have nothing to do, you can say what you have got to say. I will listen to you. In spite of the coldness of my words, I was really profoundly touched, and the worst of it was that I began to believe in the genuineness of her motives. She might have relieved herself of what she had to say in a quarter of an hour, but by dint of tears, sighs, groans, digressions, and so forth, she took 2 hours to tell me that her mother had made her swear to pass the night as she had done. She ended by saying that she would like to be mine as she had been M. Morrisani, to live with me, and only to go out under my escort, while I might allow her a monthly sum which she would hand over to her mother, who would, in that case, leave her alone. She dined with me, and it was in the evening that she made this proposition. I suppose because she thought me ripe for another cheat. I told her that it might be arranged, but that I should prefer to settle with her mother, and that she would see me at their house the following day, and this seemed to surprise her. It is possible that the Charpelin would have granted me any favor on that day, and then there would have been no question of deception or resistance for the future. Why did I not press her? Because sometimes love stupefies instead of quickens, and because I had been in a way her judge, and I thought it would be base of me to revenge myself on her by satisfying my amorous desires, and possibly because I was a fool, as I have often been in the course of my existence. She must have left me in a state of irritation, and no doubt she registered a vow to revenge herself on me for the half-contemptuous way in which I had treated her. Gaudar was astonished when he heard of her visit and of the way in which I had spent the day. I begged him to get me a small furnished house, and in the evening I went to see the infamous woman in her own house. She was with her mother, and I laid my proposal before them. "Your daughter will have a house at Chelsea," said I to the mother, "where I can go and see her whenever I like, and also 50 guineas a month to do what she likes with." "I don't care what you give her a month," she replied, "but before I let her leave my house, she must give me the 100 guineas she was to have had when she slept with you. It is your fault that she didn't have them. However, to cut the matter short, she shall give them to you. And in the meanwhile, till you have found the house, I hope you will come and see me." "Yes." The next day Gaudar showed me a pretty house at Chelsea, and I took it, paying 10 guineas, a month's rent in advance, for which I received a receipt. In the afternoon, I concluded the bargain with the mother, the charpelin being present. The mother asked me to give her the 100 guineas, and I did so, not fearing any treachery, as nearly the whole of the girl's clothing was already at Chelsea. In due course, we went to our country house. The charpelin liked the house immensely, and after a short talk, we supped merrily together. After supper, we went to bed, and she granted me some slight preliminary favors, but when I would have attained my end, I found an obstacle which I had not expected. She gave me some physiological reasons for the circumstances, but not being a man to stop for so little, I would have gone on, but she resisted, and yet with such gentleness that I left her alone and went to sleep. I awoke sooner than she did, and determined to see whether she had imposed on me. So I raised her nightgown carefully and took off her linen, only to find that I had been duped once more. This roused her, and she tried to stop me, but it was too late. However, I gently chid her for the trick, and feeling disposed to forgive it, set about making up for lost time, but she got on the high horse and pretended to be hurt at my taking her by surprise. I tried to calm her by renewed tenderness, but the wretched creature only got more furious and would give me nothing. I left her alone, but I expressed my opinion of her in pretty strong terms. The impudent slut honored me with a smile of disdain, and then beginning to dress herself, she proceeded to indulge in impertinent repartees. This made me angry, and I gave her a box on the ears which stretched her at full length on the floor. She shrieked, stamped her feet, and made a hideous uproar. The landlord came up, and she began to speak to him in English, while the blood gushed from her nose. The man fortunately spoke Italian, and told me that she wanted to go away, and advised me to let her do so, or she might make it awkward for me, and he himself would be obliged to witness against me. "Tell her to be gone as fast as she likes," said I, "and to keep out of my sight forever." She finished dressing, staunched the blood, and went off in a sedan chair, while I remained petrified, feeling that I did not deserve to live, and finding her conduct utterly outrageous and incomprehensible. After an hour's consideration, I decided on sending her back her trunk, and then I went home and to bed, telling my servants I was not at home to anyone. I spent 24 hours in pondering over my wrongs, and at last my reason told me that the fault was mine. I despised myself. I was on the brink of suicide, but happily I escaped that fate. I was just going out when Gaudar came up and made me go in with him, as he said he wanted to speak to me. After telling me that the charpelin had come home with a swollen cheek which prevented her showing herself, he advised me to abandon all claims on her or her mother, or the latter would bring a false accusation against me which might cost me my life. Those who know England, and especially London, will not need to be informed as to the nature of this accusation, which is so easily brought in England. It will suffice to say that through it Sodom was overwhelmed. "The mother has engaged me to mediate," said Gaudar, "and if you will leave her alone, she will do you no harm." I spent the day with him, foolishly complaining, and telling him that he could assure the mother that I would take no proceedings against her, but that I should like to know if she had the courage to receive this assurance from my own lips. "I will carry your message," said he, "but I pity you, for you are going into their nets again and will end in utter ruin." I fancied they would be ashamed to see me, but I was very much mistaken, for Gaudar came back laughing and said the mother expressed a hope that I should always be the friend of the family. I ought to have refused to have anything more to do with them, but I had not the strength to play the man. I called at Denmark Street the same evening and spent an hour without uttering a syllable. The Charpelin sat opposite to me, with eyes lowered to a piece of embroidery, while from time to time she pretended to wipe away a tear as she let me see the ravages I had worked on her cheek. I saw her every day and always in silence till the fatal mark had disappeared. But during these mad visits, the poison of desire was so instilled into my veins that if she had known my state of mind, she might have despoiled me of all I possessed for a single favor. When she was once more as beautiful as ever, I felt as if I must die if I did not hold her in my arms again, and I bought a magnificent pier glass and a splendid breakfast service in Dresden china, and sent them to her with an amorous epistle, which must have made her think me either the most extravagant or the most cowardly of men. She wrote in answer that she would expect me to sup with her in her room, that she might give me the tenderest proofs of her gratitude. This letter sent me completely mad with joy, and in a paroxysm of delight, I resolved to surrender to her keeping the 2 bills of exchange which Bolomy had given me, and which gave me power to send her mother and aunts to prison. Full of the happiness that awaited me, and enchanted with my own idiotic heroism, I went to her in the evening. She received me in the parlor with her mother, and I was delighted to see the pier glass over the mantel and the china displayed on a little table. After 100 words of love and tenderness, she asked me to come up to her room, and her mother wished us good night. I was overwhelmed with joy. After a delicate little supper, I took out the bills of exchange, and after telling her their history, gave them up to her, to show that I had no intention of avenging myself on her mother and aunts. I made her promise that she would never part with them, and she said she would never do so, and with many expressions of gratitude and wonder at my generosity, she locked them up with great care. Then I thought it was time to give her some marks of my passion, and I found her kind. But when I would have plucked the fruit, she clasped me to her arms, crossed her legs, and began to weep bitterly. I made an effort and asked her if she would be the same when we were in bed. She sighed, and after a moment's pause, replied, "Yes." For a quarter of an hour I remained silent and motionless, as if petrified. At last I rose with apparent coolness and took my cloak and sword. "What," said she, "are you not going to spend the night with me?" "No. But we shall see each other tomorrow." "I hope so. Good night." I left that infernal abode and went home to bed.